Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome back to another exciting week of Topstep TV. This is the opening call for Monday, June 8th, 2026. I am JD, the man in the middle, the man of honor. I'm sorry, the man over there on the left, John the Goat Hoagland, the man in the middle, Coach Ray, head coach of the Mindset Hunters, Topstep VIP. Good morning, gentlemen. How are we feeling today?
Rested and ready to go. There is a lot going on this week. This is going to be a very interesting, fascinating, opportunity-laden week. Looking forward to it. JD, good to see you. Ray, how you feeling today? You ready for all of this?
Absolutely. Ready to go. Ready to give our audience some context and navigate these markets.
That's what we are here to do for sure. We've got a lot of moving parts already this morning. We've got some news headlines hitting the tape about a ceasefire in Iran. Iran's armed forces have announced end of military operations against Israel. They warn of harsher attacks if Israel resumes attacks on Lebanon. The president also came out with some quotes just a little while ago, around 5:30 a.m. Central Time. Final negotiations on peace are proceeding. And he also went on to say the blockade will remain in place and in full force and effect until a final deal is reached. But we are talking peace in the Middle East right now. It's happening, guys. Or is it not happening? We might get a rebuttal to these statements in just a little bit. As we like to say, headline risk remains high. We'll talk a little bit more about that in just a few minutes. But first, we're going to be looking at this 1 minute gold opening range breakout trade. We were just talking about this in the green room a minute ago. Ray, you seem to like it. Sell me.
Yeah, I like the fact that we're kind of
trade.
at an extreme. Yeah, I like the fact that we're at an extreme level. We're not caught in the middle, and that's always kind of a 50-50 coin. But I feel like given the kind of wick I'm seeing on the daily chart, there's maybe a possibility that we can pull back here a little bit. It's kind of what I'm feeling, maybe for a bullish trade. A bullish opportunity is kind of what I'm looking for.
Sounds good. Oh, super high level. What do you think of this gold opening range trade? Do you like it or do you not like it?
Well, I do. I mean, there was a pretty decent change in the market state on Friday. We saw some really good selling coming in where at the low of value, I could go either way on this. Overnight inventory is relatively flat, so it looks like it could go either way. To me, it's, let's gauge the risk size accordingly and hope we get a signal to get in. We'll see what happens.
Wise words from wise men right there, guys. Gold is officially open for business. Ding, ding, ding. 7:20 a.m. Central Time is the opening bell for gold. We see a nice influx of liquidity coming into the market, as we typically do at the beginning of regular trading hours in these markets. We've got a high. I'm looking at the micro contract. We got a high 43.5140 and a low of 43.4750.
We're just short of 10 that seconds. In the GC. 51.20 is the high. Same low.
Gotcha. So about 40 ticks wide, roughly 40 ticks.
Don't run away.
And we're extending to the upside just a little bit. Took out the high. So it's long or bust on this trade right now.
Let's see if Ray gets it
trappy. Let's see. Simmering down a little bit. Kind of starting to feel a little trappy, guys. I don't know. Yeah. Trading back inside opening range now. We got 30 seconds left on this confirmation candle. This initial confirmation candle, I should say. See if we get a signal here. Gold looks like it might be doing the heavy lifting for us on the 1 minute. You take out the high and you take out the low. The trade invalidates itself.
So it's
5 more seconds,
point, right?
Yep. Yeah, it's longer bust on this trade. So we closed our initial 1 minute confirmation candle inside range. Long or bust. We take out the low. This trade invalidates itself. Maybe we'll look at a higher time frame or something. See if another trade.
No early indication in Delta. Pretty much just flat.
Okay. Yep. Noted. Sounds good.
Center of the range.
Here they come.
A little bit of buying coming in here. We got about 30 seconds till this candle closes. Took out the high again. We've established a new high. I've got the new Topstep X initial balance indicator working on this gold contract right now. That purple line right on our high, that's our initial balance high. The yellow line towards the bottom, initial balance low. Really helps out with these opening range breakout trades too. Gives a nice visual.
Okay, we closed above.
That is a confirmation to a buy. I'm working a bid. And we are in 43.54 even for the house account. Just a pair of micro crude. Taking about $150 worth of risk on this. And it just reversed right in our faces. Look at that. Was that a trap or was that a trap?
Yeah, it was a little trappy there, huh?
Little bit. The buying looked pretty decently strong. But as soon as we got in, those sellers crept into this market.
They're watching.
They are. They're watching us. We'll give this a couple more seconds to play out. I don't know. I honestly don't mind cutting this early just to get out of half, cut our losses. Technically still valid.
Yeah.
There's some decent selling that just came in.
Our
You can get out
entry's
now at
54, you
$30.
said?
What was the
54
entry?
even, yeah.
54 even?
43.54, yeah.
Hmm. Well, we did reject once. We'll see. It continues.
Yep. All right, I will continue to monitor this trade. We have our stop in. Our CYA is down at 43.46 half. We'll let it play out for a couple more minutes. Let's take a look at the economic calendar. We got quite a bit going on this week. Starting with headline risk. We already mentioned it. Headlines are already flying around this morning. These are market-moving headlines too. So we say headline risk is high when headlines come out and markets move. Always have one eye on the ditch. Keep an eye on the news, an eye on the charts. And we will always do our best to pipe in as much information as we possibly can for all of you here. We like to keep you as well informed as possible. What else is going on this week? Plenty of inflation data. That starts today, as a matter of fact. Consumer credit expectations, consumer inflation expectations coming out at 9 o'clock a.m. Central Time. We've got CPI on Wednesday. We've got PPI on Thursday. We've got the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment coming out on Friday. So lots of inflation data coming our way throughout the week, peppered in all throughout the week. We've got some housing data. We've got existing home sales tomorrow. MBA mortgage applications on Wednesday. Those could be potentially market moving. We'll keep you apprised of those numbers also. Bond and note auctions starting tomorrow. 3-year note auction on Tuesday. 10-year note auction on Wednesday, and a 30-year bond auction on Thursday. Once you get towards the longer end of the yield curve, the 10-year and the 30-year, that's when these things, that's when these auctions start affecting equity markets. So we'll be keeping a close eye on those bond and note auctions for you also. And then the much anticipated SpaceX IPO. We're going to run some news on that in just a minute. But everybody has their eyes on SpaceX this week. That IPO, the initial public offering begins at 8:30 a.m. Central Time on Friday. So a lot of eyes will be on that and its effect on the equity markets. So again, lots of moving parts this week. We're going to be watching it all. We're going to be piping in as much information as we possibly can for all of you right here on Topstep TV. That's what we do. That is your eco calendar for the week. Hoag's going to be talking more about the eco calendar and some of these events with our guest Jessica Inskip coming in at 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. We'll be talking a little bit of macro. Make sure you're sticking around for that. All right. We are still trading just underneath the high of the initial balance, or the opening range high, or our entry, I should say. But Hoag, I know there's more that goes into this than just looking at charts.
Yes, there is.
We got to do some prep work, don't we?
Yes,
Let's
we
hit
do.
that checklist.
We got the teacher here, Coach Ray. Here's the checklist. We've got pre-market research. That's what we're doing here. It's all about context, risk management, and patience. Morning checklist. You've got your water, you've got your coffee, you're fed, you've meditated, you've walked the dog, you are prepared to sit down for the trading day. check your mindset. If you're in the wrong mindset for trading, it can certainly affect your decision-making process. Happy traders make better traders. What about your trade entry checklist? You've got your hypotheses as to different scenarios that may play out today. You've got your strategies that align with those hypotheses. Write those trades down, do your journaling throughout the day, and at the end of the day, of course, do your post-market checklist, which includes taking a look over those trades, reading through your journal, completing your journal, and of course, watching at the buzzer at the end of the day with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. You've done your homework. You are prepared for the test. Let's hope it's a good one.
The more prepared you are, the more lucky you get, right? Is that what they say?
That's right. Yep. The more I practice, the luckier I get.
Exactly. Well, we are right back to our entry price in this gold trade. We were in the money for a second, but we are just hovering around our entry price. I'll keep monitoring this trade. I'd like to see a move real soon. But until then, we got some news. We were just talking about SpaceX a minute ago. And CEO of SpaceX, Elon Musk, after this IPO, he could potentially be poised to be the very first known trillionaire on the planet. He's already the richest person in the world, according to some, but he's poised to become the first trillionaire when SpaceX goes public on Friday. Let's roll it. Yes, he already owns $273 billion in stock and options, thanks to his role as Tesla's CEO. But if the initial public offering of SpaceX goes as planned, he could be worth an additional $841 billion, or $1.1 trillion if you add it up. To help put that staggering amount into context, listen to this, folks. Elon Musk could spend $1 million every hour, every day, and it would still take more than a century to spend it all. Coach Ray's a math teacher. I'm sure you can crunch the numbers for us there. Data from the International Monetary Fund shows Musk's estimated net worth will likely be greater than the vast majority of the world's nations. He could also buy all of the property, both residential and commercial, in Houston, and still have plenty of money left over afterwards.
Wow.
How would you feel about owning an entire city? Is that something you'd be interested in?
Island, maybe.
Right? The king of Houston?
Hey, Elon, can you spare a trillion?
Yeah.
He could spend, what was that line again? He could spend $1 million every hour, every day, and it would take more than 100 years to spend it all. That's $1 trillion.
It'd be hard to spend the interest on that.
Right?
Yeah.
There was a movie about that. You remember Brewster's Million? Was that what it was
Yes.
called? Brewster's Millions? He had to spend $30 million in 30 days.
Couldn't give it away.
And it was very difficult. He couldn't give it away. He had to spend it.
And he couldn't have anything when it was over. Broke. Crazy.
I might have to watch that again. That was a good one.
I'd give it a try. It'd be fun.
Yeah.
For sure.
There's worse things than work.
Yep. Shadow wants to know what our target price is. What's our profit target on this gold trade? We will likely peel one of these contracts off at 2 to 1 R. So we have a free runner on, and then we will just hold until market generated information tells us that this trade is no longer valid. That's how we play these opening range breakout trades. What's up, Pogue?
And if we do get some pretty good price action to the upside, I could see potentially value high 44.2820.
44.2820. Writing it down this time.
Got a little bit
You
of
nailed
work.
the price. Yep. We are getting closer to 1R, but not quite there yet. Why don't we dig into these gold charts a little bit? Pogue and Coach Ray, take it away. Tell us everything about gold.
All right. So th- this is the weekly chart. And we see, pretty much one time framing lower on the weekly chart, lower lows, lower highs, broke an important support level last week. You got a better look at that on the daily chart. Let's take a look at that. So here we go. We still have downside structure, of course, on the daily chart, lower highs, lower lows. There's that break last week of that weekly kickoff low 44.53. Really tasty trade down there. We were looking at that saying, boy, there's going to be a lot of stops down there. And that was certainly true. We added approximately 4,900 new contracts to the short side yesterday. Those are new shorts, folks. Those are sellers coming in thinking this market is going to continue to the downside, and only time, of course, will tell. Monitoring for continuation to the downside. Now, when you look at this daily chart, you see the 200 session simple moving average. This is the first time we've seen this kind of play below that 200 session simple moving average on the daily chart in well over 2 years. This market has been in a very strong uptrend, and are we breaking it with the acceptance of price below that 200 session simple moving average? Some would say, Ray, what are you seeing on the daily?
Well, I'm seeing a descending little triangle, not little, but since early Feb or mid Feb, right? We're in this kind of descending triangle pattern, making lower lows and lower highs in this market. So I would say on the daily, we're in a fair amount of bearish structure to this downside, maybe in a location where it might be a little bit supportive. I'm thinking, something that would maybe take us back to this upper trend line that we see that I have drawn here on the descending triangle pattern is kind of what I'm thinking that we could potentially see over the next few days. Looking at the DMI is still showing us a fair amount of strength here to the downside. Our negative DI is above 30. Our ADX is also above 25, which is indicating, good amount of strength to the downside. So while we are in, I would say, continued bearish structure here to the downside, we are in an area where I would maybe potentially, expect a little bit of a retracement here before maybe we continue, maybe back to this, maybe a retest of some of these highs here, our daily candle here. 4,500 seems like a reasonable level for a retest. We haven't retested that level of late as we've been below it. That would be kind of on this chart, kind of a reasonable level for a retest, and then maybe a continuation move here to the downside. But yeah, I would say a fair amount of bearish structure. But given the location, I'm kind of looking for a little bit of a bounce here.
A little bit of perhaps a pullback off these lows to look for better trade location for shorts potentially, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Right. The thing about the open interest increase that occurred on Friday is that overall, for a period of time, the market, as far as open interest is concerned, has really kind of largely been waffling up one day, down the next, up one day, down the next. Friday was a pretty decisive move to the downside with that increase in open interest. We've got our weekly kickoff low at 41.60, and it looks like it's really related to the low here from Monday, the 23rd of March. And in part, it is, but there's also some measured moves and calculations that are aligning with that level. So if we do get some play down there, I'm looking for an opportunity. What I'm really looking for is to eventually see continuation down to that level, because it is really the next level that I can see that we're going to really kind of be waking up the longer time frame traders and causing them to adjust inventories, either covering shorts, adding to longs, or whatever it is that they're going to be doing down there. That's really the next kind of level that I'm looking for to the downside, and it's a pretty substantial move. Although we had the same move on Friday from high to low, one more day like that, and we're actually at the weekly kickoff low. I think it's going to take some sort of an impetus, some sort of news, something to change, something to happen for it to happen that quickly. But if we do follow trend to the downside, I think eventually, maybe next week, we do get that look down there at 41.60 even. Weekly kickoff high 45.08. That could be a deal breaker for the continuation move to the downside. Let's take a look at this now on the 30-minute chart, Ray. Let's take a look. So last week we had, well, the previous week we looked below that weekly kickoff low, which of 44.53, which was the weekly kickoff low for 2 weeks. Last week we tested it and bounced on it and bounced on it and bounced on it and eventually wore out those buyers at that level. We were talking on Friday during the opening call about there being a whole bunch of stops down below that level, and boy, did we see our stops, and those stops, which are long liquidation, begat more selling, which increased open interest on the way down. So we found not only stops and liquidation, we found initiative sellers down there. Initiative sellers are they're selling it, well, for a number of different possible reasons. One of them could be they're stuck long and they have to take that initiative to get out. But it begat more selling, more lower pricing, brought in more selling, lower pricing, brought in more selling, and that increase in open interest, which leads me to believe that we are seeing an inventory adjustment in a longer time frame, which is basically what the weekly kickoff levels are supposed to kind of point out are those levels where longer time frames will adjust inventory. And I believe that they did on Friday. So what I'm really monitoring for is continuation to the downside. We've run into an area where we do see initiative selling. Initiative selling is shorts, longs getting out because they have to, or new shorts coming in because they believe price is likely to continue this move to the downside. Initiative sellers usually have a little bit more conviction to them. So I'm going with the conviction. I'm looking for this market, even if we do get a pretty decent pullback to the upside, to protect these shorts and to see more selling coming in and some continuation to the downside. Now, I've been wrong before. And this is not financial advice. The 30-minute chart, do we have overnight inventory to either direction? Not necessarily. The market opened last night right about where we're trading right now, 43.54. So any overnight inventory has been resolved. So what I'm really looking for is, do we accept value from yesterday, which could lead us up to that to 44.28 level? Or do we reject value? And then we could possibly see some more aggressive selling coming into the downside in this market. We've also got the 50 session simple moving average as resistance right now, quite possibly. We've also got settlement price above that. Settlement's 43.65.30. So a little bit of confluence here. If we're going to see any decent moves, we've got to get through these levels. And right now, it looks like the market is struggling to do so. Ray, what are you seeing on the 30-minute chart?
Yeah, I wanted to kind of take a quick peek here at the 4-hour, and kind of the reason why I was thinking that
Absolutely.
maybe we would get a little bit of a pullback. So you can see here we're developing a little bit of a 3-bar reversal pattern here on the 4-hour chart, and this 4-hour candle is kind of working its way above this candle, which is significant for me for at least, I would say, maybe a move back to maybe 50% or 60% of this swing below. So I have this 43.91 as one level, maybe as high as 43.13. That would be kind of a logical place if we have some larger players in this market. Those would be maybe some logical levels. There's that golden ratio, I guess, that people talk about, right? 44.15 is the golden ratio, and then down here at 43.90. So again, I'm looking at a little bit more of a retracement back, maybe to some of those levels. And then at that point, maybe we can see, maybe we can maybe witness a little bit more of a continuation move here. Now, I look at the DMI. DMI is relatively flat, not really giving us any indication, but we are seeing maybe a little bit of loss of strength here in the bearish direction at the moment, and is causing the positive and the positive and negative DMI to overlap here. And we're seeing a little bit of a declining ADX, although still relatively strong here at 36. Right, so there's still a fair amount of selling pressure in this market, but it does seem to be waning here a little bit as we've come into these daily lows. So I'm kind of with you, Hogue. I'd like to see I'm not necessarily embracing this long here, but I'm kind of hanging out at these levels above me, this 43.91, 43.15, or 44.15, sorry, and maybe as an area, maybe for maybe a continuation move. But we got a little spike there that actually was very
Yeah, we
good
did.
to our opening range trade there.
100%. 100%. Yeah, we took out that 50 session simple moving average next barrier settlement price. We get above that, I can certainly see some levels above, and a couple of other levels based on the profiles. It was a double distribution trend day to the downside on Friday, so not really much of a distribution here, but still we did leave single prints from 44.2520 down to 44.0420. So this is a kind of some would call it a fair value gap. It could be targeted by price, absolutely. And getting through that would close the gap, take us right back to that value high end. That's on the 100 session simple moving average, where I think, we might have a lot of trouble getting through that if we're going to continue to follow trend to the downside. But a nice little pop there for our opening range trade, right back to settlement. People ask, why do you guys talk about settlement? And that's why settlement is
Like a magnet.
sometimes a really decent target. We got within about 5 ticks of it, and you're seeing a little bit of selling and a little bit of downside pressure coming in against that level. So anyway, that's what we're looking for the gold here. Look to see if we get that pullback up near value high, close the single prints in the profile yesterday. That could actually bring a little bit of change, but for 44.28, we get up there, I'm looking for opportunities, and we may be able to catch the way up there with this opening range trade. That's what we're looking at for gold. JD, back to you.
Very good. Thank you, gentlemen. Yeah, that little pop brought us just past 1R on this gold trade. We're working an offer up at 43.69 to cover one at 2R, and then we'll have a free ride on a runner if we get back up there. If we don't start moving up in a timely manner, I might take the risk off on this trade.
Okay.
Just because we hit 1R, and if we don't get some decent follow through in the next couple of minutes, I might just take the risk off on this trade altogether. All right.
Understood.
Moving on, we just had I'm sorry, say again, Hoke?
Nothing. I just said understood. Sounds good.
All right, excellent. Thank you. We just had a pull up in the chat. What is your weekly outlook for indices? The results are in. 45% of you think we are going back on the bull. We're ripping this week. 29% said we're going to stay range bound, and 26% said I think we sell off. Pretty confident from the chat on equities. All right, let's take a look at what happened overnight. Overnight, stocks in Asia closed lower across the board. Hang Seng Index closed down 1.22%. The Nikkei closed down 3.85%. Big hit for the Nikkei. And the Shanghai Composite closed down 1.7%. Stocks in Europe currently trading a little bit mixed, you could say. The DAX is down 0.36%. The FTSE is up 0.11%. The CAC 40 is down 0.19%, and the Stock 600 is almost unchanged, down 0.03% at the moment. The U.S. dollar index is down marginally, also just a couple of ticks to 99.906. The VIX is back above 18, almost 19, down 12.5% to 1881. And the yield on the 10-year Treasury note, 4.528%. Don't forget, Wednesday we have a 10-year note auction, potentially market moving, the way these bond and note yields have been whipping around. All right, NASDAQ is up next. Let's give the people what they want.
All right. This is the weekly chart. Now, it looks, if you were to ask me, and if we get the chance to look at the ES, they do look a lot different. What the NASDAQ on the weekly chart says to me is it's setting up an area of balance. It is a wide, volatile area of balance. But remember, we are coming into rollover, and rollover is going to have a tendency to keep these markets relatively range bound if the fundamental information and everything else will allow that to happen. Friday. Let's take a look at the daily chart. So there's our lows, recent lows. We've kind of fallen into balance here, saw some extension back to the low end of that previous balance. So I don't see that we've really changed the overall market state that much. And I know that's a bold statement saying that we were more than 5% off the all time high on Friday, but these are very resilient markets. We have to remember that. We looked like we were going to open today south of that 5% off the all-time high. Yes, on Friday we added about 11,000 contracts in open interest. So we did see a whole bunch of naysayers in these markets, and we saw a whole bunch of new shorts coming into these markets. Those shorts looking more and more like they could possibly start to be getting trapped. What is the investor focus this week? What are investors and traders focusing on the most? I think we're going to get a good look at that when we talk to Jessica Inskip in a little while. As you know, there's inflation numbers, there's a huge IPO, there's all kinds of things that are going to affect price, and which is the most important. We know that that traders and investors have pretty short memories. Is the specter of higher interest rates going to kind of fall back in the number of important things that are going on this week? Time will tell. Of course, I'm trying to figure out, what is that? What is the most important thing? I mean, uh, possible, uh, yeah, possible peace overseas. I mean, that could certainly be something that would affect the SpaceX IPO. Inflation numbers, what's going to be the most important thing is still yet to be seen. It is going to be a very interesting and challenging week. Why did I put the weekly kickoff level where it is? Because of the resilience of these markets, the fact that we may have trapped some shorts yesterday, and if we don't get any more bad news, what tends to happen? These markets tend to rally. We just saw that your output, your outlook for the indices, 45% say it's going to get back on the bull. I hope you're right. I hope you're right. Don't look at your 401k today. Wait a couple of days. Let's see how this plays out. So, in the NASDAQ, I think, one of the major focuses for this week is, of course, going to be that SpaceX IPO. And that starts on Thursday, starts trading on Friday. Anything can happen. I saw so much speculation on social media over the weekend. What if it fails? What if it does well? What if this? What if that? We don't know what's going to happen. So we're gonna trade what we see. Ray, what are you seeing on the daily?
Yeah, well, that Friday candle wiped out a lot of hopeful buyers here in this most recent swing that we've seen here on this market. Now we're at the point of control of this visible range volume profile that we have here on the right. Um, is this going to be a trending bar where we maybe kind of pull back and maybe continue lower, or are we going to continue and remain in some sort of range here over the next few days? We do have a fair amount of news coming for the remainder of the week. It's quite possible we remain in range until we get that IPO from SpaceX. Looking at the DMI, we did tick up the negative DI, obviously, with this massive candle here to the downside, but now that's been kind of recouped. Almost 50% of this candle has been kind of recouped. So I'm thinking that maybe this was dip buying. I'm not sure. We'll have to see over the course of today and into the next few days. But I am seeing a market, as you mentioned, is relatively resilient. It came into an area where we would logically expect to see some buyers, and the market responded with buying. So right now, I'm thinking that maybe we're going to fall into range here a little bit on the daily chart is kind of what I'm feeling. I'm not sure we're going to necessarily break out here the highs here, but assuming that we get maybe some positive news from the Middle East, that's certainly a possibility. But my expectation is that we're going to maybe kind of hang out in range here a little bit, maybe fill out maybe some of these lower volume notes here on the right hand side, maybe up to 30,000 is kind of what I'm looking at right now.
30,000. Hope you're right, Ray. I hope you're right. Let's take a look at the 30. All right. So We had a whole bunch of weak structure down below in these equities markets, and there's still more down below, and those will be important when they become important. On the daily chart, we just put in a new all-time high on Wednesday, started putting in lower highs on Thursday. The employment numbers came out, and rates took a jump to the upside, and that specter of higher interest rates was enough to send a chill into these markets. And we ended up with a trend day to the downside. Overnight inventory. What are we looking at? We're looking at possibly some overnight longs. We opened right at the lows, and we've been kind of creeping higher ever since. Back inside value from Friday. On this platform, we're looking at value low at about 29,363, and right back up to weekly kickoff high. But I had a feeling people would think I was crazy for placing the weekly kickoff high at this level, but it's just where it seems important. Okay. It's perhaps maybe halfway through the range on Friday. And it was the logical place. We had a pretty deep pullback. If we do reaccept and we see meaningful buying up above this level, with everything coming out this week, anything, of course, can happen, ACH, but acceptance above that level, and I could see us recovering pricing more to the upside. Again, that weekly kickoff level, 29,475. Um, these markets are forward looking, trying to figure out what is the most important thing on traders and investors' minds right now is something we're going to be talking to Jessica about here very shortly. So, Ray, what are you seeing on the 30-minute chart?
Yeah, well, kind of similar to what we're kind of discussing on the gold here, right? So we had a large swing here to the downside. Now we've seemed to have gotten, like you mentioned, overnight shorts here. We're above the value range. Again, this is kind of a little composite from the start of the day to current, and you can see that price is above our value range, so indicating that there's a fair amount of interest here to the on the bullish direction. But I'm not losing sight of this swing here. This swing is an ominous little swing to the downside. So I'm looking at some levels. We have the IB low from Friday up at 29,781. We have this kind of golden ratio and the 50% range that we're kind of coming up to. That would be kind of logical areas, maybe to potentially kind of continue this swing that we had on Friday, because this move right now feels more like a retracement to me than initiative. Is kind of what I'm thinking right now. So again, I'm looking at these levels right now, and they can prove me wrong. If they prove me wrong, so be it. But right now, I would say that this whole area for me is kind of an area of interest, maybe possible continuation here, right? So that's kind of the area that I'm kind of focused in on now. If we do manage to get back inside the value range from our initial balance range from Friday, then maybe there's a possibility that we can retest some of these highs. But right now, this area right here, this area, kind of low volume nodes, kind of filling in that area, might be an area where we might see some continuation move here. Looking at the DMI, we are getting a little bit of strength here. We've seen the positive DI get above the negative DI, but the ADX is really not following necessarily the path that we're making here. That's kind of what's leading me to think that this is more of a retracement than it is an initiative move here to the upside. So, yeah, kind of looking to maybe, I'm not sure I want to participate necessarily in this move to the upside. I'm kind of more leaning on maybe finding some levels above me that where I can maybe look for a continuation move to the downside.
So that ADX kind of weaning off those highs there and continuing to the downside is telling you that there's just not a lot of participation on this move to the upside. It's
Yeah.
responsive buying, overnight inventory, shorter time frame, weaker hands buyers, and if we don't see new buying coming in, Ray, you're looking for just to see this thing kind of get up to a level and fail and then start to look back to the downside. Is
Yeah.
that what I'm gleaning here?
Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of my view.
All right, awesome. Well, price basically hanging at weekly kickoff high here. Got to see what happens when these regular trading hour participants come into this market. It's going to be a fascinating day. Thank you, Ray. That's what we've got for the NASDAQ, other than Trend day to the downside in the NASDAQ. Market opened at the highs, closed at the lows. Quite the move. And we'll see what happens today. JD, back to you.
All right, let's run through some crude oil news real quick. Oil jumps, stock slide from Mid-East fighting over the weekend. Let's roll it. AAA has reported gas prices are down to $4.16 a gallon for regular. But an escalation in the Iran war was putting upward pressure on oil prices earlier this morning. Both WTI and Brent crude are coming off weekend rises. That's despite OPEC's announcement that it will increase output in July. Global stock markets are largely down earlier this morning. Strikes between Israel and Iran seem to be rattling investors, or they seem to be rattling investors late last night, early this morning. Analysts say they represent the worst escalation in the war since a temporary truce began in April. We did see some headlines flying around this morning about a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. We'll see how those peace talks pan out. That is what's happening in the world of crude. All right, Ray Hogue, it's time for a speed round. Jessica Inskip, I see in the green room right now. I'm going to give you each 1 minute to plead your case for crude oil, and then we're going to move on to some macro talk. Who wants to go first?
Case for,
go first.
Go ahead, Hogue.
Case for what?
Crude oil. What are you seeing in crude oil?
Oh, what am I seeing in crude oil? I see a ranging market. I see a market that's looking for some news. Overall, we're basically in a range from 104 and 80. I think we continue to stay in the range. Maybe a slight view here to the downside. I would say neutral to bearish in the crude oil.
Sounds about right. Hogue, what are you thinking?
I'm with Ray. It seems pretty relatively range bound. We've got a weekend gap that we're sitting right in the middle of. I see it as 50-50 either way.
That's not the kind of environment we like for an opening range breakout trade, right?
No,
we want to see some type of imbalance to get into those trades, right?
Yep.
So I will keep an eye on it. I'm going to watch it just in case, maybe throw in a paper trade, but I'm not very confident in putting this trade in either right now. Gold's still looking okay. We held on to gold.
Waiting for the next headline to hit. That's just the way it looks to me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to err in one direction, I would probably say bearish, just because of the selling wick we're getting on the daily chart. But it's in the middle of the range, not really offering us really a clear indication of which direction. I think it's a coin flip.
It is a coin flip. Crude is open for business now. Oh, who's there?
Ding dong. Hello.
Hi. Welcome, Jessica.
Hello,
folks, this
Hogue.
is Jessica Inskip, Director of Investor Research at stockbrokers.com. Jessica, I don't think we've really met yet. My name is John Hoagland. Most people call me Hogue. We're very happy to have you with us here this morning. There's a lot going on, and I'm sure that there is a lot of things that you are looking forward to discussing. So, how are you feeling? How are things going okay, Jessica?
Yeah, I think they are. And it's a pleasure to be on with you, Hogue. I love your work. So I'm excited for this.
Well, thank you.
It's obviously the job market that spooked us on Friday. And it's an interesting dynamic because we're going to have a new Fed chair, and we've got our new Fed meeting coming up really, really soon. So paying attention to how the market is reacting to the data, what the Fed needs to do to catch up with the market if they're going to do that, and how the Fed is interpreting the data. So a lot kind of happening to help me understand the mechanics here. So from a technical perspective, I'm calling it a secular bull market. We haven't lost my major support zones in the slightest. Pullbacks are healthy. We want those. So I don't see anything that says, hey, we're going to collapse completely, because we did come off of a really great earnings season, the best since 2021. But now we're focused back on the interest rate picture. And like you said, so spot on, headline risk is ever so high. So on the bigger picture, what I saw on Friday is the 2-year hit one of the highest rates that we've seen in a while. That tells me that we're pricing in short-term inflation expectations over those longer-term inflation expectations. So the bond market immediately started pricing in a rate hike by the end of the year. And even there's a prior probability of another hike after that. So a more restrictive Fed policy. Now, the question is the Fed going to come meet the bond market, or are we going to get more information that perhaps would alleviate that? So it's a big question on what Kevin Warsh would do. Now, if we dive deeper into the numbers, and the argument that's going around right now is Kevin Warsh is saying that the labor market isn't necessarily a source of inflation. So not only do we have to take into account normal Fed policy, but the changes that are going to come with Fed policy. If the labor market is not a source of inflation to what he states, there are other things happening. Now, that brings me back to the risks that we would look at. The risks we always look at is the risk to inflation higher versus the risk of unemployment higher. But if we're not focusing on the risk of unemployment, but rather, is it a source of inflationary pressures? So that's how I'm interpreting his statements, if you will. Now I want to look at just something simple, the average hourly increase in wages that we see on the unemployment report, because that will tell me if the unemployment picture or the employment picture, an overheating economy, if that is a source of inflation, and it comes from higher wages. Higher wages leads to higher spending, which leads to companies raising prices, which leads to inflation. But I argue we have a bit of a constrained consumer. So it's going to be interesting to see how he digests it. But it seems like it's positioning to, we're not going to be as restrictive. But I think it's important that whatever is stated on the next Fed meeting, and I'm going to say this so much on air with Topstep TV, is it's how the bond market reacts as well. Because ultimately, the Fed influences that curve, and then the bond market is what's affecting the consumer as well. And that has a mind of its own. Long-winded answer as per usual, Hogue, but that's what's been on my mind since we last spoke.
Okay. What with employment doing so well, I don't know how he can say that that's probably not going to be inflationary, but there could be a horseshoe thrown into that, and that's consumer credit. I mean, consumer credit increased by 20.7 billion in May. Is a lot of this demand being created by people putting all of this stuff on credit, and could that be
Huge possibility.
anti-inflationary if things start to fall apart that way? What do you think?
Huge possibility. And this is where I do believe the consumer is constrained. And I've said this a couple times. My big red flag is Costco. So if we want to understand, we can pull the data with all of the credit cards, see where spending is. But I really like to listen to conference calls and the earnings transcripts, because they're going to tell you if people are trading down. We've got a lot of the discounters doing really well, like Dollar General and so on, saying that they see spending from certain cohorts. So that's trading down. Costco, though, trading down from beef to poultry and chicken is something they haven't seen since 2007. Now, one data point obviously does not give us a trend, but it is a signal to further investigate. So we see cracks, like you said, with the use of increased credit, buy now, pay later. I've even seen where there's surveys where a lot of consumers are using buy now, pay later to pay for gas. That is a huge constraint on the consumer, because we've got those increasing gas prices as well. So I really think saying that the labor market is a source of inflationary pressures also means we have to consider the environment. If there are more job openings in this robust labor market, or it seems like it could be on the path of overheating, we also have to consider, well, where were we at that time? And right now, I believe it's a constrained consumer where the risk was employment. And now all of a sudden we're shifting our risk. But something bringing me, if we were looking at Powell, what I would say is look at 3 pieces of data, because he notoriously says in his speeches, one piece of data doesn't make a trend, but when there's 3, that tends to be when he acts. So I haven't seen what would warrant Powell acting. And perhaps we could, I wouldn't say use his playbook, but we can certainly look at it, because he's also going to be in the room, which is important to consider. So I think we just need evidence that inflation is not overheating now. But unfortunately, we went into this employment report with a hot PPI, and inflationary numbers. And that's the environment that the market's digesting caused a sell-off, but we're not furthering that sell-off. We need just to look for normalization and then retaining of key levels. This is when technicals are just such a beautiful, beautiful something we can marry with economic data.
Okay.
Long-winded answers, Hogue.
Oh no, it's wonderful. It's all always great stuff. This is gonna be a tough question, maybe. If you were the Fed chair today, what parts of the unemployment report would concern you the most? And I know you mentioned hourly earnings as one of them. Is that it?
That's what I would look at to see if it was a key of an inflationary pressure, which I don't think that's bad. I believe it was an increase of right in line, was an overheating of 0.03%. 0.3%. So
Yeah.
30 bips. That's up 3.4% over the past year. Those were in line with consensus. And we have a work week that was holding at 34 hours. So it's not even necessarily so full time. And not a huge uptick in labor participation either. So if average hourly earnings aren't overheating, that would be the source of inflation. If we have more jobs, it's also the dispersion of it. What kind of jobs are they? Are they low income jobs? Are they high income jobs? What cohort is accessing those? And just surface level from the data, it doesn't seem as terrible as the market is taking it. It's still a low fire labor market. Strength is definitely narrow. Layoffs are contained,
Yeah.
but that's so different from a broad-based hiring boom. This does not scream broad-based hiring boom. It just
Right.
screams that the risks are elevated. That is all. And that's what the Fed looks at,
Okay.
though, is risks, not, and then they take actions based on incoming data. And what's great is we are going to have more incoming data this week because we've got CPI on Wednesday, we've got PPI on Thursday. So that's going to give us more information. And if that comes in cooler than expected, then that that would certainly help the scenario as we move into a Fed week in the, I believe it's the 16th and 17th, the 17th of June. So the following week, we've got this week of data, and then we've got a Fed week following that. That's going to be fun.
These markets are always looking forward, and you just took a great segue into the CPI and PPI numbers, which we were going to talk about next.
Yeah.
Which should traders focus more on, the core CPI or
So
the overall?
I think it's going to be interesting because this is where I'm dissecting what the market's doing. And PCE is something we paid more attention to in core PCE because of Jerome Powell, but trimmed mean PCE seems like what Warsh is looking at. So I still want to look at all of it and see how the market reacts. We don't have PCE this week, but we are going to have CPI first. So we're going to pay attention to that just because it's the data that we have first. But what's interesting is if that cooled off and then PPI comes following from the producer perspective and is even hotter, that could erase anything that we cooled off because PPI tends to lead CPI. And so if producers are
Yes.
getting input higher prices, maybe that would be passed on to the consumer. So know that Wednesday, if that data comes in, it could be a relief, but just understand that the Strait of Hormuz is still not fully resolved, that there are still
Right.
long and variable lags that are causing producer prices, which will come in first. So unless it was crazy cool, I would take off any longs by the end of the day for that one. That's at least me personally, not investment advice, but
Uh,
me personally, that's what I would do.
uh. So the CPI and PPI is like a little scale. If one's hot, the other one's not. They kind of cancel each other out. Probably more focus on the PPI number with that. If the PPI comes in hot, we're going to be looking for a hotter CPI in the future.
Exactly, because it's so simple. One is producers, and then the other one is consumers coming in. But it's from a trading perspective, be aware of these dates, but then be aware of what you need to react to, which is looking at the bond market. The 2-year is the telling sign of why we had that sell off on Friday. The 2-year, the high was 419, and on my chart going back, I don't even see 419 for quite some time. And that causes that can cause it did cause a sell off because of a increase in inflation expectations, but not only an increase in inflation expectations, is those are tied directly to what consumers spend. So all of it is looking at how it affects consumer spending, consumer health, and how that affects earnings. And then on top of that, we do have this CapEx cycle with the artificial intelligence boom, which with so many headlines over there, but that's supporting a really robust earnings story. And if we see higher financing rates, because that's going to trickle down from the yield curve. So if that's increasing and we're issuing more debt in order to support artificial intelligence, well, that could bring down earnings. But the interesting thing is earnings keep beating and are massively so much better than anticipated. And it seems like financing isn't hurting so much with major hyperscalers. But on top of that, something that's in the back of my mind, we saw that, and I talked about this last time we were on, Google's structure when they issued their latest capital raise was not in the bond market or the credit markets, it was in the equity markets, issuing equity. And to me, that's a signal that they saw that credit is getting a little more expensive and it makes more sense from a return on investment perspective to issue equity in order to raise capital. So I would look for more signs of that as well with other companies on how they're accessing cash in order to fund this AI build out. Is it we're still going to keep accessing as we've exhausted free cash flow, or we want to keep free cash flow in a healthy place from an earnings perspective? Are we going to see more equity raises? And that's possible. And then that leads me to we have Oracle earnings on Wednesday, I believe. I'm going to double check that one. We do. And that is going to be an insight to me very much into the AI story as well. So, because they are a huge component, there's government involvement as well. But as we're thinking about AI data center build out and someone who issued the most debt, but has a clear path to profitability is Oracle. So having an insight into that is going to give us the AI narrative as well. So this week we have a competing inflationary pressures, but then also the AI narrative. And anytime we see some issues, the AI narrative can lead us higher, but consider the environment. And the environment right now is the market is concerned with increasing inflation because of a hotter labor market. I think that's a little overdone, and we're underpinned by some really strong earnings. Let's validate that story is still intact with Oracle earnings on Wednesday. That's how I'd look at it.
I'm so happy that you are here because I don't know how you keep track of all of this. It's truly amazing.
That's kind of you.
It really is. I can imagine you have a huge whiteboard in your office where you're keeping track of all of this stuff. I bet.
I actually do. It's like you can see in here how well, I do whiteboards a lot on my social media, but honestly it's having great tools and resources, and I've automated a lot with artificial intelligence too. I have a little AI agent that sends me updates. So I'm a beneficiary of productivity with AI, actually.
Outstanding. Yeah, that's something I'm currently working on, increasing my use of and my knowledge of. You know, as an older person, I find I find technology to be somewhat. I have a hard time trusting it, but I'm learning. So, thanks for the heads up on that. That's a great way to keep track of all of that. Okay, one last thing. The elephant in the room: SpaceX IPO this week. What is going to go on with that?
Ooh, so I think it's interesting with this largest IPO in history. I'm curious if it's going to be a liquidity sponge. So I bring this back to market mechanics. We're issuing to purchase it, but you wouldn't IPO unless the demand is there. That's not smart. And that's why they go on marketing roadshows to drive awareness of the company. Even Elon Musk in, I believe it was JP Morgan's or Goldman's, but one of the underwriters here, he showed up just to give some insight and create this demand. When we're freeing up cash, perhaps that came from Bitcoin and its sell off, which we saw last week. But where is the cash coming from is the important thing that I want to understand. And I like to attribute this to the yen carry trade. The yen carry trade is a completely separate event that has nothing to do with where I'm relating it to is market mechanics. That was, or even short squeezes, we can relate them to, where it's a moment in time where it's not fundamentally driven. It's just how the market's working. Where on the yen carry trade and with short squeezes, there's a giant margin call that's created. Because there's a margin call, liquidity, there needs to be cash raised in order to meet said call. And usually that happens from the highest performing aspects of the market. And that's in a lot of people's portfolios. And so you'd see a lot of sell off of the AI trade, which we saw back in the yen carry trade unwind. And it's not because the AI stocks were bad per se, it's because they just needed cash to meet the demand for the margin call. So what I'm saying is, using that as somewhat of an analogy, is we needed to raise cash to meet the demand of this IPO. And now it's going to be interesting to see how the market handles that. There may be a bit of a frenzy and a buy up that I would exercise caution on. But if there's volatility, you are an options trader, that's going to be a fun day to capture some volatility and see if there's a
Sure.
volatility crush and buy to close from there. But it's the plumbing that I'm concerned with, that I'm going to watch. Again, not advice. Me personally, I wouldn't go long because of that. Just like with earnings, you anticipate and we get volatility crush. I would imagine it'd be something very similar. Obviously, I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball, but I'm just looking at how I know the market works mechanically. And if there is a lot of liquidity coming in, that's going to create just a ton of volatility systematically, just from pure buyers and sellers. So watching imbalances and in the market mechanics aspect it's going to be a fun day for that. And you can certainly do some good trading, but you need to know technical analysis.
Sure. Sure. Awesome. Well, Jessica, you always come up with a couple of interesting levels for the ES or the SPX for us as we kind of wind down here. You got any levels for us?
Sure. So the equal weight, I'm still watching. Well, we've raised it, but my key line in the stand is still the 8,300. I'm going to raise that to 8,371 because I want to keep a series of higher highs. And if we are not making a higher high, then that puts us back into a trading range. And that would be for the equal weight specifically. And that's about where our support is. So I would watch that on the equal weight. And then on the market cap weights, plug it into my program here. This one, it just waned off. So, and I saw a lovely comment from somebody who said they were watching the show and I ran through the math of Bollinger Bands and they utilized it and it worked well. So I'm glad that worked. Know that that's a signal,
Awesome.
but I see divergence again from the Bollinger Bands, which means that we're just fading. So my key level here actually would be around 73.38. I'd want to see that hold, but that's not as strong. The lower level there is 72.72. So I'm going to call it around 7,200 is my probably bottom area.
Okay.
72, and for the equal weight, I'd look for that support to be maintained. But otherwise, like I said, my major levels are all showing still positive, and I don't see a huge major turnover, but it's possible we'll have a pullback until we have more data. And that data could be in the form of Oracle. It's definitely the inflation information. And then SpaceX IPO. That's an uncertainty. The market doesn't like uncertainty. We have uncertainty that creates
Sure.
volatility. Volatility creates term premium happening over in the bond market. And then it's this endless cycle that we have to get more certainty, understand it, and watch what is adjusting and what's moving. But right now, and I'm going to say it as much as I can, it's the 2-year versus the 10-year. The 2 years moving faster than the 10-year, which tells me short-term inflation expectations are increasing. I want to see the 2-year come down. And it's a relative basis. That's important.
Got it. Awesome. Well, Jessica, thank you so much for your time this morning and of course your great knowledge. People are looking for you, Jessica. Where can they find you on socials?
I appreciate that, Hogue. Just look up Jessica Inskip. I am on most social media platforms. Just make sure it's the one with the check mark. Otherwise, you'll get a fake me asking you questions that I never would. So
All
stay away
right.
from those.
Thank you. Thank you again, Jessica. We'll see you back here on Wednesday during
Yes,
Fast
sir.
Markets, and looking forward to a very interesting week. Stay safe this week, Jessica. Thank you again.
Likewise. Talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon. All
Excellent.
right.
What a great way to start a week, right? There was some
Absolutely.
wonderful information. Nice job, Hogue. Yes, always a pleasure having Jessica in, talking macro on a Monday morning, going over the events of the previous week and what we can expect in the week ahead. That's how you start a trading week, folks. Great information right there. All right, guys. Back to it. What's going on for the rest of the day, you ask? Let's run over that schedule for Topstep TV. It is Monday, June 8th. Coming up next in Fast Markets, we've got Andre and Jay. Coach Jay's here with Andre to lead us through Fast Markets. We've got a couple rotating guests coming in, too. We've got Henrico and Mandy going to be here from 8:30 to 9:30. Hogue's going to be in there also. We've got Mohammed coming in from 10 to 11, and Doom also from 10 to 11. Hogue's going to be back at 11 o'clock for the morning highlights to do a little chart analysis and go over some trades that we took this morning and may take during Fast Markets. At 11:15, I will be back for Power Players. We got Diamond Hands George and Dolby time. That'll be a good one. We're going to trade it up there, that's for sure. Group coaching today. Coach Emmanuel's back. He's going to be joined by Hogue and Hoop. This is your opportunity to have your questions answered by a coach live here on Topstep TV. In just a little while, we are going to pin a form to the top of the chat. Grab that form, fill it out, click submit, and we will answer your questions live right here on Topstep TV. Trade with Topstep at 1 o'clock. I will be back with Ben and Coach Vince. And then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Ted, and Dolby time. We've got wall-to-wall coverage, bell to bell for you right here all day long. Topstep TV. Let's go get it. Failed to mention, going over the economic calendar this morning, Hogue, we are in a Fed blackout period ahead of next week's Fed meeting. We'll likely be having a Fed watch party. We will keep you posted on all of that also. Party. We love a party, right? Real quick, I think we got about 2 minutes. Hogue, Ray, let's do another speed round. Let's talk about the S&P for a minute. What are you guys seeing going into the equity open? 1 minute each.
All right.
Let's do it.
Speed round. Weekly. Possible range. Pretty decent pullback. Daily. Right back to weekly kickoff high here. Again, what you might think I'm crazy, but this is where I'm looking at the levels to or participants to change. Remember, it is rollover. Range bound is likely with minus all of the things going on this week. 30-minute. Ray, then you're going to go. All right. Overnight. Well, trend day to the downside. Overnight inventory long up against the weekly kickoff high. Center of the range from yesterday. ACH. Anything can happen. Ray, what are you looking at?
Yeah, I mean, daily looks very much like the Nasdaq to me. Again, we expected to see buyers here. We found them, and actually, the market has kind of rallied from here. Again, I'm looking at the similar kind of levels on the 30-minute chart. I'm kind of looking at kind of a continuation of maybe potentially what we've seen here on Friday's kind of trading here. So if we are going to see that, then this 74, I got 74.85, 75.17 as a couple of levels here to maybe take to keep an eye on. I got the low end of the initial balance range from Friday at 75.06. So these are some levels that I'm going to look at and see if maybe we get some sort of pattern that would indicate that maybe we head lower. But again, we could remain in range for the rest of the session here. But these are kind of my initial kind of levels to see, hey, do we have some sellers here kind of lurking in the midst here? I understand that we have had some pretty heavy overnight bullish kind of trade here. But again, it still feels a little bit more of kind of the retracement variety, to be honest. So I'm kind of looking to see if maybe I can participate for continuation moves.
Awesome. Thanks, Ray.
Very good. Very good. Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Hogue. Much appreciated. Excellent chart analysis, as always. All right, guys, we are out of time for the opening call. We got 3.5 minutes until the equity open. Ray, we will catch you later. Ray's going to be here all week on the opening call, so don't miss a moment of this. Hogue, take it away. Let's do the thing.
let's do the thing. JD, Ray, thank you very much. Thanks again to Jessica Inskip. Thanks to all of you for trusting us with your time. I've got to the top of the chat here this morning. Crypto Trade is very excited to be first in the room here this morning. HFT No Excuses. I love that name. We got Anastasios, we got Shubham, we got Trader Hub, we got Charles Henry, Coog, Philly Trader, Shadow, Joseph Francone, and JK Window Cleaning at the top of the chat today. As always, when you sit down to trade, it's going to be a very interesting and challenging week this week. Make sure that you remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered. Trading is as much art as anything else. Let's head into fast markets right now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on!
Welcome back to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. So we got a horn this morning. Is he there? There he is. There it is. Now we can officially get started. Welcome to Fast Markets, and like a great Hall of Fame point guard, which Jalen Brunson is going to be after 2 games here. We are going to drive this segment. I'm Jay, Henrico in the middle, and Mandy to the right. How you guys doing this morning? Henrico, we'll start with you.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. For me, it's been quite boring pre-market. I haven't traded anything. I traded actually Asian session yesterday. And to give a really quick story, I a little bit screwed it up on Friday. I was trying to catch the knife multiple times. And yesterday, I had like a weekend to kind of sow myself out, went to the nature, wrote down all my rules once again in trading, and now I think I sit on 5 different combines that are all up 2,000 from Asian sessions. So looking for a few more trades, and then we'll see.
Awesome stuff. Well, I see some green on the screen right now there, Henrico. Mandy, we got 40 seconds until the market opens up here. How are we looking at the NASDAQ today?
Well, zero actions going into today, especially with Friday's major sell-off. I like to look at the daily, especially at the start of the week. We've got about 20 seconds. I'll go over this real quick. My MA, EMA moving cross. I love those. Those are my tried and true. We might have made enough adjustment on the retracement back to the EMA. So I'm open to either direction, Jay. No bias today.
Awesome stuff here. Well, looking at the open, we got 4 seconds till the open here. I want to mark out some levels. We are officially open. Trade well out there, everybody. So one of the things I had marked up on my charts here is after a big sell-off like that, the midpoint. The midpoint of the range from Friday, we just tagged that midpoint 29,604. We'll call it the 29,600 level in the NASDAQ. We just tagged that about 9 minutes ago, and we see a rejection. So for me, what I'm looking at is great overnight inventory long into that area. When the market comes in for the New York session here, can we sustain price back above that midpoint and rally from there? If you guys have been paying attention to the opening call for the last 6 months or so, we had a candle, the October 10th daily candle that we talked about for it seemed like 6 months. I think this June 5th candle that we had on Friday is the new October 10th. We'll see how this does play out. Mandy, you're still waiting for 15 minutes before you take any trades. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's been working relatively okay for me. I actually might even just wait until 30 minutes in. Last week, I struggled a lot with between the 15 and the 30 minute. So I'm actually really just going to make sure I have an A++ setup, maybe wait for a 15, 5, and 1 to align on those crosses before I enter. Just going to try to play it really, really smart. I'm going to size down and maybe start with just one contract, get a base hit or two, and then see how it goes, especially with how much volatility we have. And this week is to be expected as well. So just trying to play it smart, not trying to rush into anything. There is a lot of time to trade this week. And my goal is, of course, to just maximize the time that I am trading. And so only giving the best setups. So, but yeah, Jay, thank you for that insight on the half of that candle. That is looking something really, really great. To the tick, yeah. And that's where my buddy Scott, you guys have seen him a couple times. He calls that the kink trade. That's a major kink on the daily. where the MA and the EMA just totally bent down, right? It has a nice little sharp turn. And when we do that, I enjoy taking a kink trade, and that will be about 50% of the previous candle. So we've already tagged that, Jay. So I'm really curious to see how we end up today, especially right here, right now. What are we going to do at this level?
Should be a pretty interesting day here. Taking a look at the components of the Nasdaq, we got Nvidia Nvidia up 2%, Apple up 2.2%, Microsoft down over 0.5%, Amazon up 0.75%, Google down 1.25%, Broadcom up 3% after that beating that it took last week after their earnings, Tesla up 1.5%, Meta down 1.83%, and Micron up 10% today for Micron. Again, that's another relief rally in Micron. That also got beat up last week. Walmart pretty much flat here. Taking a look at the quote board, the NASDAQ is up 1.65% right now. Let's see what we got going on here. Henrico, do you also wait 15 minutes to take a trade? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's been my kind of rule for the last, I would say, almost a year now since I've been following this rule, waiting out for first 15 minutes. And I'm actually on board with Mandy here as well. Sometimes it kind of extends to 30 minutes because that 4-hour candle opening that we have on top of this hour usually acts quite aggressively. It creates a little bit volatility, and that's usually when I find the best location for my trades. But for me today, if we will go any higher, I'm keeping an eye out on around 760 on Nasdaq. I'm looking at 29,760 to 29,900 because that's the point where we broke daily 9 EMA last Friday. So that's usually when those high time frame EMAs break, we see price wanting to retest them quite soon to kind of confirm if we have a trend kind of change. So I'm looking to see if maybe we can get a little bit push higher into this 800s and then maybe see a reaction there. And it's also the 800 level is, for me, that was the support when we were doing all-time highs. It was resistance, turned into support. So now this week I'm looking a little bit to see if this area turns into resistance again.
Seeing some selling coming in here in the equities, 29,445. I shouldn't say the equities. I should say NASDAQ and the S&P because the Dow was ripping to the upside. We got the S&P trading 74.47s. Tilt right now, 59% short in the S&P, 70% short in the NASDAQ, 29,425. Really nice rejection off of that midpoint area. You know what, guys? I had an idea of just setting a limit order sell right at that 600 level. Yeah, right at the midpoint. We see it time and time again. On these big sell-off days, that midpoint is going to be a line in the sand. And we're down almost 200 points from that area in the first 5 minutes of the market being open. Pretty strong rejection there right off that midpoint. We got a VWAP all the way down at 29,234 in the NASDAQ. So let's see if we can continue to sell into that right now. Dow pulling back a little bit as well. The Russell is selling also. Gold not doing too much here. Actually, let me roll that over. That is the wrong gold contract. You're trading August gold. Nothing on the headlines just yet. Yeah, gold pretty flat here. And crude oil selling off a little bit here. $90.72. Crude low of the day, $90.65. Looks like it's going to test that low, $90.54. I believe the house account stayed out of opening range trades today. Actually, we were in a gold trade. JD, let me know if you were still in that gold trade in the house. 6 minutes into the open here. Seen a little bit of a bounce in the NASDAQ. Henrico, do you have levels that you like, or kind of wait to see how the market plays out?
Yeah, for me, I base on my levels, I would say, on two factors. So again, if I go on an hourly chart, I see that around 760 on Nasdaq, 29, 750, 760 was the support area before. I'm kind of expecting this area to become resistance if we go there. And another thing is I'm looking at EMAs, and usually if there is a heavy kind of trend switch like we had on Friday, I see that on NQ on my right, there is 15-minute 200 EMA sitting at 700. And if I go on a daily chart, I also see that there is 9 EMA on daily around 800, 900. So I think this area is for bears to kind of defend, for bulls to take over. So anything around 700, 800 is my area of interest today.
800s. Let's see here, 29,453 last trade in the NASDAQ. Looking at that quote board, Micro Bitcoin, which took a beating last week after Saylor sold some Bitcoin, up 5% right now. Again, that is another relief rally, 63,640, but it's our number 2 percentage mover on the upside right now. So keeping an eye on Micro Bitcoin as well. No trades here yet. Our traders are going to wait that first 15 minutes. Nothing wrong with being patient here. So Mandy, while you wait, what are you watching develop?
Yeah, I'm watching how is price reacting to certain levels. I have a few different levels on my chart. I have actually a support level that we broke through earlier, but now that we're retesting at 431, that's not my pink line. We've had multiple touch points over a lot of history back when we were in this area in May, and all the times before that. We had multiple touch points where the candle body or the wick tagged it around the 430 range. So we have a rejection off of that. We're coming right now upon an 1 minute anchored VWAP. Curious to see how we react here. That's on my 1 minute chart. We're going through that right now. Curious to see how the 1 minute candle closes, but we did tag on the 30 minute 420s or so. That's a 30 minute 7 MA that we bounced off of. Looking onto my my 15 minute chart, we are currently crossed. So 6 minutes, we'll see how these two interact. Again, I told you guys earlier at the start, my A++ setup is when a 15 minute, a 5 minute, and a 1 minute all align. So I'm looking for when all of them cross and they have the same line on top. Green is my EMA of 5. That's telling me to go long. Yellow is my 7 MA. That would be telling me to go short. So still waiting for that. We have 5
Mixed signals right now
until my candle closes. Yeah. So we're waiting.
Gotcha.
Yep. Back under that candle closed below that anchored VWAP at 477. So again, just looking and seeing how is price reacting. So I'm feeling a little bit more bullish. We have the 15-minute holding below that MA. We rejected off of the anchored VWAP. We're pushing now below that support level of 431. So really, really interested to see how we hang out here. Could even chop, Jay. We don't have to have the NQ give us the answer right away. NQ does like to do that sometimes.
Oh yeah.
Good point here. Crude making new lows of the day here, $90.44. 74.40 last trade here in the S&P. 29.430s last trade here in the NASDAQ. Looking a little heavy here. The S&P full session VWAP 74.25, and in the NASDAQ that's down at 29.245. So we got a little way to go. What does crude oil know, Dolby time? Let's see. I'm going to I think we might be getting some news here, but we'll see just in a minute. Got a poll up in the chat here. Do you think crude oil closes under $90 today? Yes or no? I'm going to vote no on that one.
We had such a crazy market on Friday. That right now everything feels so slow. The Friday NQ was really out there for violence. It was moving. And now this is.
Does everything seem slow, or is everything normal? Right, Friday was an anomaly.
Yeah, it was
across the board, right? We don't get days we don't get 5% down days in the NASDAQ often. This just feels like normal, maybe some normal price action here. The Dow did make new highs there, 51.311s of the day, and selling off right now, getting ready to test back into settlement here. 51.11s last trade here in the Dow. Crude catching a little bit of a bid. Got another 3 minutes or so before that 15-minute candle closes. Black Thor Drives Better says today will be another Friday. We're going to get another 5% down day. We'll see. We will see.
I
Taking-
kind of agree what Hogue said in the pre-market. I think we're gonna have more rangy since we also have a rollover, if I'm not wrong. Then probably gonna have more range week, I would assume. I don't like to make predictions on this market because
Same.
this market just does whatever it wants, right? But let's put, for example, if we continue this bearish trend that we kind of started on Friday, if it actually develops in some kind of downtrend for, I don't know, weeks or so. Usually what I saw last year on those downtrends, or when the shorts came a little bit better trades, was Mondays usually can go against what the rest of the week gonna do. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if we do like a little bit more zombie rallying to the upside today to kind of, we as a traders, we have
right now.
short-term memory. Yeah, everyone will start looking for longs again, and then maybe we have another shorts. But again, I truly hate predicting this market because it's
So it's
more
dangerous
than
sometimes,
1
Enrico.
hour. Yeah.
You predict, and then you get anchored to that prediction. We just got to trade what's in front of us. We're seeing the equities catch a little bit of a bid here now. 29,530s. Let's see if we make a run back up those 600s here. John Ross in the chat is long. I was looking for a spot, John, but let's see. I am kind of favoring the longs in this market up to 600s. Up to 600. At 600, the market, the Nasdaq's going to decide what it wants to do from there. But
Yep. I mean, this is why I wanted to wait that 15-minute, Jay. I mean, look at this 15-minute candle. I mean, it's tiny. The wicks are, the downside's gross. We're bidding up here. Would have hated to try to catch a short and then see this happen.
Absolutely. We got a regular trading hour VWAP, New York session VWAP 29,487 in the Nasdaq. What I'm looking for here is, do we get a 3-minute candle to close above that VWAP here? The S&P is rejecting at it, 74.51, trading 74.50s right now. Nothing on the headlines just yet. But again, make sure you stay tuned into Topstep TV. We will be bringing you any market moving news as it happens and the market's response to it. Taking a look at the tilt, 55% long in the S&P, 66% long in the Nasdaq. That tilt was heavy short as we were selling off. It looks like the tilt is adjusting to the markets as they go.
Mm-hmm.
15-minute candle closing in 20 seconds. Mandy, what information are you getting from this as this candle closes?
Yeah, so we could disagreement right now. 15-minute greens on top. We're closing now. Here, let's see what happens in 5 seconds, Jay. Then I'll give you a better insight. 2, 1. Okay, we closed above that EMA on the 15-minute. It was a red candle. 15-minute is EMA still on top. Same with the 1. Of course, that matches. I said I wanted to look for alignment, so I'm gonna be probably waiting at least another 5 minutes. Yellow's on top. We did just tag the EMA on the 5 minutes, so a lot of indecision at this point from what I'm looking at on my charts and my strategies. So hands off for me. We'll give it a little bit more time to digest. Again, I don't want to get into something preemptive to then, not follow my rules and lose on a trade. Again, base hit for me first for this Monday. Volatility. I'm playing it smart this week. I'm just going to be really cautious, but still follow my rules.
There's nothing wrong with that at all, Mandy. Rules are why you get paid, Enrico, right?
100%.
It is. And lately I've been kind of, I don't want to say on a streak, but I have had days where I find myself breaking some rules on those combines. I realized a lot that my biggest enemy is not the market. My biggest enemy is myself. I get into those moments where I tell myself to not do something, and I'm still gonna do it. And I think last Friday was the first time, I would say in a year or even more, where I tried to long the market, even though everything told me to not long. Everything just even technically told me to just keep shorting this market. It looked good for continuation. It looked good for shorts. I still tried to reverse the market. And I think Friday was the first day in, I would say, in a year where I blew the accounts. I hit the DLL. Thank God it saved me. I didn't lose the accounts entirely. It just hit the DLL, and I kept purchasing new accounts. And this is a loop where I haven't found
Gotta
myself
slow yourself
in a
down.
very long time. Yeah, and then I took a really, I would say, weekend where I jumped completely off from the charts. I went to the forest. I kind of wrote down all my trading rules again, and then yesterday kind of locked myself in terms of the market. Just traded what was in front of me, and I ended up last night Asian session with, I think I have like 6 combines right now, all 2,000 up. So I saved all the accounts that I blew on Friday in terms of hitting DLL.
There you go.
All of them are back to the start or a little bit more, and now I'm just looking to kind of get back into the groove where I was for the last 7 months, where I actually followed my rules. I was actually trading what was in front of me, and not making myself my own enemy.
Absolutely.
Nice.
Crude on the bid here. Crude trading $90.98. We had that poll up in the chat. Do you think crude closes under $90 today? 59% said no. 41% said yes. I voted no on that one because we saw some volume right at settlement in crude, $90.54. About 250 contracts traded in a second right there. We're already right back up to this $91 level. Coach Hoop posting some news in the chat. Netanyahu will hold a security cabinet meeting tonight at 9 p.m. local time in Israel. We are still seeing the equities here. 1 minute opening range looks like it is the high of the session so far in the NASDAQ. Back under that regular trading hour VWAP, 29,450s last trade. I did take a little scalp long, but I'm already out of that trade in the NASDAQ. Like I said, I wanted to see a 3-minute candle to close above the regular trading hour VWAP. Took a long, but not really seeing much flow to the upside. That rejection at that midpoint, keeping that in the back of my mind as a line in the sand. The market needs to claim over that before I really do trust any longs in this market.
Yeah, Jay, 50 seconds until this 5-minute candle close. As long as we can hold below about 476, that is where I have confluence right now on the anchored VWAP and my EMA both on the 5 and the 1. 15. So getting ready for that A++ setup. We're going to size small. Just do one contract, see what we can do here. We got about 20 seconds to see if we can hold below these 476s. And curious to see how we respond at 430, though, if I do get short.
There you go.
And you're looking for longs or shorts?
For shorts, sorry.
Mm-hmm. For me, I'm not still seeing anything. I kind of want to showcase what I just explained regarding following the rules as well. And one of the rules that I have for the New York session is don't trade in the range of that 15-minute opening. So right now we are exactly in the middle. My confirmation would be closing 5-minute candle either above 580s for longs. Doesn't matter. I will immediately switch to finding position, but it's more trying to find the location. And for shorts, I'm looking at 398 to break. So we'll see.
I said okay, I'm going to let's see. I'm trying to decide if I want to get short or not. We closed that 1-minute candle and the 5-minute candle on 474, 475. So it's technically below, but that 1-minute chop, okay, we're getting short. I got a terrible fill.
Andy, short, what price you get?
Quite a while. 446. Yeah, nothing great. We're gonna see if we can get down below these 400s is my goal. Just a little base hit. Looking to add into this. Yeah, this is. Let's see what happens here and now. Like I said, that 431. Very curious to see how we react here. A little bit of a bounce, tiny bounce, of course.
Short 1 micro, Mandy?
Yeah, just 1 micro. Not looking for a home run. This is just going to probably be a chop fest today. And I just want it to be a small loss, Jay.
Okay. Managing the risk, nothing wrong with that. Market really hasn't gotten directional since the New York session has started, which, sometimes is the what you would expect, right? We're up 750 points from the low of the overnight session. That is a lot of movement for expecting more of that in the New York session, right? So little range for now. We'll see. This is where I hear Hogue in my head here saying better trade location may come later in the day. We'll see what happens here. Looking at this quote board, 36 different markets we can trade with Topstep. We got soybean meal down 1.25%, platinum down 2.4%, natural gas down 2.75%. Upside, we got the Nikkei up 2.4%, micro Bitcoin up 5.5%, and micro Ethereum up 6.75%. To talk about our big four, crude oil up 0.65%, the S&P up 0.67%, gold down 0.2%, and the NASDAQ up 1.63% right now. Gold is trading 43.5620.
But the chat is on fire today. At least when the market is quiet, the chat is on fire. I saw a comment that kind of made my day and made me chuckle here. Henrico is so dialed into trading, I will trust him with my wife and dog in a hotel room all weekend.
There you go.
That's probably the best comment I've seen when I've been on Topstep TV.
Hey, you're a trustworthy guy, Enrico. They only met you on the internet. They would trust you with their life. It seems like Nasdaq back above 500s here, 29,506. Mandy, still in the trade?
Yeah, I am. We just can't seem to push above yet. I've been watching this candle and the previous two. We were holding below. Now we're finally starting to get a breakout in the 500s. It's kind of nice. Get the loser out of the way, man. If that's the case,
get these losers.
Get my tradies out. Get the base. Just get out a bad trade and then dial in and let's get the next one. So it looks like we are going to be ranging. Yeah. I was looking for a breakout trade. You guys know me. I'm a momentum trader. Not bad on my end in the sense of now we're at the upper end of this range that we have been kind of formulating since around 8:38 this morning. So let's see, can we get above these 50s and hold, Jay? Let's see
it. 29,540s in the chat. Chat, I'm going to be on Fast Markets all week. I'll be placing some trades as well. If you guys want to talk trash about my trades, you are more than welcome to do so. But if you talk trash about the Knicks, I may have to mute you for the week. 29,534 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Got Mandy short from 446.
Oh, I'm all out. Sorry, Jay.
Oh, you flat? Okay.
Tagged out on that. But yeah, let's we can always re-enter another short. Sheesh. Yeah, this looks like such range playing right now. This is quite wild, which is a little trickier for me. I'll be honest, Jay. I am a momentum breakout trader.
Just not seeing it yet.
Not seeing it. Yeah.
I trade very similar to you as well, Mandy. And I know for me, I'm seeing a market that is all right. Henrico's long. What price you got, Henrico?
Right now, 494. I saw the reaction.
How much size?
Yeah. 3 micros.
Go ahead. Gotcha.
I saw a little bit confirmation from those EMAs. I'm looking for this 21 EMA. I'm going to share my screen quickly. I'm looking this orange line, which is 21 EMA on 5 minutes. We closed last 5-minute candle below 9 EMA, so I'm looking for a little bit momentum, just as Mandy. It looks like as soon as I enter, it wants to stop me out. We'll see. We have the New York view up here as well, so this market is brutal.
Gosh. It is brutal.
But I'm honestly, I feel easier to enter when you play with the profits, right? I'm up 1.7, so I'm risking about 300.
Yeah. Do you set a limit? Do you set a limit for how much you want to protect as far as your profits go? You're up on the day. You already had a winning day, and if you see more opportunity, absolutely take it, right? But do you set a limit for I'm not going to give back more than X% of my profits for the day?
Yeah. So usually the way I trade combines is I'll try to always make 1-2,000 with momentum trades. And then I will start protecting the profits in terms of even numbers. So if I'm up 2,000, I'm risking 500. If I lose that 500, I'm done for the day. I'm happy to take that 1.5 for the day. And that's kind of like how I do it until I'm on the maximum profit target you can do per day. So right now I was up 1.7. I will probably risk around 200 more, and I will just lock it out and accept my 300. 1.3 for the day.
Got you here. We got the tilt back to 50-50. 29.4. Yeah, this is what's going on, Mandy?
Just didn't have a wide enough stop on that. Stop loss better. Now it's doing exactly what I wanted it to do.
The 1 minute opening range is still the high of the day. That's why a lot of times you'll see, stops go above the high of that opening range. Right idea. Hey, Mandy, next play mode. You could get back into another trade if it sets up. You don't have to force it, but we are seeing some selling coming in here now. 29,399s. Top of the hour coming up in about 10 minutes here. Let's see. We are starting to sell off here. 29,378 now.
Jeez.
S&P coming down to that regular full session VWAP 74.28.
All right, I'm going to look for a pullback close to 400. See if we can get in short. This 15-minute has a 140 until it closes, but this thing just might go. Sheesh, look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Nice selling here in the NASDAQ. Crude still catching a bid, $91.06 last trade here in crude.
Yeah, this thing is going now.
Yes, it is.
Jay, I'm a little frustrated right now, so I'm gonna use my lockout feature.
There you go.
For like 5 minutes. I just need a full reset, you guys. The fact that I got stopped out literally does everything that I want it to do, and then I'm just frustrated. So I'm gonna hit pause on that's why we have this. Don't try to chase anything. See everything reset up here in about 5 minutes. The top of the hour will come and go. Yes, I'm a little frustrated. I don't get frustrated often, but this
hey, Mandy, I have a question
real
for you.
Trading right here. Yes, Jay. This is real trading.
Do you, yes or no question, do you have the chat open?
Yes, I look at it sometimes, but to be honest, I haven't really looked at it too much since this trade. I've been watching this chart mostly.
There we go.
This was me all last week. I picked 2 losers. And then what was it on what day was that? Thursday? I think I had a 75 point that had me green at the end of fast market.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
I follow the process. Losses are to be expected, but when my emotions are starting to get a little bit ahead of me, I could see myself in this moment being like, I was right. Let's just get short. And then, it bids back up. There could have been a better entry location, right? And so just practicing good emotional management, I think, is an essential part of trading. And so that's where these lockout features and personal timeouts are really, really good, because trading is such an emotional thing. I mean, that's one fact that you can't deny, Jay. Like it is emotional. Yeah. How we handle those emotions is what makes us great traders.
Absolutely.
And you are a great trader, Mandy.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Oh, man. Love the love here. 74.27 is the full session VWAP in the S&P. We got down there. Didn't get an exact tag of it, but looking pretty heavy here as crude continues to bid. $91.18 last trade here in crude. 29,363 last trade in the NASDAQ. 59% short tilt in the S&P. 50-50 in the 50-50 across the board, really, here. The NASDAQ did just bounce off of the pivot. 29,343 is that pivot price.
I was going to say that. Pivot indicators have been one of my favorite ones. I heard we had a few exciting things added, right, over this weekend. I haven't had a chance to dissect those yet, but
there's some new trend indicators. If you search Topstep on your indicators tab, we got daily levels, HA trend, initial balance, opening range, price info, sessions, SSL hybrid, T3 trend magic, and the new Vidya indicator as well. 4 more indicators added this weekend. And if you follow MP and Josh on Twitter, there's more to come for all of you order flow traders. They're on the way. They are on the way. Nice bounce off of that pivot, 29,400 last trade here in the NASDAQ. S&P tagged that full session view up, and we are back on the bid here. The Russell catching a bid, Dow catching a bid as well. Crew trying to figure out what to do with $91. Let's see here. Wow, what a bounce there in the S&P.
Mm-hmm.
Popeye in the chat. I agree. They really respect them. There's actually a lot of cool features with that. You can put it off of a traditional or standard on the pivot point feature, or shout out to VWAP George. You can actually set them up to Fibonacci levels too. So I'll pull this up real quick. You go to pivots, type traditional. That's what I have right now. If you just were to throw that onto your chart, you can change it to Fibonacci, Woody, Classic, DMARC, Camarilla, or Floor. So really cool options that Topstep has. I love that they're adding a lot of great things to help our traders and find what works for them. And appreciate the work in the background, just trying to help traders level up and use the cool things that they have. I think it's awesome. Back into 400.
Absolutely. Nice bid here. Henrico, what are we seeing now? You took that first attempt long, stopped out of that one. How are we seeing these markets now?
I'm currently just observing regarding how this 400 level, how this 5-minute candle closes at this 400 level. If we close above the 400, I'm still inclined for longs. If we don't close above this 400 level, I am more inclined for shorts. I think this New York VWAP might be a good location. That's 29,454. So right now, just seeing, I'm with Mandy in terms of needing a little bit cooling down before I jump into another trade. It's always like when you win a trade, you feel super confident. You feel like you want to take more money from the market. That's usually doesn't end up so well, and the same thing goes vice versa, right? If you lose, you want to make it back quickly, and usually doesn't end up really good.
There we go. So that is the perfect time for us to go to a little bit of a break, and we'll bring in some more of our guests. As we were talking about, we were making updates to this platform. We're going to run a quick video for you, and we'll be right back with Andre and Hogue. All right, there we go. A bunch of updates for the Topstep program and to our show here. Welcome into the show. We got Andre and Hogue here. Everything feels right with the world. Dre, how we doing today? Happy Monday.
I've been better than Jay. Thank you very much. Welcome everybody to Topstep team. No, I'm just kidding. Let's get right into it. Moving into jumping on a moving train here. Hogue, let's break it down.
Right now.
Yeah, well, I need Hogue's update because I've been hitting update on Windows. I'm gonna throw that out the window. Hey. Hogue, let's go to you. Break it down. Catch me up to speed. I appreciate it. Hi, Mandy. Hi, Enrico. Sorry for being late.
Hi.
Hello, Andrew.
Well, yeah, good morning, everybody. Another update for you then, Andre. So this is the S&P's 30-minute chart. Overnight lows tested last week's lows, rejected. We've been seeing higher highs and higher lows ever since, but we've got a little bit of resistance up here at our weekly kickoff high. I thought I was crazy putting it here, but it seems to be operating relatively well today to put in the session highs here so far. Big day on Friday, big move to the downside. Lots of things coming out this week. We are in rollover, so there's lots of conflicting information coming at us in these markets, and typically that is always going to be true. We're just kind of ranging between the overnight VWAP, which on the 30-minute chart I have here at 74.28, and weekly kickoff high in the S&Ps. We are holding inside of value from Friday. I'm seeing value low on this platform at 74.24 half. So I do like the longs, but we're still seeing some resistance up here at 74.66, this week's current weekly kickoff high. We did see a pretty dirty high come in here in the equities. Initially, the opening range was the high of the session and up against the weekly kickoff high with overnight inventory to the long side. I did like the short side up there, but it did take out the high of the opening range just by a few ticks and a few points in the Nasdaq. I'm calling that a very dirty high. That's when Mandy got stopped out on her trade, and that was just a dirty high. It wasn't fair. Anyways, so we are seeing higher highs, higher lows, liking the idea of possibly using the VWAP to limit risk. And at this point, using weekly kickoff high in the S&Ps to limit risk. NASDAQ, very similar situation, a little bit different though. Overnight inventory, definitely to the long side. We're still inside the range and trying to accept value from Friday's session. Value low on this platform coming in at 29,371. We've taken a couple of looks above weekly kickoff high, 29,475. We've been showing signs of rejection up there, but if we're going to reaccept value, I can see us taking out and pushing price to higher levels, perhaps to better trade locations for shorts, if that is your jive today. Big breakout to the downside in gold on Friday. Market is really kind of holding inside the overnight range, seeking new information with no economic numbers today, really headlines are what I think everybody seems to be waiting for. Overnight high and overnight low look like interesting spots. As far as gold is concerned, I'm looking for this market to see if we can see some continuation to the downside today. But of course, we've already rejected above initial balance high. We do have a failed downside auction that has already played out to the initial balance low. I'm looking to see if we can. I'm monitoring for continuation to the downside in the longer time frame. Let's just leave it at that. And crude oil, we had some kinetic energy, kinetic things happening overseas last night, and we did have a weekend gap, which we've just went down and kind of closed that weekend gap. So this weekend gap is now closed. Opening range, wasn't neither the high nor the low. Very range bound so far in this Monday session. See if we continue to see acceptance inside of value, which could bring us all the way down to 89.92. I'm wondering if we are going to close below $90 today. But as far as the bigger picture, we're very range bound and relatively centrally located inside of that range. So Mondays tend not to be my best trading days. I'm going to be patient, looking for good opportunities. There's going to be a lot of them this week. This week is going to be a little bit crazy, I think. It's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Good to see everybody this morning. Enrico, Andy, Andre,
Hogue.
Jay,
Good to see you,
good
Hogue.
morning.
Love it, Hogue.
Enrico, I love what you said. You went out into the woods and walked around a little bit. That's always very cleansing to me.
It is, and we in Estonia are really blessed. I think our country is almost 65% covered in forest, so more than half is covered in forest. So it's not you don't need to go far to find a forest and kind of clean your head and refresh yourself.
Nice.
Cute.
God talks to me out there.
Do we know which way the market's going to go next? You guys take trades without
I know,
me?
right?
Does anyone know which way the market? Well, Hogue, what do you got for Delta?
ES 600 positive. It actually got pretty positive when we were down near those lows. So we did see a little bit of a kind of a long squeeze down there, if you will, kind of opposite of a short squeeze. But NASDAQ negative 500. Nothing too directional. We're basically right in the middle of the ranges. Be patient. I'm focusing on extremes as always, but nothing really usable as far as those delta numbers are concerned. Andre, my friend, let's see what plays.
Okay, sounds good. Jay, Mandy, Enrico, thoughts?
What's up, Dre?
Hey, we're trading under 30,000
Ooh.
in the NQ.
I've got an if then.
Yeah, hit me with an if then. Let's go. Get your head in the game, Dre.
Yes. 3 minutes. If we hold below 460s, 455s, I like shorts. That would be a hold below an EMA of
I see.
on the 15 minute.
Uh-huh.
And then on the 5 minute, might need a little bit lower than that. 33s. We have 2 minutes, 45 seconds. Again, that would tell me short. So we're still holding above, butting up against to this anchored VWAP. So I hate to say it, I'm have a little bit of a bias still. I'm short biased. But if we don't hold below the 33s on the 5 minute candle close, then yeah.
Okay. 30s,
That's
30s,
it.
30s.
That's my line
Okay,
in the sand.
I like it.
Nasdaq keeps holding this regular trading hour VWAP. Every time it gets up there, I took a long
Yeah.
earlier, Dre, but every time it gets up there, we are seeing some decent rejection. Right now, it's at 460s. Looked like it wanted to try to reclaim it, but
I'm looking for the
seeing
same
some
thing
pressure
to break.
there for now.
Shorts.
Yeah.
Up against 460.
It's a short
Okay.
against it until it breaks. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, last trade 29,415. We got ES closing back on overnight VWAP. Bottom of the hour, we will jot down those initial balance high, initial balance low prices, or you just click on that indicators tab, type in Topstep X initial balance, and you'll get those laid out for you. All right, we got
Gold selling here as well.
Gold is down ticking. Yes, it is. 43.43 last trade. ES ladder, a little thinner than we've seen in the last week. 10 on the bid, 10 on the ask. 20 on the bid, 20 on the ask.
There's nothing
Roll
there.
over.
Is that what it is?
Spoos and rollover?
It probably has something to do with it. Yeah, as volume goes into the September contract, you're going to see a little less liquidity in the June contract. It's a little early for that, but it may be a part of it.
What symbol is September, Hogue? You see June?
U.
U. That's right, U.
You
Is September. I see 10 year. You, Superman. That. What's the 10 year doing?
Wow.
10 year.
Tell me you're a millennial
Millennials,
without
man.
telling me you're a millennial.
Soldier Boy.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. 465s here. 465s. They just bought that up in the NQ. They snapped that right back down. Wow. Right.
Yeah.
471.
It's a tricky one this morning.
We're sitting here doing Soldier Boy, and the 470s just printed. Now back down to 29,000. 435, 50 on the tilt.
All right.
Tricky one this morning.
Did anyone take the short? Enrico, did you catch it? Or are you singing Soldier Boy as well?
I catch
Soldier Boy?
some nice longs at
yeah.
Globex Open and Asian.
Okay.
Only took one trade right now during fast markets. Was not so good for me. But I'm looking at the same level. That 450. If we see candle close above 450, I'm interested in longs. If we
Longs
keep
above
rejecting from that New York VWAP, I'm interested in
Oh.
the thing is, market is moving a lot in terms of points. So I feel any trade you take, you either need to size down a lot or you have to be really precise with tight stop losses, because visually the market looks the same as always, but actually we are getting 100-point 5-minute candles, and it's a tricky market to trade with.
Oh,
a
I'm
bigger
short
size.
one.
There you go, Mandy.
You take it?
Yep. See if we
Nice.
can get close to these
Dre, did you take it?
300s.
I did not. I was
Okay.
screwing around.
Yeah. Mandy, what price are you short from?
411s, half. You guys should be so proud of me. I did not market into that. I did put in a limit sell. So
There you go.
that was there you go. I knew what I was looking for. It was that if then statement.
Uh-huh.
Ray.
Yeah, I know. And now we're trading the 300 handle, 29,000, 396.
So why did I do that? Cross on the 1 minute, yellow's on top. We're still holding below the EMA on the 5 minute, 15 minute. We have a tag of the MA with a close below the EMA. So this is an A setup for me.
Let's
So
go,
we'll just
Mandy.
see.
Okay.
We'll see. See if we
Yep.
can get to new lows.
Wow. How about that?
It's hard. I don't have more than one contract on because I'm
100
trying to be
points.
smart today.
29,377. It just turned around, pushed lower 100 points in about 2 minutes.
Wow.
Selling against that regular trading hour VWAP was a
100%.
pretty
What a
nice
setup.
trade up there. Let's see here. So the problem is the NASDAQ has not been able to get down to the full session VWAP, which is down at 289s. The S&P is there right now, 7430. So, and this is kind of where Hogue, I think you were saying, we're kind of stuck in between here. We'll see what happens. But crude is starting to catch a little bit of a bid, 91.45s. Let's see, do they just keep us stuck in the middle of these two, or is one of them going to give up selling below full session VWAP or buying back above regular trading hours? Right now, it's the range.
Yes, it is.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
It's whippy indeed. ES, like
Yes,
Jay said,
it is.
just get right to overnight view up, couple point bounce there. NQ. Has it been like this all morning so far?
All morning.
Yeah.
Yes.
All morning. I am
Dirty.
long the Russell here. I'm long one lot in the
Okay.
Russell.
I didn't like that. I got out of it
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Long Russell.
because we just couldn't flush. I'm looking to re-enter.
Long of one lot in the Russell. 2868. Let's see. I'm looking
It's tricky.
for.
Right back.
It is. Very tricky.
It's very thin. And very, very thin right now. Again, increase. What's the? Anyone got the VIX handy? I could look at it. It's jump. Enrico's still looking for
Let's see.
longs of a 450. All right, Rico, break that down. What you just saw. We saw snaps in both ways, right? We just took a peek above 450 in the NQ. Completely turned around.
That's the New York VWAP is around 450. It's kind of quite easy. If we start holding it as a support, I'm going to look for longs. If we start holding this as a resistance like we are right now, I'm looking for shorts. And my final confirmation for shorts will be 5-minute candle below 398, which is the 50-minute range low. And we are on a shorter time frame. We are dancing on quite a lot of EMAs. If I go on a 5-minute chart on EMAs, both NQ and ES are finding support on 5-minute 200 EMA and 100 EMA, which are in the same area, 329. So I'm looking for confirmation for longs, expecting these EMAs to hold. If we start breaking below, I would look for shorts.
Does it feel like this thing is playing with us?
100%, man.
100%.
I'm putting this up since last week's or on Friday. I'm looking at Friday's chart. Obviously, massive selling on Friday. There's still room to the upside. Nice cut, Mandy.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, I got out just break even. And I'm just gonna lock out on this. Clearly struggling on a Monday. Maybe if I see another setup, I'll switch over to like another combine, but I don't love this price action. And I'm actually I hang out with you guys in the morning. And then for those of you that know, I'm a dental hygienist. And so I have like a 3/4 day shift that I usually do on Mondays. And so, I usually only trade a couple hours on Monday and then I'm done for the day. So I've locked myself out. Just don't need to get chopped anymore.
Well, I'll tell you what you're doing right there, Mandy, by locking out. You're sticking to your strategy. You've been sticking to your process as well. Guess what Topstep TV tip of the week is? Mandy, great. A segue. Stick to your strategy. You bring a new one every week. Avoid chasing trends or reacting to short-term market noise. Oh, boy. That hits close to home. Follow your tested strategy. Trust the process. Even when faced with losses, consistency comes from discipline. You got two of the best right here with Enrico, Mr. Consistent himself, and Mandy sticking to her strategy. Go with Mandy. Consistency. How do we learn to be consistent? And then I'll throw it to Mr. Enrico after that. But consistency and sticking to your plan and not deviating
Consistency.
from it, even if it looks like the market's going to run away without you?
Yeah. One of the biggest things I like to tell traders, especially with like the pressure play, the MA, EMA crosses that I do, is I'm willing to sacrifice some points to not get the earliest entry, but to get most of like the repeatable, higher probability outcome, right? And so with that, you have to just put in the reps. You have to follow those rules to exact. We have like our strategies, right, Dre? Where we know the winning percentage of our strategy. We know our risk levels. Like, is it our profit factor? When we deviate from that, completely changes that statistic. And so that's why we have to stay consistent, right? And so biggest thing is using those Topstep risk features. That's one way I stay consistent. If I end up, you know, deviating from my rules, I end up using more than I want. And so to help us maintain that, I mean, the only way I get to a payout, Dre, is by locking myself out. Like I might be an immature trader for that, but I know that that's what gets me there. So yeah, just showing up, just no losses are part of the experience, and that's part of the strategy. No strategy is 100%, and so just putting in those reps, even when it includes losses, and then learning how to manage those losses, is the biggest thing with the consistency. But
100%.
showing up every day, Dre, that's the short end of it.
100%. Mr. Enrico, stick to your strategy. How do we adjust when a strategy is paying out nicely and then the market state changes? How do we find a time we might need to reevaluate our strategy based on market state change?
I would say you need to know kind of what market conditions pay your strategy the most, right? For me, I know that if we have a really trendy market, that 15-minute breakout has a high probability of hitting. As soon as we go into range market, which we had, I think, from November until February, I adjusted my strategy by starting to play the 15-minute range high and low as a kind of entry points. So I kind of vice versa my strategy. And you need to know what market conditions are the best for your strategy, when to execute, when do you step away. Because again, we as traders, we get paid when we don't do nothing, or we stay on our hands, take the highest probability setups. And in terms of consistency, I would say like it's easier to stay consistent once you see the proof of small kind of hits adding up. Like at first, when you trade, when you size down, you start trading small. It takes a little while to get to the payout. It takes a little while to get paid, and once you kind of complete, I don't know, 1 month of sticking to your rules and staying consistent with not oversizing and everything, you will see it actually pays. And sometimes I have some announcement in this fast market session, and today this question is really relevant to this, because as you know, I was on that 6-month streak, and today I'm uploading video to my channel about buying a car with that same 6-month streak. So I want to quickly show this on the screen as well. This is probably the symbol of my following the rules. This is when I was making the video. This is me with my new car.
Nice.
This is,
what am I looking at? What do you
Audi.
got?
It's Audi RS3. It's I always had a kind of thing where, as you might know, when I started taking payouts, I took my mom to dinner. I gave her envelope full of cash, just saying thank you for supporting me and so on. So once I was kind of done spoiling others, my family, my friends, my girlfriend, then I thought I need a car. And as soon as I finished the green streak, when I had my first red day, that was kind of my secret.
Love it.
Like goal that when you have the first red day, you're gonna go out and buy a car. So this is me a few days ago shooting a video of that car and of the story.
How fast?
That's what I wanted to share.
How fast have you gone in it so far?
Estonian roads speed limits. Let's put it like this. But it's fast.
Yeah, right.
I believe
Enrico.
everything you said up until that point, Enrico.
Congratulations. Well done. All right. Well, we saw the buyers have stepped in right now on the equities, not the Dow, but the ES and the NQ. Is the Russell also pushing higher here?
A little bit. I got stop and profit here. I'm looking at this and I kind of hate this price action. So we'll see. But we are catching a little bit of a bid. Oil's selling off here. I'm long one from 28.68.60.
Okay.
That's great, Jay.
Is the rally
Nice
on?
patience.
Is the rally on? Buyers step in right now. 29,523 just printed in the NQ. ES popped about 10, 12 points right there. 74.50. Gold not doing too much at the moment. In about 2.5 minutes at the bottom of the hour, we will get the initial balance high, initial balance low prices jotted down. What are those? Simply the highest and lowest price traded in the first hour of the New York session. Okay.
Is this a one that you just let run and just let a stop profit be your exit?
So what I'm looking at for a target up here is 28.97s, which is the first level of resistance as far as pivots goes, and the 200 moving average is up there on the 30-minute as well, 2900s. I honestly am thinking about cutting this position in half if it doesn't just tag me out here. There's really no flow in this market right now. It's kind of back and forth, and I'm out. I'm flat. So scratch trade there. I may put it back on, but we are seeing a range right now. So somebody out there loves this.
Dolby.
I thought I tried playing the breakout there. It did break out, it looked like, and we are range bound in the NQ, range bound in the ES, range bound in the Dow. We are.
Yeah.
The longer it stays quiet, quote unquote quiet on the news, market action, there's a lot of room to the upside here, Hogue. There's a lot of room to the upside based on what happened on Friday.
There is.
So I'm long.
How are we going to get there?
The natural bid. The natural bid is
natural. You like it?
I'm long. So from 4.
Got to get away from these weekly kickoff levels, Andre. I mean,
how much?
S&P's 74.66 is holding as resistance. Got to get above that.
NQ 476.
Yeah. NQ 475.
Yeah. Okay.
The way
I see that.
The quieter it stays like this, essentially, as the coast clear to resume the rally we saw overnight.
Never saw a quiet market.
There's a lot of room to the upside. A lot of room to the upside for sure. Let's take a look at that calendar. Pretty quiet on the calendar as well. Obviously, we got CPI, PPI this week. SpaceX IPO on Friday. I do believe. The Dow is stuck. Anything happen to MBT? Enrico, you were looking for longs.
Don't kind of missed my signal when I was telling the story, but I'm
showing off that whip, man. Showing off that whip.
Yep. Good reason to miss the entry, I think, personally.
If this new 5 on the bottom of the hour has come and gone, and we can get those initial balance high, initial balance low prices from Hogue when you are ready. When you're ready, let's hit me with those, and then maybe Enrico got to jump, and he's got to go to the.
All right. Yes. Initial balance high. 74.69 1/4.
469.
Initial balance low. 74.29 even. I always put those
74.29.
I'm on the chart myself, but you can have the platform do them for you.
Oh,
NASDAQ.
Oh, nice.
29.584 is the initial bounce high. 29.331.50 is the initial bounce low.
Okay. All right, sounds good. All right, Mandy, Enrico, my apologies for being tardy to the party. We will start with Enrico. Couple words, let you get out of here, and you get to see in the chat. Never stopped out. Go take that nice car for a ride. But a couple words. Good to see you, Enrico, and then go over to Mandy.
Yeah, always pleasure to trade with you guys. And what I would say is, since I kind of showed the car and showed the story, the whole kind of point was that this car is the physical proof that 1 to 3 micros work. This car was only came from 1 to 3 micros from those payouts. So
Wow.
as we spoke about consistency, I was trying to be as consistent as possible in terms of my trading size, and then I finally had the like physical proof that if you actually do it consistently and if you actually don't oversize, there's going to be something that you can actually physically touch and buy and then enjoy. So stay, I would say, make sure you always use the risk management. It is the key. It plays out in a long term. Protect your account, and yeah, trade well, guys.
Thank you, Miss Mandy. As always, Mandy the markets, and let you get out of here. But good to see you. And a couple words.
Thanks for having me again this morning. I had a great question in the chat that I love to address. Why do I still go to the dental office? Sorry, I might be a little choppy here. But I love helping people. I've been at this dental office for 10 years now. I've had a lot of patients become friends, and to me, it's not work. So trading allows me the opportunity to keep it as a super duper part-time job. It's only like less than 12 hours a week that I'm actually seeing patients. It was my first career. It's something I love and I'm passionate about. And so I don't have to work full time. I don't have to destroy my body as a dental hygienist, working 5 days a week, even 4 days a week. And so trading allows me the opportunity to just do something that I love. Even though I do get paid for it, it's not a job in my brain. I love it, love it, love it. And it's great. So that's why I still work in the dental, but trading allows me that opportunity to still help my family, the finances and things like that. So anyways, for having me. Thank you, Topstep.
Great vibes.
Yeah, been great.
Great vibes. Thank you, Mandy. Okay. We've got a little quick break here. Let's throw this. Topstep TV, Topstep community is continuing to grow. What am I talking about? Well, right here to explain. Bam, just like that, we're back. All right, buyers, is this the time we're going to break out here? J and Q.
It's going. Yeah. It is going. So the midpoint of Friday's price action, 29,600. That is the high of the session so far today. So that is where I'd be looking at for targets for the long. I'm looking at this Russell trade, and that choppy ass action had to stop me out before it's going as well. But it looks like it's getting to the target. This looks pretty good here, man. If you are long, IB high 584s. Okay, 476 is beautiful. Oh yeah.
If they can hold this bid, 600's midpoint again. Friday, NQ selling off 1,000 points. Dow selling off 1,000 points. CES selling off like 160 points or so. A lot of room to the upside, Hogue. When's the zombie rally going to get going here? Where'd the buyers go? That's what
I was thinking the same thing. Never sell a quiet market, and this is pretty quiet. I mean, considering what we're facing this week. Yep, this is.
Oh shoot! I'll get out of one.
Acting like a market I'd be looking for a bid in, but in the S&Ps, I mean, it's just so range bound. It's holding the weekly kickoff high as resistant. I can't buy it yet.
Smooth.
Love VWAP.
Oh, all right.
What's that?
I'll sell one up here, right? Sell one up around, what is it? IB high. IB high 584. Okay. I'll sell you one in the NQ. Let me get out. Let me get out of this.
There you go.
Never got filled.
Snakes.
What happened to that market button?
What? I don't want to pay the I don't want to pay the commission. All right, I got filled. I don't want. If we break
there
out
it
of
is.
here,
Nice
man.
out. Nice out.
Yeah, I got one left.
Oh yeah, it's going.
One run.
This is going. I should have never cut that Russell trade. I'm trying to find another spot in here now.
There's IB high ES. ES trading 74.58. ES on the move, up about 20 points in the last 15 or 10 minutes. Oh, here's 29,600, Jay.
There it is. That's that midpoint of Friday. So
Okay.
and they continue to buy up there. We rejected in the overnight session, but you can see a quick tag there.
Yeah,
I would think management, if anything. I don't know that I'd get out, but management, if anything.
Well, I'm thinking
This
short
is,
up here. What do we got? Tilt 72%.
Okay.
Right? 72%
Huh.
tilt.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm thinking that
go
too,
right
but
back
I
into the
don't,
range.
I don't want to sell it
Big
above the
shorts?
IB high.
This is IB high. If it can break out of here, then it's longs all the way, right?
ES is lagging.
Yeah.
ES is lagging. All right. Well, if we can get out of this thing, it's we're cooking. Or,
See what you're thinking there. I mean, yeah, that would be the range. That'd be the range high.
Yeah.
It's
Tilt 70% long tilt on the NQ ES 72% long tilt.
crude still catching a bid here. Let's look at the
Is it?
components of the Nasdaq. Yeah, crude.
Thank you.
Crude
Now
about to test
trade. Now
$92 right now.
Oh, shoot.
Nvidia up 1.65%, a little off its highs. It was up 2% on the day. Apple up 1.6%. Microsoft down 0.83. Amazon up a quarter. Google down 1 3/4. Broadcom up 3%. Tesla up 3%. So mixed bag here. Micron up 8.9% on the day, and Intel up 11.3%.
Okay, give me some fill. All right, I got flat. Now I'm trying to work a short. I'm not gonna get it.
Coach, we got
Short
Coach
one.
Ray short gold. There we
Really?
go. Yeah.
Short one from 578. Short one from 578. And we have initial balance high in the NQ 29,584.
Good location there, Andre.
Let's see. Yeah.
You're short.
If
It's a good spot.
you're in two, okay.
No, I'm
79
looking
low.
for value high in the S&Ps.
Value high. That's not initial balance high. What price is that, Hogue?
Oh. Right around 74.59.
5.9.
Gives me a cheap short.
7459. Yep. Good call.
You sound like an auctioneer, Andre. 75.59. 75.59.
This is an auction.
75.59.
I remember someone in the chat once said, "Dude, you're making it sound like this is an auction. What are you doing?"
Is it?
What are you doing?
I didn't say anything. I let the chat handle that one for me. But yeah, it was Hogue, this is an auction indeed, correct?
Yes, it is.
Crude
Yes.
on the bid here.
20 minutes to see if we got a failed upside auction in the NASDAQ. 20 minutes. Shorts are preemptive.
What happened to the Dow? Dow.
Nothing. Absolutely. It's
Nothing.
just dead right now.
All right. If they're gonna all right, if the rally's on here, I'll cut this short quick. Up against
Dow is just dead here.
Whoa.
Ooh, what
was that?
Oil on the bid here.
Little pop. Hello. What do we got?
Definitely a headline somewhere.
Something hit
Israel defense minister. The Daye in Beirut is judged the same as the northern settlements. I don't think that did it.
That was the reaction.
Attacking Beirut potentially.
Crude popped. Gold sold off. There was a
Yeah.
I saw that market order.
Yeah.
I got nothing.
Just
Now for
we
sellers.
just had.
Gary, you got the sellers.
Yeah,
come back
I
in?
am as well.
Sellers. You short?
We just had 400. No, I'm thinking longs now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that little spike below the IB. We just had 400 contracts trade in a second in the Nasdaq. They tried to push it. That looks like a potential flush here.
On the shorts. I'm gonna.
I think cheap. Yeah, I'm gonna get long here. Just
Are you
one.
breakout?
Micros. Yeah, real small.
All right, here we go.
Let's see if we hold IB high.
Okay.
Long 2 micros.
The initial.
It's high, but we'll see.
I don't think that was the. Do you think that was the headline? I think we'll find out what the headline here is in a couple minutes.
Jay, I just joined you in the S&Ps.
What'd you get?
You got long Hogue?
Yeah, 74.56 quarter. Give it till point of control as risk.
Okay, Jay, what'd you buy? Jay, what'd you got? What'd you buy?
I'm long
Cut it.
two micros,
It's not working.
592. Yeah. Yep. Nope.
Caught it. I don't know what this headline is. Dow's selling off now. Gold selling off.
see.
Yeah,
I'm gonna hold.
These markets are brutal.
I think we're getting headlined here.
Yeah, it is. But
Seen
what's the
it
headline
yet,
going to
but-
be? No, I know. A little downtick in the Dow. I saw a lot of size coming in on the offers in the NQ. How about the ES? ES thin ladder, thin. All right, ES downticking.
All right.
The
Just pulled
initial, whatever it was, crude popped. Crude popped about 80 cents. And just continuing. Here it is. Whatever it's going to be. I should have held this short. Unreal. Did you cut it, Hogue?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I know.
That just did not. That just did not work.
Well, yeah. If you knew the headline was going to, I mean, yeah. Well, fortunately, maybe it's not a headline.
Yeah, right.
Fortunately, we didn't know.
Yeah,
Something
this is
out there.
what do we got? 7429. All right, selling coming in here. ES. A 15-point sell-off. NQ. What's going on in the NQ? NQ down about 50 points or so.
So, Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security, if the Zionist-American alliance makes another misstep, the region will turn into hell for it. Minister Katz threatens that any attack on the northern settlements will lead to an attack on Beirut.
Okay, so the rhetoric is certainly continuing to get more aggressive, you could say.
Yep.
Is that what it was?
So we go back into the range.
Is that?
It's interesting the timing of those headlines, right? Right at the midpoint of Friday's range. Is that how that works, Hogue?
Well, you think you do it to
Right,
that extent? Don't put that thought in my head, man. Do not put that thought in my head.
I'm sorry.
Don't
I'm
looking
sorry.
at levels now.
Hey, when you see it happen, when you
if
see
they're
it
looking
happen,
at levels,
right
I'm
at the level.
screwed.
You see it happen right at the level.
All right, I gotta zoom out here because I'm.
There's a lot of wiggling going on here. Something's happening.
Oh yeah,
There
Hogue.
is.
Oh yeah. I'm thinking I want to get back along. This has been the range today, huh? Okay.
Tilt 50-50.
Is it?
61% long crude. Yeah,
This
crude
market's,
made a high there, 92.25s, and we're already down 60 cents from that too.
Yeah, crude turned around.
Oh.
It's
Delta
okay.
negative 1,000 in the NASDAQ now. 500 positive in the S&Ps.
Oh man, we're getting some cross signals here. Paul is up.
It's been playing with us all morning.
Oh man,
I want to get back into this long.
I'm
It just
thinking
stopped me
about
out, but
I'm thinking about it.
Oh,
It's got to
hate
get
it.
above the. It's got to break out above the 600s in the NQ ES. If NQ can hold
This
above,
is that wiggle.
it is this wiggle.
Yeah.
However, that news just cycled through the markets. You could say it's priced in now. And if the ES or NQ want to resume, get back on the path that they were, I think we're all thinking the same thing here.
I put it back
All right.
on. I'm long 3 from 575.
Okay, let's get it. 575 long 3. I'll join you if we can hold. If we can clear the 600s, Jay, I'll join you. I know you got much better price.
Yeah, but you'll get the confirmation that the market actually wants to trade higher.
Yeah. But so we're all rolling and say, all right, look at ES. All right. Hogue, do we get some sort of confirmation there that we're back on the bull?
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, more in the NASDAQ than the S&Ps, but that
Come on.
that wiggle we saw near the middle of the
you go,
range in the
buddy.
S&Ps. We're long again, the S&P,
Hell
74.56. Jay, where are you long?
575 in the Nasdaq.
Well done, gentlemen.
I'm out 1 under 600. I might actually get out of the entire. No,
Oh man, I want to join you.
A little bit.
Hold. If it can hold. If it can hold. Hold the 600. 29,611 last trade. Last
Somebody
trade.
on
We
the
just
bid there with
made new
100
session.
lot.
What do you got? Bidder
Yeah.
offer.
Bid
I'm
610s.
going to add to this.
610s?
Yep, there we go. Here we go. Here we go.
All right, I'm chasing a little
Here we
bit,
go.
but
Here we
looks
go.
like
Here we
rally
go.
is on. There we go. Rally is on. ES on the move higher. NQ on the
You
move
never have
higher.
enough on.
Well,
Right, Hogue? I should have been three minis. But
oh, look
then
at
it
you
would be
guys.
going the other way.
No,
not at all.
long the highs here. I'm messing with you. If you saw the price I got long at, man, you'd be like, what are you doing? Long from 626. Long from 29,626. New session highs ES. New session highs and not ES. Yeah. Okay. Hogue long from 74.56. 74.56. Last trade the ES 74.64. This tilt. I don't like the tilt. Oh.
I'm trailing one.
Whoa,
up
hey,
and then,
baby. Hey, baby. What was that? What was that?
Whoa, hey.
Saw some market orders come in and lift the offer. That was a squeeze, Hug. Those were stops. That was that negative delta in the NQ getting puked out.
Yeah. Negative
What's
400
delta?
now.
There you go. They got puked.
Down to 2.
All right, Jay. Oh, I should have gotten out.
Oh, man. This fucking weekly kickoff high, 74.66. Just ain't giving it up. At least not yet.
Move the line, Hogue. Move the line up.
Yes.
Put it-
I should
put
do
it at
that.
7,600. Yeah, get it out of the way.
Let's get it out of
Market
the way.
listens to you, Hogue.
I wish that were true, Jay. I wish that were true.
Let's go.
All right, I'm down to 1. I don't like that reaction at 650s. Of all that buying
Oh,
comes
that's
in,
just a little
don't stop
profit
at
taking. That's
650
just
like
some
that.
profit
Yeah, a
taking,
little
Jay.
bit.
That's just some profit taking. You don't really want to take
Yeah.
this bad boy. Come on now. Come on now. Buy another one. Is this the breakout? Is the breakout on? Is the rally on? What was those? You saw 74% long tilt in the ES, 71% long tilt in the NQ.
That.
You still long this thing, Hogue?
I am.
Yeah.
Hogue's still long.
Jay? I'm about to add more.
I don't like the volume I just saw at the high of the day here in the Nasdaq.
Why? What do you mean? What does it say?
It says that that's potential for like a 70-point drop, but we'll see.
No,
what
don't
happens.
say that. Okay. The market's telling you
Potential. We don't know what's going to happen, but right at the highs there,
100%.
50 contracts traded in a
Stalling
second.
out.
I don't like
Can
that.
we get a let's go?
Somebody's absorbing. Yeah.
Can we get it? Here we are.
It's not saying get out. It's saying play defense.
Play defense, okay.
Like the Knicks have been
Knicks
playing
better-
defense.
your
in the
Knicks, I
finals.
was just
don't know if
going to say, your Knicks are playing defense.
Let's go Knicks. Knicks are 4.
All right, holding bid here, holding bid ES, holding bid 74. Oh man, this is
Yes.
about another one. Give me a fill. Give me a fill. All right, long a pair. I might sell off here. ES holding bid, NQ holding bid as well. I'll tell you what. Oh shoot! This thing gonna sell back, pull back. I'll tell you what. This thing needs to keep cooking. Those Knicks tickets you were talking about, Jay. Did you see how expensive they are? those
11
prices
grand.
are
11 grand to get in the door.
Insane.
Holy.
Yeah, I know, right, Hogue?
11 grand to get in the door. Absolutely insane.
Well, you're gonna need a lot of moolah.
What are they?
You're gonna need a lot of moolah.
Yeah.
To get those seats.
Yeah,
I'll tell you
seriously.
what, though. Let's take a look at our live funded leaders. Let's take a look at them and see what they're doing. Oh, Rosa up 65 almost. 65 large. Andrea P up 48. Look at these numbers. Julian K up 46. Ibrahim up 38,000. Lucas up 24, almost 25,000. These numbers are popping. Of course, on Friday, we saw Kiara up 162,000. This is one of the most impressive live leaderboards we've seen in quite some time. I mean, what, you got about 250
Incredible.
grand on there.
Incredible.
Insane.
Job well
Just
done.
incredible.
We'll continue keeping an eye on those names and those P&Ls as the day goes on. Top of the
More
hour,
buying.
9 minutes. Top of the hour, 9 minutes.
Was that about a 50-point pullback? Yeah, this looks pretty good
It's
here.
on.
Need new
How about-
buyers, Hogue. New buyers.
It's on. It's on. It's on.
Here we go. Here we go.
Long pair, baby. Long
And I get
pair.
it. Here we go.
Well, I'll tell you who's going to give us the here we go in about 9 minutes. We'll get Mr. Here we go. Dakota will be joining us.
Here we go.
Right on the calendar. All right. Hogue, how many long? 6,
Just one. I was looking
just one? Okay.
see if I can find a place to add it if we break out to the upside.
Right here, baby. What's initial balance high? Oh, there you are.
As long as
11
holds above
grand.
628, yeah, here we
It's
go.
on, man. I think it's on. I think
Yeah.
it's on. It's on.
800s.
29,660 last trade. Holy moly. In the NQ up. Get a load of this. NQ's up about 260 points in the last 25 minutes.
Insane.
ES up about 30 points last 25 minutes or so. New session highs in the NQ. Dow not doing much. Gold little pop there. Get out of one here.
Jay, I might
Also
actually
still
move
on the-
that level.
Yeah, Hogue? You think so?
Got to get it out of the way.
74.66 is weekly kickoff high.
Is it really?
Just stalling out there. Hogue, if you move it and the market moves, I'm
All right, let's try it.
gonna have some questions for you.
74.66.
Where do you put it?
I'm going to put it up to 74. I've moved it up to 74.92 right now just to give it something to aim for.
There you go. As long as the
What am I
Nasdaq
doing?
holds above 28, I really like this trade.
What are you? You still
More
long?
Follow through. Yeah, I'm still long. Still long. Just one. Trying to find a spot to trail this to, but I don't have another great one. I'm
Trail or
basically out
add?
under 600s. Both.
I'm looking to add, man. I think there's a pullback. A little pullback. Little pullback. What do you got? Tilt. 72% long tilt in the ES. In the ES trading 674.64. Again, NQ about 8 on the 250 point rally here in the last 25 minutes or so. Gold with a little pop. Gold trading 43.50. Call it.
Jay, I don't think it's buying my
It's
little
not working.
boy here.
What do
Not
you?
working yet.
You know,
Trying to get Hogue's weekly kickoff level out of the way so the market can go. But
yeah, market.
I think you got to give them time to update the algos, Hogue. That's what it is.
The haters,
Ah.
come on, haters.
Got to give them time.
Come on, Dow. Here's new 5 minutes. Is it on? Is
we
it
go.
on? What? Oh, little run. In
Here we go.
yeah. Oh, got up against IB high. Oh, what's the Dow? What's the ES doing? Get out of here. What's the NQ doing?
Over to the moon.
Yeah. Where do you? Okay, so where's your trailer stop, Jay? You're long from what? 29,000.
I'm long from 575s. Yeah, I'm just
Right.
gonna get out under. I'm gonna get out under 600s and then reassess from there. Like I said, this volume that got absorbed here at this high. I'm not surprised that it's causing the hesitation that it's doing. It's not selling off, which is great, but I'm not surprised at this hesitation right here. There are a lot of times where this type of volume is the high for the day, but with the
think the
anomaly
high's
day that
for
we
the
had
day?
Runs
Friday.
into sellers up there, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Somebody,
man.
like you said, you saw it. You saw the stops go off up
Dude.
there, right? So, do they need to continue buying? Here's the question. So, I don't know that I want to short it, but you have to play defense when you see something like that, especially if the S&P is not going to go.
Oh, Yeah, ES being a hater to the upside. NQ, boy, I had a nice winner on too. I had a nice winner on too. I thought I was gonna go, giddy up. Well, this should pull back. Oh, buyers just like no, sir, no, sir.
Yeah.
NQ staying bullish for now. 29,000. These candles are. The markets are moving right now. They've
Yeah, they are.
woke up. Wow. Buyers in the house in the NQ. Buyers back in the house in the ES. Wow, NQ.
Hold above 628.
Staying long.
And I think we're good. Yeah.
We got tilt leveled off.
Gotta be some stops above this.
Hogue, does that give you confidence in your longs? What we just saw there. We saw some buying get rejected or
Still
absorbed,
valid.
I should say.
Yeah, still valid. Looking for stops above this level here, above the heavy high.
Chat is fired up right now. Chat is fired up. Someone's buys not letting this market drop. Yeah, you saw that. Nice read there. Who was that? 1982. You saw that right there. It would be very. What?
Here we go.
There you go. There you go. New highs, NASDAQ.
Sellers
Here we go.
Punched in the face.
Come on, ES. Your turn. Your turn,
ES.
ES.
Got to get through. 74.68. Initial balance high. 74.69. Coming right up against it, Hogue.
At least took out that 74.66. Let's go.
Yeah, you heard
get
him.
out and push.
It's got to pop. NQ as well.
Now it's below. It can be now it can be support. Come on.
You know, got to get through this sucker.
That Russell trade is cooking right now, too. They just had to stop me up.
The boys are trading it up. Chat is fired up. Here we go. We're seeing click like, click subscribe. Wow, we are light on the likes. And we are now continuing to push higher. Yes.
Chat must be short.
Chat, you're short? Oh, I've been there. 73% long.
Yeah, me too. Same here. They're definitely not short. The tilt is heavy long right now. Getting paid for it. Let's keep going.
NQ in the midst of a 300-point rally in the last 55 minutes or so. ES, same time frame, up on about a 40-point rally. Bulls have taken the ball and are running.
I'm going to trail a little bit more here. Those 628s was a spot we needed to hold. We held.
Holding these.
Yeah.
This long's just, that's your confirmation. How are we managing this sucker? You're long from 74.56. ES currently trading 74.70. How do we manage this now that we got above?
Right now, the stops at break even. I don't really have like a swing low with which to kind of look at. This is a 5-minute chart. So right now, we're just going to let it fly, see what happens.
New session highs, ES 74.72. 74.73 now. Trades.
Got some size here at 700s in the NASDAQ.
We do?
A little bit.
Let's go fill them.
122. 120 on the offer.
122. All right.
Eventually, we'll
S&P with 270 at 47, 475s.
466.
Well, we ain't done. Get out of war.
Eventually.
Yep. More buying.
Single prints now, so that's good.
What does single prints mean, Hogue? What does it look like?
Above the initial balance high, we drove above the initial balance high. The next 30-minute bar has opened up and left single prints above the initial balance high. I'd like those to be supportive.
Initial balance high. He is 74.69. 74.69. What Hogue saying? Pulled back just a little bit, touched it like it just did right there, and then ran back away from it and just kept going higher.
Stops up to 65.
That's right. In that money. Top of the hour is right here. We got the bottom of the hour. We'll have the London close, the Euro close. What's the New York Fed saying? We got some New York Fed 1-year inflation expectations, and it's coming across. It's New York Fed expectations for the job market outlook in May were mixed. Chances of losing job in next year increase. This is the New York Fed. 3-year ahead. Expected inflation unchanged in May at 3.1%. Here come the buyers.
New highs. There we go. That
Here we
200
go.
lot just got
Here we
filled
go.
in the S&P. Still 120 on the offer, 700s in the NASDAQ here. Oh, where price are you on, bro? 58s?
It's 56 even.
Nice.
20 points ago.
Beautiful trade. They came and got us on that first one, but
Yeah, it did.
we were talking about this during At the Buzzer on Friday, right? Don't throw your trade ideas out just because the first one stops you out. Gonna trail a little bit more here. Under 650s, I'm out.
Man, I'll tell you what. All right, well, Hogue, let you manage this trade. ES on the move higher. Gold on the move higher. Dow, NQ on the move higher. We missed this guy on Friday, and it was volatile. So let's get him in here. Dr. Volatility. James, come on in. Hit us with some news. Hit us with some announcements. We missed you, buddy. Good to see you.
What's up, everybody? I missed you guys. Hey, a little word of caution here. Remember, always double check the razor head you're using before you start shaving. Otherwise, you get carded for going to an R-rated movie. I'm a living example for that. Hi, everybody. I'm here to tell you about the things that you need to know to stay in the know with Topstep and Topstep TV. And that includes following us on Reddit. You guys have been doing an amazing job coming over and joining the official Topstep Reddit community, and we want you to keep it up. All right, we are trying to get everybody from our YouTube over in there, and you're doing an A+ job, but there is so much on the Reddit community that if you're not a part of it, you're really missing out, because it is kind of like our new and improved digital trading floor. You can talk shop with other traders, post your wins, post your losses, give us feedback, and interact with Topstep staff and crew right in the Topstep community on Reddit. If you're not a member of the Reddit already, go ahead and click on the link we're going to drop in chat. Be sure to join the community today and start upvoting and downvoting to your heart's content. You guys are one of the best communities here on YouTube. Now let's make sure our Reddit community feels that same love. Let's go take it over. Again, drop the link in chat, click on it, and give us a follow today. Then come back, because today at 12 p.m., we've got group coaching for you. Group coaching, it's the point in our show where we take time out of our day and answer your questions. And if you want to get your question read live here on Topstep TV, the best way to do that is to click on the chat, click on the link that's in chat, fill out your question, and then be back in your seat. Because we take those questions, and every day, Hogue and crew sit down and they answer those questions live. And today, we are joined by 3 amazing guest contributors. We have Hogue, Hoop, and Coach Emmanuel is coming back for group coaching. So if you have a question for Hogue, a question for Hoop, or a question for Emmanuel, the best way to make sure it gets seen is to use the link that should be in chat now. So go ahead and get your group questions in. Now remember, group coaching questions are for chart analysis, questions about different products. Maybe you have a trading platform question, because that's where you want to go to group coaching. Now, our next announcement is for psychology, because we're bringing Robin Dane back to Topstep TV tomorrow, June 9th at 1 p.m. Central Time, and she wants your questions. We're going to drop another link in the chat, and we're going to pin this one to the chat. This is where you can go to submit your trading psychology questions for Robin Dane. Robin Dane is a phenomenal trading psychologist here on the show. We've had her on a couple times. You guys love her. She loves you. So show her some love. Show up tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central Time and submit your questions now. You need a little cheat sheet. Group coaching is trading questions, and Robin Dane is psychology questions. I'm glad we cleared that up. Go ahead and click on the link, get your questions in, and then tune back in tomorrow for a back-to-back group coaching, followed by a special guest, Robin Dane, for trading psychology question and answer. Whew. That was a lot of words. Now, before we go back to the screen for the rest of Fast Markets, guys, the war in Iran has now reached 100 days, and there appears to be no peace deal in sight between the U.S. and Iran. Caught in the middle are consumers, as fuel and other prices have surged. Jen Sullivan has the details on the latest stall in negotiations and the economic impact this war has caused.
It's been 100 days since the U.S. and Israel first launched strikes on Iran, and despite efforts towards a peace deal, negotiations between the U.S. and Iran appear stalled.
The main problem of negotiating with this administration is that you have to face so many changing positions. It makes the whole process very cumbersome, very unstable.
The Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson says the sides are still talking. President Donald Trump sitting down for a taped interview with NBC's Meet the Press Sunday, sounding more optimistic about a possible deal.
We're very close to having a deal, and if we don't have a deal, we'll do it one way or the other. Either way, we win.
One major sticking point is Iran's stockpile of highly enriched uranium, which could be turned into nuclear weapons in days or weeks. Trump has insisted Iran must give up the material, but now he wants Iran to promise even more.
What happens if they not develop, but they go out and purchase, they acquire? I want to put the word, if they buy or purchase or acquire, you've got to have that in there too.
The U.S. also wants to see the Strait of Hormuz reopened. It's a key waterway for global shipping. But since the war with Iran began, maritime traffic has essentially halted and cut off 20% of the world's oil supply from global markets. Caught in the middle are consumers. Oil and gas prices have surged from 100 days ago, and with them, prices for other transported goods.
The gas price story is a serious one. We understand that people are hurting on that.
The national average for a gallon of regular gas as of Sunday was $4.17. That's down from a month ago, but still nearly 40% higher than prices before the war, according to AAA. I'm Jen Sullivan reporting.
Just like that, we are back. Again, get those group coaching questions in right now. We got a new cast. Look at this. Well, we got the All-Stars in the house, and one Hall of Famer in the upper right. Lower left-hand corner, we got Mr. Mohammed. Just beneath me, or just, yeah, we got Mr. Dakota in the house. Let's go to Mohammed. Mohammed, thoughts coming in. The buyers are in the house, ES and NQ. Where do we get long, Mohammed?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Happy week.
Yes.
Wish peace and steady for everyone. The market has usual resilience, looking for new highs. When we came on Friday, we remember that we had some level below to close some gaps, if we remember on Friday, and those gaps have been fully filled successfully. Now, today, it's a reaction from the market. We will see if this daily, because on Friday, we have a giant, big elephant red candle. That usually means one of two things. Either it's an exhaustion candle that will followed by a rejection candle, which looks like it so far, or it should be a start of a new longer trend, which I really doubt in this resilience market. So today's close is very critical. When we look at the 50% of this giant candle, it's around here level where we are 7,475. This is the 50% of the full candle that we saw on Friday. So this is a decision-making level. If you're bearish, this could be a nice area to short. If you bullish, you want to make sure that this level holds. So I'm finding myself long earlier today, as I see as a day trader, higher highs all day long, pre-market, higher highs. We got some correction at the open, two-legged measured moved collection. If you can see, it's very clear here. One leg to the downside, correction, another leg equal level. So that was the correction that the buyers wanted to see. And then buyers came back again, making a new wave of higher highs, as we can see now. I took the short around 7,463. It was only 5 micros. Took some targets at the 70s, 71, and I'm only having a runner at point of entry. This stop, I'm not so convinced. It is, it's not in a good location, to be honest, because the correct location for this stop has to go below 7,455. But I'm day trader. I would happy to exit this trade and look for another opportunity later on to continue bailing up my account. And this move higher is continuing. So I don't want to see a strong push down and just stay in that trade. I want to exit and re-enter again if I get set up, or I will keep trailing. I want to see a clear close above 7,477. So I can trail it at least to this pivot that we see. Opening range, it's already clear for me. And thank you for Topstep X. This is a new indicator that saved me, maybe 20 minutes of drawing. So it's ready indicator. It's called Topstep, I think, opening range something. Let me check. Yeah, Topstep X opening range. So this, I draw it after the open or just prior the open. It will draw the levels for me. As you can see, we can see it respected the opening range low. My settings is 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Some people like it 1 hour. I like it 30 minutes. So the 30-minute level respected the low. Now we at the high. I don't want to see this close below 7,470, so that we will have continuation acceptance of the price higher. Maybe we will go to 90s and then 7,510. Sorry for taking too long.
That was incredible, Mo. That was absolutely incredible, man. He's like, the man just kept going and going and going. It's the one-man show. It's the Mo show. Absolutely incredible. Mohammed is fired up. Mr. Dakota, great to see you start on Slow Market Sunday through Thursday, 7 p.m. Central on Topstep TV. Dakota, where do we buy this? Tell me. You're going to say, where do we buy this? Mohammed, absolutely fired up. What's up, Dakota?
Yeah. I'm short. No.
Oh,
Not this week. Not right now. Three things this week.
It's 11.
We have inflation data Wednesday and Thursday. I'm going to be watching that. SpaceX IPO on Friday, which is going to be big. It's going to be on into the NASDAQ. And we are over 700 points in the green today here in the NASDAQ. So, Hogue, I don't know if you remember this, October 10th, that we've had a few candles where Friday was a really red day. And the following week, we just spent the entire next week or two just completely retracing that move.
Rallying.
Yeah. It seems like that's what we're doing again. We're up 700 points. We look at Friday's price action, and this is, this consolidation area is where we were at the New York on Friday, New York session. We got 30,000, not too far. We got some of this consolidation on Friday around this mid 800s. Maybe upper 700s, which I think this is where we're on our way to come up and test this zone around the mid 800s. I don't see anything else in the way from stopping this market to coming up here and test it. So very strong, very bullish. And those are the key points I'm watching this week. And obviously, we got Jack's statistic still rattling around in the back of my head.
Yeah. What is it? What's the
Yeah.
No all-time high or yearly highs was never made in June. And so far looks like we might be on our way.
That doesn't mean anything.
No, it doesn't, but it's an incredible stat, Mo. It doesn't mean anything, but it's an incredible stat. Yeah, well, actually,
it's incredible, but okay.
Well, it means I'm short, by the way, like an idiot. The stat, what is it? Yeah, the highest print of the year has never occurred in June.
Correct.
Never occurred in June.
Doesn't mean it can't happen.
For everything there is a first time, man.
There's always a first time.
Everything there's a first time.
Right here.
Could be the first time. So it's a noisy information for me. I'm sorry, Jack. It's incredible in finding, but it is not adding anything to my case.
Mo not impressed.
If I'm a detective.
Mo not impressed. What's Mo? All right, we got a lot going on here. We got a lot going on. We got Hogue long the ES from 74.56. Last trade 74.73. Jay, you still got that runner on? Jay's on mute. Hall of Famer on mute.
He does.
Oh, sorry, man. I was laughing too much when Mo get it. Mo, I love you, man.
How awesome was that? It was so awesome.
Yeah, Mo's energy. So yeah, I trailed my stop up. We got 100 points locked in. 29,675 is my stop. And we're just gonna continue to let this one cook. Got some orders up here at 740s, about 100 lot there at 740s, another 100 at 750s to get through. But I don't see a reason to get out of this yet. So just gonna let it work.
Okay. Hogue, are we managing that 74.56, long for 74.56 in the ES? Last trade 74.73.
My cortisol
steps
level
up
is
right under that.
definitely high
Gotta be
today.
high.
I don't like. We're stalling out up here. Hey, Jay, these prices that we're at here in the NQ in relation to that big sell-off on, I don't like that big sell-off on the Friday sell-off. Where are we right now in respect to Friday?
So we are at about we call it 55% maybe of Friday's sell-off. The midpoint was 600s, 29,600s. We got still got another 700 points to get to Friday's high. That was an insane day on Friday, but yeah, we're about 55% recovery from there.
I knew it. I don't like. I'm getting out of these longs.
Same in ES.
We used to have a long
That's
Nasdaq
Yahoo
is up
speaking?
almost 2.5%. Let's see here. No, not right now.
We're seeing some sellers up here. Yes, at least.
Pop
Not
gold,
necessarily the
crude, and I'm gold. I'm getting short. Something's coming in.
Yes, he is speaking now.
Okay, that's all right.
Iran
short.
and Hezbollah are weaker than ever, but the war with them has not yet ended. Crude catching a bid, 92.35s.
I'm short NQ.
I might join you on that one.
For a quick one though,
Somebody's
one. The second, we already saw a similar headline, and it cycled through the market. It took for about 2 minutes, 3 minutes. It might not even.
Somebody's on the offer up here, 740s.
How many?
100.
Okay.
It's definitely slowed down.
It's got to be quick, Dakota. It's not gonna. And well, maybe.
Ooh, there we go.
Wow.
Oh yeah, let's get some of that.
Yeah, it's not good. I think it's gonna be quick. I'm short from what 722. It's gonna be. This is your pullback. Is how I'm looking at this.
I was just thinking about adding to this too.
I'm getting out of these shorts. That doesn't. I got one left. Bottom. Just like that. Just like that. Give me the longs. Just like that.
Wiggling.
I'm back long. Whatever the hell they just said.
Netanyahu says Israel is holding fire in Iran now.
All right, maybe let's just get out of all these trades. I'm long. Dakota, what'd you get? What price you short from?
716. Small size.
It's got to be quick. 50-50 tilt. Hogue, you still in this? Hogue, obviously, trade good. What's your trade?
No, got it.
Cut it? Okay. What would be the next setup then?
I'm
What's the next? What would be the next setup?
I'm thinking about seeing if I can get a long again here down around 66.
74.66.
Yeah.
Right here. Hogue.
My stop is a little tight. It's all right though.
You might be able to get back in right here. We got a lot going on. Jay, are you long? Who's all?
Yeah, I'm still long. Long for 575s. I'm holding this. It's either going to stop me at a 675 or I'll see what happens at 800s.
All right. Gold pop in here. Crude is pushing lower. Crude down about. Is that true? Yeah, crude selling off. We got the buyer stepping back in the NQ. Pop in gold. That's a guy who is speaking. Jay, bring that to you. We got a poll up in the chat. Do we close? We're doing it above below already. Look at that. Do we close
30,000.
above 30,000?
Let's get it.
All right, let's get it. Indeed.
Dakota, how many are you short?
Short 6, 716 Hoke. Yeah, I might just bail. It seems like nothing's going to stop this from getting to those mid 800s.
Just wrapped up. Okay.
I see an acceptance of the range, opening range high. We cannot close below it since we close above it.
Yep.
So this is bullish. This is, for me, is bullish as long as we are not closing below 74.70, and we are not.
They're holding it here.
So I like the short. The location is nice. We have some consolidation at the drop on Friday. So they are stopping at it as we speak now. So the location is nice. The price actions still need to show more.
Yeah, you trust the shorts?
what I'm thinking about.
For on what? What changed?
cheaper.
Why shorts? What changed? What changed that we like shorts?
Because we're
I
giving
guess
up the IB high.
We're giving up the IB high, but we got 50% more to go from where we were Friday. I'm still thinking keep
No, I
Friday
know.
in perspective. I know.
I'm feeling you. I'm feeling you.
But hey, what do you got?
We start making lower lows now.
ES69.
We start making lower lows, lower
Yeah.
highs in my 2000 tick chart. So that could be a sign.
Short up against
However,
the
it could be a nice pullback.
Let's go.
Netanyahu saying he told Trump that Israel has full rights of self-defense.
Okay.
We had some comments earlier from the president saying that he was in charge, but a little back and forth there. Definitely balance here. We had balance for that first hour or so, and then we got this breakout. I don't know that I would be comfortable establishing longs here. So if you guys are looking for shorts on a Dakota short right now, I could see this pullback for sure.
How much? How deep?
I mean, it would honestly, I could see it stopping me out. I'm at 675s here.
I'm taking
Feeling better about my stop now.
I'm taking on these longs too. Dakota, nice. You got
I'm cooking.
7-1. Yeah, 712, 716.
I'm going to take some profits here at 690.
Yeah, okay.
Take some profits right there at
Nice
690.
Nice, Dakota. I'm going to take a long up here. I might adding.
I'm looking for 650s.
Long from. Are you?
I could see that. I could definitely see 650s here.
All right, sellers are definitely coming in. Dumb ad, Andre. For now, yeah, the buyers, man, the buyers aren't messing around. I'm long from 7-Eleven.
Yeah, they're not. Hogue, you got Delta?
They're not much.
I got full session plus 2,000 in the NASDAQ.
Regular trading hour session flat. It's up 50.
Flat. Interesting.
Really?
S&P also
selling off gold. Oh, sorry.
S&P's negative 200.
Flat. Yeah.
Negative.
Crude selling off gold, catching a bid. Gold catching a bid. NQ. Did you get out of any, Dakota?
Yeah, I got to have a decent amount right there at 690s.
Okay, good. We're back up to 29,000. This is the third time we've seen this, guys. The sellers, maybe it's profiting, call it what you want. This is the third time we've seen it. Buyers,
Let's get out of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Resilient.
Trying to add 5 micros after this strong green candle. Limit in at 71.50.
I'll buy another one. Yeah.
I'm trying to add with
crude
you
getting
too.
smoked.
That's nice.
Crude getting smoked. I'm long. Crude's getting smoked.
I had it at 704 as I got out. I canceled it, but
crude down about $1. $91.43, 45 cents. Gold on the move to the upside. Typically, this would be a bullish setup, but why is NQ stalling out? Mohammed, what's
There's
your
magnet
position?
there at those 850s?
I'm still one. I have
this is the
an order. I'm filled now.
Nope. That's sketchy right there.
I think
long 2 now, Mo.
No, I'm short. I'm flat. It was I don't know. It was a buy. Why sold? So I will be long 5. I'm long 5 now.
I'm flat. Something that setup.
Something weird.
Typically have taken and so that setup right there typically would have taken the NQ higher, and it did not.
Mo, where are you long now?
Now I'm long from 7468.
68.
Yep. Stop at 63.5. 5 points of risk. Exactly at this low. I don't want to see any more lower lows.
they stopped buying it up here.
Yes, they did.
Or
They
no?
and well,
They
that
stopped
the
buying it.
huge sell off in crude, and that pop in gold.
There we
And
go.
then you're seeing the act. Are you still short, Dakota?
Yeah. I'm gonna take some more profits here at these 80s.
Get it. Let's get it.
Didn't you get out of those, Dakota?
I got right
Something
back in,
changed.
Hogue.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Lefty shooter, something news related happened. Well,
I mean, comments from Netanyahu.
yeah, comments
But-
on Netanyahu that the fighting's not done.
I'm flat.
London.
Flat.
Yeah,
Same here, Mo.
low. Some change. I'm flat too. Hogue, you still in this? You cut it, right?
Oh no, I've been out.
Okay, cool. Good job.
Ready,
Dakota
Simon.
shorts. Let's ride these
Yep.
shorts. What price you get, Dakota?
706 right now with the last 3 left. I've
Cool,
taken most of the profits already for a few $1,000s.
Something changed. Okay, last trade 20,670. Look at it. We're getting some price action here. These markets have most
We are.
ES down about 14 points right there. Dakota is catching the move to the
36.50.
downside. Let's go. About 80-point sell off right there.
Yeah, they show 3 false signal for me. Actually, 2. 1, 2 false signal. So that weakness from buyers. And we are already below the opening range high, 7470. Was hoping that we continue. We are not. So let me wait.
For the board there, I am flat. Did get tagged out there for 100 points on that last micro, 675. So plus 212 on the
Get
day
long,
was
though.
down about $200. So yeah,
I'm thinking longs back in the longs
it's done
drink.
yet.
You see how far they want to.
That's
Yeah,
hard.
see how far they want to sell this thing off.
Let's get another velocity logic event to the downside.
Wow, Dakota is bearish. Is bearish indeed.
You-
London close in 2
Even last
minutes.
night, that happened last night. I got into a short and yeah, we dumped 100 points in a blink and we got a velocity logic event.
What's the velocity logic? What does that mean?
Market moves so fast, it just halts it for a brief second.
It gets a liquid. Yes, it gets a liquid
Velocity.
due to volatility, correct, Hogue? And they've got to temporarily halt trading.
Yep.
Do they do it just to get liquidity back in that sucker? I don't.
Yep.
just want to get some bit. Yeah.
Yeah, they try and even out the bids and offers,
Yeah.
and then they open it up again.
Last night happened when I was short and nailed 100
market?
points off of that. Here we go. Let's get this short through these 50s.
10-year selling off here as well. Prices go lower, yields go higher. In theory, stocks don't necessarily like when yields go higher above a certain. Is it really just 10-year yield of 4.54%? Get those group coaching questions in. You see the link pinned in the chat. Get those questions in. We have a Hoop, a Hogue, Emmanuel. Good job, Dakota.
London close, 30 seconds.
Sometime your good trade is the lost one.
Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Here come the sellers.
Exiting at that level
That's right.
is a win. Is a win for me.
I want to get long, man. Oh, above, below. No. Pull back saying we will not close above 30,000 the NQ.
30K.
So far, so good.
Dump it.
Wait for this midpoint here, I think.
What price?
604s. That's what I'm looking at. Midpoint of Friday's range 604, 600s.
Okay.
Flat.
Get long there.
Flat.
It was
Plus
resistance
10,000.
early.
Nice
There you
trade,
go.
Dakota.
There
Okay,
you
more
go.
selling coming in here. You said 604s?
Yeah, the 600 area. We got 600s and then IB high 584s. I'd wait to see if that holds.
What just changed? What just changed? The Netanyahu comments?
I guess so.
Oh, London closed. London has closed. With that being said, Hogue, nice trade. We're right back to your entry. We are seeing prices, or NQ's consider itself. Hogue, let you get out of here quick because we are seeing these markets sell off. But fantastic stuff. As always, we'll see you in morning highlights. But a couple words and let you get out of here, Hogue. Nice trade.
Yeah, happy Monday, everybody.
Yeah, I like
great to trade with everybody, and see you on morning highlights. Trade well, everyone. Watch yourselves. Very interesting trading.
It sure is. All right. Thank you, Hogue. All right, we got Jay. We got Dakota.
Better, Hogue.
We got Mohammed. Jay or Dakota, did you get out?
Yeah, I'm flat. Flat. Plus 10.
What I'm gonna
Nice
Oh.
trade, Dakota. Nice trade.
Nice trade indeed,
That's
man.
monster
You got
trade.
puked out of the first one. Cut it. Just get back in.
Two-way trade.
I got
It's
the-
two-way trade, these markets.
Yes, it is. 10 years not done. Jay.
Yeah,
pretty much got
IB high test.
halfway back.
That's why we
Yeah.
have stops, because it is two-way trade. So if you are wrong, exit early.
Yep.
There's more room here.
Yeah, there's more room. 100%.
There's more room
I'm
to the
long.
downside. I
I
see
think there's
opening
more room.
range low now.
What changed?
I would keep that tight. 520s maybe.
Long from 9.6.
I'm looking to
Long
buy.
from 9.6.
I will buy at 7,441.
41s?
The middle of the low of the last demand area. 74.41. That
Crude
would
selling off.
require a stop to 33.
Unless we're back on the Friday sell-off where everything's red everywhere. If that's what's going on, because crude selling off, 10-year selling off, gold selling off, ES selling off. I'm gonna puke this. These longs, I'm staying long. What changed? What just changed?
I think it was those comments. No, Yahoo comments.
That's
is what it seemed
really?
like. Or
Why is it crude higher
maybe some
then?
profit taking, right?
Why is-
We're up almost 3%. We were up almost 3% in the Nasdaq, right? So you got to think if somebody's long from the lows, at some point you got to take profits.
I thought Friday was
Yeah,
profit taking.
Take profit from the long after, or maybe a combination of
I'm not-
everything. Man, these markets are insane.
These are just the crazy thoughts that go on in my head.
Stair step up, elevator down. The only thing I see
these
that
longs are no good. Well, I'm gonna stay long.
I mean, the events that was happening up there at the 720s.
I know you saw that too.
Yeah. We were kind of
We should've
watching
gone
that,
higher.
right? We was watching it, talking about it.
I was long up there. I said we should be going higher right now, but we're not. Something just changed. And we are seeing ES selling off about 30 points. ES selling. Oh, NQ still solid. NQ in the midst of about a 200-point sell-off right now in the last 15 minutes or so. ES down trading 74.44.
Come to me.
Regular
Oh,
trading
yeah.
hour view up 520s.
520.
Yeah.
All roads.
They ain't not playing around. Wow, just like that. Yeah, they're not done selling this.
We got Microsoft down
limit,
1.5.
limit buy at 41. Limit buy at 41. I don't know if I'm get filled or not.
I don't know, man. What just changed? 41s? So, you might get it right here. Well,
Come on.
come on. 74,
Okay, you can do
41.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
Yeah, I'm
in
starting to sell here.
long,
you get it?
long 10. Long 10.
10. Mo likes it. Mo.
Yep.
MES 7441. What
Hey.
has changed?
Out of 2, out of 3.
Okay, Mo.
Bottom
My
tick
God.
that. Nice.
That's
Okay,
my
Mo.
boy, dude. That's my boy, Mohammed.
Can't spell more money without Mo.
Mo money, more problems, more profit, more Monday.
Hey.
All right. This is the moment of truth.
People tune into Topstep TV for this, right?
This is the moment of
I
truth.
think so. We got to be at like 1 million likes right now, right? I think everyone on the
Yeah.
screen is green.
Yeah.
Great vibes this morning.
Depends
Do us
how
a favor,
long.
chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Tell your friends and family to like and subscribe as well. Tilt was long that entire rally, so traders were getting paid. What
This
more could you
morning,
ask for
the early
on
one?
Monday?
Was.
Oh yeah, it was 70% long on that rally up to 700s in the Nasdaq.
There you go.
Somebody was
Right
making
now.
money.
Watch out.
Dakota,
We gotta
what do you
get
like?
to 1,000 likes. Minimum.
1,000.
Minimum. You got to 1,000 likes last night for me. You got to get to 1,000 here.
If you don't like this trade, just find some other channel,
Chill,
man.
Mo. We're not out of the woods yet, man. We ain't out of the woods.
send
I'm
him away.
along with you, but we ain't out of the woods just yet.
Don't make me do what we do last night.
What?
Sounds like a threat.
Mo, if Mo,
will
if you
hold.
jinx this,
If
Mohammed.
if they get to the light goals, I'll show them my deck.
You're what?
No,
What's
my
so
stream
funny?
deck. My stream deck.
Mohammed, did you jinx these longs, Mohammed? I'm messing with you. No, I'm kidding.
No, they're still holding. It's a demand area. If there is a buyer, I mean, they should step in here. It's a demand area. Maybe it's the last level that they can hold. Otherwise, it will be so ugly. This is why my stop is so tight. It's now. It start to be 7 points. Now I only risking 3 points.
Okay. All right. So this market, first, 30, 35, 45 minutes in New York session, equities, range bound, right? Range bound, range bound, range bound. Then we broke out. We broke out, rallied, made new session highs, broke out above initial balance high in both ES and NQ. We rallied a lot. I'm just thinking out loud here.
Yeah.
And then
I'd be high
it's rollover,
holding
right?
for now. It is rollover.
No, I know. No, I'm saying the market rolled over. The equities. Oh man, they're still selling
yeah.
10-year. Equities found.
Here you go. Here we go. Here we go.
Oh boy.
Give me the 48, 74.50.
Nice trade.
Mo.
74.50. Long only
Let's go.
5 now.
There we go.
Okay, Mo. I love you, Mo.
You bottom tick
Now I
that
can
move.
relax.
Where you been? Where you been, Myers? Yeah.
I know a guy.
Yeah.
What a trade.
Who do you know, Mohammed? Who do you know?
Look at it ripping higher
I know a
now.
guy.
Did we lose him? Yeah. Here come the buyers. What was that song?
You so long?
Okay, we got
Nice trade.
yeah, long a couple.
So
29,630 in the NQ, about 100-point pop there. ES, what do you got? 10, 12-point turnaround, 74.53 now, new last price.
Taking profits on the way
Only
up.
4 now. The next demand level, so I will do this the opposite way to take my profit. The supply level at 74.66. I will take here some, and I will just keep this as a runner.
Mo, did you have any drawdown on that trade?
No.
I had 1 tick.
Let's draw down.
Oh, you don't give up your sources, Mo. You keep trading like that, I'm going to start believing that you do know a guy. What a trade.
I have done this before, man. Not too many.
Somehow.
No, draw down. Buyers are stepping back in here. Let's take a look. Ted, you're still trading on this.
This is how we do it. It's not. It is just technical. You can see the intersection in the moving average. I do this all time. Intersection between the 21 EMA and the smoothing line. This intersection after a strong rally usually works as support. I do this all time. I take little bit risk below it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But guess what? If it doesn't work, it will not hurt me.
Wow. Yeah,
What
over
an
100-point rally here in the NASDAQ, too.
What a trade.
It's only been 5 minutes.
Just like
it's only
that.
been 5 minutes.
Dude, the markets have woken up.
The beautiful thing, I was long at 74.70 and I exited this trade at 63. So I had the luxury now to try it again down there. It will be, if I like it up there, I will love it down there.
We go back
Absolutely, Mo. Great trade.
Where else do you get that? Speaking of likes, get those likes up. Mohammed ain't playing games today. Mohammed, bring his A game. I like a short.
My cortisol level is so high.
Yeah, oh,
That's
damn right
dangerous.
it is. I like shorts. Was that dumb? What a bounce
No,
indeed. What was that bounce, Dakota? Nice trade to you too, as well. The shorts, great job.
I mean,
Getting out.
are you kidding me?
Both ways.
Somebody's selling the high, somebody's buying the low. You will never find this.
Not on YouTube.
I don't know if the chat knows what they have, Mo. Greatest show in trading right here. Free. For free. Mo could sell a course on what he just did right there. And I wouldn't, but I'd buy it. I'm a buyer. I'd pay 200% to figure out how to get a
I can
1 tick
explain
drop
it.
in the S&P. I'm paying.
You would buy
I'm
Mo's
paying
course.
Mo. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh yeah. For that?
Seeing you is enough, man. Just seeing you is making my day. It has been a long time since we be together, you and me and Dakota at the same time.
Wow.
It's been a while, Mo.
What happened to me, Mo? What about me, Mo? You forgot I was on here with you? Yeah, Mo.
You're there every day. You are a witness.
Oh, wow.
You cannot.
Wow. I'm just messing with you, Mo.
Gold catching a bid here as well. Shout out to all the gold traders out there.
I like
We're almost
a
to
short
settlement.
here. Is that stupid?
In equities?
Okay.
Yep. NQ.
I don't think it's stupid.
I'm not going to
I don't think it's stupid, Andre.
Not at all.
I hate being short.
I
The
kind of like
tattoo.
it.
It's the tattoo. You know what I'm saying? It's
No,
that
I
was just
like
some
it.
profit taking. The
I think
10-year
that-
continues to get
I
sold.
think we could go back
All right,
down. Yeah.
Put your money where your mouth is. I'm short. 4-7.
Yeah, I will take one here. Market is rejecting
I know.
the previous lows. You can see the previous lows. Market
just
is
changed.
rejected from them, so I take some.
You got a headline, Jay? Something.
No, nothing yet. It's quiet right now.
There's a headline. So 10-year new session low is price going lower. Price going lower. Something just changed there
maybe
now.
now.
Something just we got market orders
ballistic
flying
missile
around.
fired from Yemen. That was 3 minutes ago. Nothing major right now.
What'd you
Pretty
say?
quiet on the headlines, but I would stay tuned in the Topstep TV because
Come on, man.
there's a lot left to do today.
Yeah, there is. What else? Are you back? When are we going to see you again? How much time we got? Oh, we got 10 minutes still. Dakota, it's a Monday. God, man. It's Monday. You are the star of Slow Markets, Sunday through Thursday, 7 p.m. Central Time. Who will be joining you on Slow Markets this evening?
My man, Coach Jay. He's going to join me.
The original.
And
man. The original.
oh, it's always good. It's always good. You could come on, tune in, talk trash about the Spurs. Jay knows his stuff about basketball.
Oh yeah, man. Two more games. I saw somebody in the chat earlier. I've been talking about the Knicks all morning, Dakota, and I'm not even a Knicks fan, but I'm from New York, so I have to do what I have to do. Somebody was asking, can we talk about the Spurs? If you're a Spurs fan, it's just not your time yet.
Tune in tonight.
Just not your time yet. It's not your time yet.
Now Jay wants to jinx it.
One game at a time, though. As a New
these
Yorker.
shorts were good. Yep, these shorts were good until someone changed it. All right, 10-year continues to sell off. We got Mo. You still long? Mohammed's still long from 7.441. Last trade in the ES 7.458. All right, let you manage this trade, Mohammed. We saw you guys saw the big names, big P&Ls on the live funded leaderboard from today, but you also remember the big one from Kiara on Friday. So let's throw it to my man JD. JD, I know you love seeing these big numbers. Let's take a look at P&Ls and payouts. What up, JD?
What's up, guys? Yes, we have payouts and P&Ls from Friday. Live funded account payouts and P&Ls. We'll start with P&Ls. The story of the week last week. The story continues. Right at the top, there she is, Kiara. Locked it in for Friday. $162,368 in profit. Trading the NASDAQ in a $150K live funded account. It's Kiara's third winning day in the live funded account. Next best day for Kiara was 30 grand. So all the winners have been bangers for Kiara so far, and getting very, very close to that first live funded payout. Keep jabbing away at it, Kiara. 160 grand. It's a life-changing day. I don't care who you are. Lucas up next, another all-star, almost $30,000 in profits on Friday, trading gold and NASDAQ on 150K live funded account. Lucas is at over 20 winning days as a live funded account, and he's got over $120,000 in payouts so far this year. Domas, 27,434, trading the ES and the NQ in a 150K live funded account. 8 winning days in the LFA for Domas. Still has not taken a payout. Don't forget to go get that money. Jude, 21,674 in a 50K live funded account, trading the NASDAQ. Jude requested and received a $20,000 payout just last week. And Lai rounds out the top 5 on the P&L board, $19,893 in profits, trading the NASDAQ in a 50K live funded account. 16 winning days so far in the LFA for Lai, and over $100,000 in payouts since joining the live funded account. Those are your P&L numbers from Friday. We've got some payout numbers also. Take a look at these. Here we go. Friday's top 5 live funded payouts. Another rock star at the top. We've been seeing Shamslav's name all year long. Took another $31,000 in payouts on Friday. Brian K, $18,269. Najib, $14,189. Kumar, $13,500. And Yang rounds out the top 5, $12,087 in payouts. Big payout numbers going into the weekend for these live funded traders. Great stories going on all around. Back to you guys.
Thank you, JD. Mo is long. Here's the headline. That's why the shorts were no good. Trump told Netanyahu that he believes the U.S. and Iran are nearing an agreement on France. So yeah, that's why the shorts were no good. Mohammed, how are we looking?
Looking great. I will take some at 67.50. We are at the supply area now. Trailing some more. 53.50. Oh, so I will trail one. Very tight. And we'll keep another. So this is another way to take as much as you can from the market. I will take this one here. So I have only 2 now. I have 2 stops, one at point of entry as a runner. I got a great location here. I will not give it up. But for the other contract, I will trail it as we go higher. So I will squeeze the market to take the max, so I can let my last contract stay happy.
I'm getting short. I gotta get short. I'm short. This could be stupid.
SpaceX is said to be well oversubscribed.
The 10 years at 4.55%. Making me
SpaceX Friday, right?
Yeah, SpaceX is Friday. I'm short. Gold turned around, pushed lower there. Braden in the chat saying "Go Spurs, go!" Jay, go Spurs, go!
Yeah, going home.
I'm joining you on this short, Andre.
It's gotta be quick. If this, yeah, okay,
yeah, this is good.
Just a little one. I just lost a lot being was it short? Yeah. Long in the chat, they are hitting us up with "Let's get Kiara live." Why aren't you guys getting her live? I can assure you, we do reach out to all and everybody. However, sometimes scheduling doesn't work, and sometimes they prefer just to keep doing their thing. But we are, of course, working. We got Krab, Krabby. We're trying, but we'll see. Well, of course, we reached out.
Right there. Dakota, you short? Nice.
Yeah, I'm short.
What's this? SpaceX? Yeah, I'm short. What's this? SpaceX NASDAQ IPO is said to be well oversubscribed. Closing IPO books. Oh,
I'm going to take some profits here at 50s again. 50s.
This is
650s is my line in the sand.
I'm long. I'm short too now. Is there proof of payout? Is there proof of these payments? Well, we got a little something called proof of payouts. You should go on the internet, check it out. They're going viral. A couple of these. Everyone here.
Boom.
Quick,
taking these profits now at these 40s. Just a quick 1,000.
What am I short from 70? Just 10-year is bad news. What's going on? 10-year. 10-year pricing. No.
Just another 35 points right there.
Yeah.
Oh, that one good. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to lock myself out. I'm done.
You are?
I'm done. 11,000.
Nice.
11,000. All good.
Should I get out of these shorts then?
I mean, sometimes I don't even. Yeah, it's up to you.
Hey, by the way, tune into Slow Markets. Jay and Dakota, these are the first 2 like trading buddies, pretty much on Topstep TV. These guys know each other's trades before they take them, and they'll talk to each other, give themselves confidence, or like, "Hey, man, you're not looking at this." And would you guys say you have different trading styles? How would you guys describe your trading styles? Jay, how would you describe your trading style?
My trading style is all volume based, right? Anything you see me do or say is going to be based on volume. So I'm looking for momentum where, shout out to Dakota starting slow markets. That's out of my comfort zone a little bit, right? More often than not, we're not seeing volume during those sessions, but I'm still taking the same reads. But yeah, I'd say I'm a momentum trader. I'm a volume trader, and I will trade any market that's moving as long as there's volume there.
You sure will.
Today was the NASDAQ.
Dakota, how would you describe your trading style? Oh man, these shorts are stupid.
DBA concepts.
Okay.
Just technical traders.
Okay.
I'm a technical trader. Simple, straightforward, and I think what sets me apart is what I found and why I found success. I think is just risk management.
Now, for our friend Carlos Lopez in the chat that says, I fade Jay. Well, after your trading session today, you can use code FADE yourself for a full price combine at Topstep.com.
Is that a new one? Where'd you come up with that? Could you just come up with that? That was good.
Off the top of my head, Dre. Off the top of my head.
That was pretty good. That's why you're Hall of Famer. That's why you're Hall of Famer. Mo with the fake laugh. Mo with the fake laugh. Mohammed, how would you describe your trading style, Mo?
I'm
love you, Mo.
Very short-term trader. I'm look for the recent wave. I follow it. If I'm wrong, I'm out.
Well, I'm on.
Yeah, I look at the bigger picture, of course, to give me bias. However, I'm more concentrate on the last wave, how we go up, how we go down.
How we go up? Yep, volume, right? Question in the chat. I like it. Dakota, you are locked up. Good job. When you say technical trader, I don't even. What is that like? What technicals? Technicals. What technicals? If you're
Technical analysis, right? Support and resistance, 3-bar reversal, double bottom, double top. Google technical analysis. There's plenty out there. It's nothing new. It's not. No one invented it. I joke around with DBA concepts. It's really just keep things simple, right? Keep it super simple. Manage risk is at the core of it. Josh, Topstep Josh joined me Wednesday, me and Jay Wednesday, and we kind of went in depth about it a little bit. That's a good one if you want to go rewatch it.
Full price combine. I like that one. He's loving it. Look at Jason. Jay's very proud. Jay, look at that smile, man. Look at he's loving it. He's getting the chat. Chat was
we love you guys.
Mohammed's still long. Mohammed, you are still. This has been an absolute blast. Mohammed, where are you long from?
74.41.
And what's trading right now in the ES?
62. 74.62. I like this trade, but I will not just forget my risk about it. I will try to maximize my profit of it. Little risk. So I will take some profit if we break this, if we start making lower lows, so I can have one runner to my point of entry. And that's it for me. I will look out after this trade. It's when you get a nice trade, don't try to replicate it the same day. Don't. Just get away. Enjoy that trade.
That's all. That's all. Okay. Well, all right. We got 30 seconds left here in Fast Markets. First of all, major shout out to Jay. Jay holding it down when I had technical difficulties. He is a Hall of Famer. He's the man. Dakota as well. Check him out. Both those guys. Well, Jay at the buzzer, as well as Slow Markets, as well as always on Topstep TV. Dakota, nice trade on the shorts. And Mr. Mohammed, I couldn't think of a better intro. That was 4 minutes and 28 seconds, Mohammed. 4 minutes and 20 seconds, but all kidding aside, you are the absolute best, Mohammed. We absolutely. This is All-Star Cast, guys. I hope you thoroughly enjoyed this. Click like, subscribe, and thumbs up, too. With that being said, morning highlights coming up next. Then we got the power players. Speaking of power players, Diamond Hands in the house with JD and Dolby group coaching form pinned to the chat. Topstep TV, let's go. Hope you guys like this. Come on, get them.
Go.
All right, traders, welcome to the morning highlights. Happy Monday. Interesting markets as always, and hoping there is a lot of green on your screen. As always, we're going to take it the opening We're going to take a look at the opening range trades here this morning. We did take one in gold, low probability, but sometimes they can really pay out nicely. Take a look at gold on the 30-minute chart. We had the big breakdown to the downside on Friday. I'm monitoring for continuation today. The market has been kind of struggling here at settlement price. Settlement price 43.6530. We did take the opening range trade, however, to the long side, the trigger came in. Here is the 5-minute chart for a bit closer look as to how this played out. Opening range, low of the session, it did trigger us into a long up here at 43.54 even. It did pay us for a little while, but eventually came back and took us out at our stop here down 106. We did not take the opening range in crude oil, which would have probably turned into a loss. Now the market had a weekend gap. We had some activity overseas this week, and overnight inventory was long, but as soon as the U.S. came out and said, no, we're still working on some sort of resolution, some sort of peace deal, the market, of course, pulled back into yesterday's range. Value market opened, did not leave the opening range yet, or the high or the low. If we take a look at this on the 5-minute chart, it probably would have triggered us into a short. And within a few minutes, the market took out the high of the opening range, swept those stops. We probably would have been one of them. And then the market, of course, continued to move our direction. Market really, in the bigger time frame in crude, is relatively range bound in an area of balance, really looking for new information, looking for some sort of resolution to what is going on overseas. Let's take a look at the ES. Mo trading the ES today. Really, really, really great trades. Mo came into the session long, one at MES 74.63. Held on to those, got out of those pretty much at an average price of about 74.70. Mo was long. Again, 74.68. Those did not last very long. You got out of those for a 3-point loss, for a very good cut on those. As the market continued to push lower, Mo put in an order, a resting order at 74.41. This is a live account. The low from this move was 74.40.75. It went one tick through his entry on that. Fantastic. Got out of 3 of them pretty quick around 74.45. A couple more at 74.50. Got out of 3 actually out of all of them pretty much up around 74.64. So a really swipe on that bid. Again, it moved one tick through him, but you got 10 of them bought down there. Really a fantastic trade. And Dakota also very successful trading day. Dakota was looking for shorts. Got short 6 around 29.716. He did get out of 2 of those at 29.690, and the market kind of came back on him. He got out in pieces, but basically a scratch for that one. But did keep looking for shorts up at these highs. He got short 6. Where were those? 29.716. Nope, 29.725. You got short 679.25. Got out of the best of those. He got out in pieces, but his best exit was down at 29.584. So really tasty trade there. Dakota again short 6, 29.675. Got out of those at 29.650 and locked himself out for the day. Made some pretty good, decent money last night during fast markets as well. So a really good trading day for all of our traders on Topstep TV. Mandy took a couple of trades today. Nothing really big, nothing really that good. Locked it up early. She had to go to work, so hopefully she's going to have a great day at work. On that note, let's take a look at today's quotable quote. I think everybody should probably know who this is. Yes, Bob Dylan. People seldom do what they believe in. They do what's convenient and then repent. How often do you find yourself taking the easy trade even though you think it might not be the best thing in your best interest? So we have a tendency to do what's convenient and what's familiar. And then we have to figure it out. So when you're looking at the markets, sometimes you get seduced into doing things that you know aren't in your best interest. Always do what you believe in and manage your risk. Looking forward to seeing this next segment. We got Diamond Hands back for power players today. We got JD and Dolby and Diamond Hands. Great stuff. Still lots to do here on Topstep TV. Make sure you get your questions in for group coaching today and Robin Dane tomorrow. Looking forward to that. But still lots to do today. This is Topstep TV, folks. Stick around. We'll be right back. Let's go.
Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. It is time for Power Players, and it's Monday, so that means we got Diamond Hand George here with us. The man in the middle, there he is. And you guys all know Adobe Time over there on the right. Mr. George, how is it going today? How's it going? What are you doing in these markets? Tell us everything.
Pretty good. I was trying to go short at first. It wasn't working out. We did have a nice. I was looking at the 15-minute range, and we kind of bounced back. But before that, my plan was to get longs once we broke overnight high, which was about 29.6425. And if I would have waited, I would have got a better execution. But either way, I still end up, got 2 micros on this account. I did go long once we broke opening print, which is of New York session, which is this price level right here, 29,526.75. Once that candle opened, I got in, which you can see the execution there. 29,563 was my entry. I did take one off at 604 right there, and then my last runner was at 29.70, which was pretty much at the 0.5 deviation. If you're using the top step levels, that's what you see right there.
Very good. Green on the screen. Nice little comeback. Well done, Diamond Hands. Dolby Time. What are you looking at? I know you're in the micro NASDAQ. You got some levels you want to share?
Yeah, I'm loving this NASDAQ right now. This looks great. I kind of did like my range breakdown in the green room and then put it on the wrong chart and lost all of it. So that's fun. A little leftover from the reversal challenge. Shout out to Antonio, who set the new record high, $34,800 in one reversal challenge. My goodness. But hey, took advantage of the market and had the composure to finish that out. So props to him. That was incredible. We got a series of 15-minute ranges that we've developed today, and they're all kind of going to the upside. So I'm just going to start riffing these off of here. 29,143 up to about 29,287. Then another one formed with the low at 29,330 up to about 29,557. And we have one from 29,557 up to 29,743. And if you're great with numbers, you'll realize that all of those numbers are increasing in size, which means that we're in an uptrend. I kind of wanted to find a way to get long here. Of course, the best trade happens when you're in the green room. Would have loved to got 600s, but already up 70 points, so we gotta readjust. But I like longs at least up until about the 29,800s, in which case we might get a little bit of resistance because that's going to be like kind of the big midpoint of yesterday's Friday's sell-off up into the all-time high. We do have some support there as well, so that is 29,786. That midpoint level I got.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Don't be looking for longs. I'm looking at the micro S&P right now on a 5-minute time frame. I believe Holt called this a failed upside auction. You can see our initial balance high line, that purple line up top, initial balance low. That's one of your new indicators on Topstep X platform, by the way, the initial balance. So you can see the high and low of the first hour of trading. We busted above the initial balance high, tried to back through. Now we're about the halfway mark right now. If we complete this special situation play, we want to see a retracement all the way back to test the lower end of the initial balance. So I'll keep monitoring this, but we've definitely gone sideways for a bit. It's rangy. What's that word? Rangy.
Better than mangy.
Mangy, yeah. Let's check in on the tilt.
Mangy market.
We got some strength growing to the long side on the tilt right now. We're 62% long in the S&P, 61% long in the NASDAQ, 57% short in crude, and 60% long in gold also. So let's see what these markets give us. Checking in on the news. Don't see much in the way of headlines coming out. The last headline out of Iran came out at 11:06 a.m. saying flight restrictions have been lifted with airspace returning to normal conditions. That's from state media. That was the last significant headline that we've seen. As always, I will keep one eye on the ditch for everybody, though. I got the news up. I got the charts up. Let's get into it. All right.
We got bids in 651, 640, and 630.
Sounds
Just
good.
one micro.
Sounds good.
See if we can get filled on a pullback here. We're kind of stuck in this Dorito pattern. I don't want to like just buy the high here because we are stuck in the Dorito pattern, but it is tempting, getting a little bit of FOMO because momentum does feel pretty good, but I don't know. Momentum's a lie. It can flip on you so fast.
Momentum's fake, right? It's fake.
Fake until it's not.
Mm-hmm. Just like the VIX.
That's right.
Wow.
A couple more headlines coming out.
Okay.
A couple headlines coming out of the Middle East. U.S. forces have disabled a non-compliant oil tanker in the Gulf of Oman. And U.S. military says they have neutralized an empty oil tanker in the Gulf of Oman on June 8th. That is today. A little bit of action happening. Someone in the chat's asking, what is settlement price in the NASDAQ? That would be 29,026. 29,026 settlement price in the NASDAQ.
Nice. Yeah, you can also use your Topstep daily levels. That will also have settlement price in there.
Certainly do. Certainly do.
That is a good one. Let's stay patient here. Hopefully we get rewarded. Hopefully we get rewarded.
Is the picture getting any more? Is the picture getting any clearer for you, George? You working anything? Spotting anything? Eyeballing anything?
I did like these longs, but I wish I would have got in at 604 though.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But I do see some orders at 700 and also some orders at 750. Bookmap, we have 111 at 700, about 99 on 750. 29,700 and 29,750.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
We are
very good.
We are close to this 0.5 on the 15-minute range. Interesting enough, today was the 15-minute range and also the IB high were the same price.
I'm bidding crude here. I don't know if I believe that either.
Just a little bit of selling coming to the S&P. I'm not
All
going to say this is a break just yet. We time got one? Hooked one?
We got one. 29,651. Looks like we got news coming out. I'm going to pull this third ad here.
All right.
This is real wiggly.
It's all about this vessel that the U.S. disabled in the Gulf of Oman. They're saying the vessel violated blockade against Iran.
Well, that's unfortunate. If we get tagged out on that, that's just bad timing. But that is, man, that's funny how they got that news lined up right at the top of the Dorito pattern.
I know, right?
Enough to tell it off a little bit. How does that work?
How do they know?
How
do they know?
We got
it's like there's somebody just sitting there. These headlines are brutal, man. Headline risk remains high in these markets, guys.
Yeah, that is frustrating. That you just hop into the market and it's like, here's a little nugget for you. Here's a little bit of news to go against your trade. All right, down 86.
All right.
And otherwise, I like
little paper cut.
Yeah, no, for sure, paper cut.
We're still Doritoing.
Yep.
So the range still exists.
Tagged by about 2 ticks. Yeah, I mean, maybe we go back and test, 29,580s or 600s. We get back down there again. I would for sure be interested to retry longs down there.
Mm-hmm.
But if this rallies, we'll see. Might just be bad timing.
Yeah, Seek Virtue saying there's a headline every 20 minutes that flips the market. So weird that it keeps happening. Is it weird?
Is it?
Or is it staged?
It's mechanisms, JD. It's mechanisms at work. We got tagged at what, 25? Oh, that is dirtbag activity from NASDAQ. We got stopped by a tick on that one. Let's see if
DBA
this ends up
squared.
rallying. Yep. DBA squared. 25
That was one of Antonio's lines. You mentioned Antonio in the reversal challenge. When it was over, I asked him flat out if the reversal challenge ruined his trading for the future. If he can make 34 grand in 45 minutes, is he going to throw everything else out the window and just play reversal challenge every day? He said no, but we'll see.
No. That's how the market gets you, JD. It rewards you once for bad behavior. You think that's the secret. Not
For sure.
the secret.
For sure. Maybe dedicate one account to that. Yeah, why not?
Up 30 points, yeah. Yeah, why not?
It is
Probably
an
do it with, like, a
exercise in
micro, though.
discipline. Yeah. It's an exercise in discipline as much as anything, right?
Oh, most definitely. Okay, still stuck in this Dorito pattern, so that news kind of got shrugged off, it feels like.
Mm-hmm.
Shrugged just enough to get us stopped out. Just enough.
Taking a peek at Bitcoin. Bitcoin made a nice move off the lows. Friday at 1 o'clock, it traded all the way down to 59,270. Trading back above 64,000 right now. Almost a 5G rip since Friday.
Oof. I mean, a little love of Bitcoin's not going to hurt anybody.
Yeah.
Okay,
Anybody
some
buy it
follow
down
through
there?
here.
Any crypto bros out there, buy the dip in Bitcoin. I'm not saying the dip is over. But the most recent dip.
Look at this. Intel up 12.5%. They had some
Ooh,
positive news today. Yeah, they're cooking.
Tesla's up
Hitachi and Intel announced strategic
3.7.
collaboration. Alphabet taps Intel to make 3 million in-house chips. Well, that would send your stock higher.
Really?
Certainly send your stock higher. Yeah. Okay, here we go, Nazi.
All right, she's close to the overnight high.
We're looking to
You
get
got a little
long
rippy?
Yep. We're going to look at 599, 600, 590s, and 580s.
We're at the lower end of our Dorito pattern. The lower extreme in the S&P.
Let's see if we can hop in.
We are right on that low.
We're trying to push higher. Let's see. Kind of a tense moment for NASDAQ here. All right, we got in 599 3/4.
Nice. I'm gonna see what she does
Another
here
one.
at high.
Now we're long 595 1/4. Got one more at 581s.
All right, here we go. Getting back in.
2-minute range
Playing this
low.
pattern. Will be time playing the range.
And heavy. Looking heavy.
Yeah, S&P's kind of breaking out of this pattern right now.
Yeah, maybe they got some news they want to release in 5 minutes that we're not privy to yet.
You got to count how many stops they run first.
Yeah, right. Okay. Now crude's selling off. Crude down about 20 cents here, so yeah, what a Monday.
What, a Friday and Monday?
I am RJ. I'll never understand how Dolby trades. Gets long when it's heavy. Crazy. Well, there's two types of traders. There's traders who look for breakouts, who are looking for momentum to continue to the upside, and then there's range traders who are buying the bottoms of ranges and selling the tops. So that's pretty much it. And honestly, I would actually say that, you know, NASDAQ is in an uptrend. We're up almost 2% today, and we've had range over range 3 times. So we're actually just buying what we would consider, you know, if was it resistance becomes support, we're kind of just buying that level. So if, you know, imagine you got short at 29,580s and you've been eating it all the way up to 29,730s, you get the opportunity to get out of your trade for break even. And if you do, all of a sudden that seller now becomes a buyer and can add some upside pressure to the market. So this is actually a pretty standard stair-step trade here. Got a range, broke out, got a range, broke out, got a range, broke out. There's an uptrend, and then you're just buying the pullback to that last level. So this is pretty standard. I would actually say that, you know, the getting long up here is much more difficult because the market is doing something it hasn't done before. Like you're basically asking the market, break out or I lose. You know, that's pretty tough.
Yep. You know, they say markets only trend somewhere between 20 and 30% of the time, right? So that means between 70 and 80% of the time, markets are trading sideways. So it's good to have trade setups for both trending and ranging markets. It only makes sense, right? If you're a shorter time frame trader, it only makes sense to have multiple trade setups so you can take advantage of price action even when it's not ripping in one direction.
Does feel a little bit heavy, but you know, if you're a range trader, you're always going to be in like price locations that are going to feel, you know, scary. Range trades are always going to be scary trades for the most part. The market's going to be like on that precipice of breaking out, and you're basically just saying, "Nah, not today." Although NASDAQ just feel like it's going to sell off here. This feels
But your
tight.
risk is calculated.
It is.
Your risk is visual too. You know exactly where your trade's going to be invalidated. And you can manage risk very well by playing the extremes.
Feels like we got news again. NASDAQ is getting so squirrely.
The Pentagon releases a list of Chinese military firms. The president is on Truth Social right now. I need to read this.
Oh my goodness. Trump.
Before I read it.
Boy. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm not going to repeat that one. He's talking about California elections.
Trump? Easy. Easy. Got a big time wiggle. Yeah, good call, Raspberry. Big time wiggle here. Crude selling off. Crude down about 20 cents. About 20 cents. We'll take it.
Let's take a look and see if the correlation between crude and equities is how visible it is. If there's any at all. I mean, everything's just ranging right now. We're sideways.
Oh, I think we're going to get tagged. Good. DBA squared activities are happening again. All right, we're out. We are out. Let's see what happens here.
Tried it again.
Yeah.
Try it again shortly.
Into the well twice. See how this plays out. But maybe that's
just
approaching.
approaching.
I'd take it every time.
Mm-hmm.
I would take it every time. Okay, sit back and wait. What levels? You were looking for longs down here too, right?
Me?
Yeah, Diamond Hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking for longs as
How
well.
close? How close are we getting to your entry? Do you have an entry in?
I'm waiting for it to break above overnight high now. We're at the pretty much at the top of the orb, or also the overnight high. So I'm waiting for it to break out of here.
Do you want to see a bit of a liquidity sweep to the downside, followed by a move back up, and then get long on the momentum? Is that kind of the play?
Yeah, pretty much like 5-minute probably closure above overnight high, maybe a retest again, and then I'll get in.
Okay.
Let me see. I think B-Boy George had a question. 50-minute orb, sure, but do you ever play the inside the range, or is it just a no trade with BO without the BO? Sometimes I do play the double breaks. Not as often as before, but yeah, I would also look at the double breaks as well, which is pretty much basically when we get inside the range, and then basically I'll target half the range as of my first TP, and then so let's say we go from short to long, then I'll get long at the bottom of the range, and then my first CP will be the middle of the range, and then my other one will be top of the range.
Nice. Got it.
Same
A little
thing
bit of buying
with the
stepping in
short.
here.
That's not great. That's not great timing, JD, but that is what it is. Crude selling as well. Crude
Man.
down about 50 cents after touching 91.80. DBA squared in the house.
DBA squared.
Ooh, whoa. There's some news. Fantastic. We got
He's
something
just
going
got
on.
slapped.
I would recommend being flat or not taking a trade. There is something going on.
There is a little bit of action in these markets right now. It's very tricky though. It looked like we were getting a little pop in the S&P, and someone came in and slapped it right back down. It was a big order that came in.
Still selling. Interesting. Crude selling. NASDAQ is not bidding. Not really responding here. Gold's on the move. We got wiggles in the dome. Feels like news is abound. I gotta say, man, news trading is frustrating. I could see news trading putting people on tilt. Chat, does news trading get you on tilt? You're in a trade and all of a sudden get a Truth Social post. Trying to be a good little trader, be disciplined, and then get a tweet.
When does the discipline go out the window?
Yeah.
Or do you not pay attention to the news at all? Is it out of sight, out of mind? And the markets are doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing. A lot of technical purists out there that believe that. Yeah.
I mean, I guess you could say that, but it feels like there's a lot more like news landmines recently than like typical. If it's like once a week or once a month, it's kind of like a more normal cadence where it's like it doesn't start conditioning you to like panic about getting into a trade. But when it's like every day, multiple times a day, then I think it's just too hard to ignore it. Just the conditioning you get and the response you feel from the market. Okay, a little sell-off here. I mean, NASDAQ's still up 1.8%. Doesn't feel like it, does it? You started your segment at 11 o'clock. You'd be like, yeah, we're in a bear market in the NASDAQ. It's like, no, actually, you're up 1.8%. Things are looking pretty good so far.
But it's really just sideways, right?
It is.
Since regular trading hours.
And we had some lower highs at the highs.
They call days like this hangover days, right? The day after a giant move, things tend to slow down a little bit.
No, that makes sense.
Not too often. Yeah. It's not too often you get huge back-to-back one-directional move days. And if you get two, then you might get three, but it's tough just getting the two. There's got to be some real heavy market moving events happening. I'm not saying there aren't real heavy market moving events happening, but
right.
It's got to be constant all day, every day.
It's just the world we live in right now. Just the world we live in. Gotta adjust. Trading's a game of adjustments.
So the Pentagon has released a list of Chinese military firms operating in the U.S. Entities to be designated as Chinese military companies include Alibaba, Baidu, and BYD.
Damn, really?
It's a Federal Register notice. Yep.
That's like some big ones. That's a car company, Amazon knockoff. something else. And I want to try getting long again. Crude selling. All right, we're gonna try one more time. Nope, not in crude.
Here we go. Always getting back in. We're still trading inside the initial balance.
Yep.
In the S&P and NASDAQ. But man, these markets are moving. No doubt about it. There's opportunity in here.
Crude's starting to get down to its kind of support level, 91.12s, 91.20s. See if we can trade this range up a little bit. Maybe get back up into these like 657s. Got our stop in a good place. This is a more true to the range sort of trade. And we're trying to nab the middle of it off momentum. But this 15-minute range is actually very good. This is more of a traditional range trade here. Sometimes you just got to be patient and wait for it to set up.
Yep.
You know, you catch a couple momentum trades as a range trader, and you think you're a momentum trader now.
Funny how that works.
Yeah, right.
Mr. Diamond Hands, still nothing done. Not in the market yet. Didn't get deep enough on that pullback.
No, not yet. I'm waiting for a break now and closure.
Okay.
What level are you looking for?
Above. So right now I'm waiting for two things. A closure above 15-minute range or even IB. It's the same price. And also a closure above overnight high.
Overnight high. Nice. Okay. Let's see if we can get over these kind of lower highs we developed here in the 1 minute. If we can break that, I think we're in pretty good shape.
Very good. Very good.
Otherwise, we're in trouble.
Real John Ross says, nothing but fake red candles in there. It's a bear trap. All the red candles are fake. But you know what they say? Weak shorts fuel rallies. So
It's true.
I guess we'll see.
Crude's selling off again.
Yeah, equity's coming back down towards the low of this range.
Hanging on by a thread. Man. Let's see. I have to hit the lockout button after this. Let's see. I haven't touched that button in a while.
When will you quit, Dolby?
I don't know.
If
We got
this
a
is
pretty
three.
big daily loss limit. Yep.
Yeah.
I'll hang it.
If this is 3, do you just
Yeah.
It is holding. We're still trading inside the initial balance. We had a failed upside auction. Hogue would say the natural tendency is to retest the initial balance low after a failed upside auction.
I mean, that'd be a hell of a test.
That'd be
a hell of a
a
test.
lot of ticks.
It would be.
How big is this range? 751 ticks. 187 points.
That's a lot.
Can't really call it. I don't know if you'd call that a failed upside auction in the NQ.
We're selling again.
The NASDAQ and S&P charts look very much different today.
Crude, still heavy. Approaching 91. Is this going to elevate the NASDAQ here? Is this going to elevate the NASDAQ? If we get underneath 91 even, it's going to get pretty interesting.
NASDAQ feels like it's trying to use initial balance high as sort of a support zone.
I like that.
A form of structure, and that's right here at 29,584. We're on top of it right here, right now. Whereas the NASDAQ or the S&P still very much so in the middle of their initial balance. A tale of two different markets today in the S&P and NASDAQ.
Well, printed broke that lower high on the 1 minute, so maybe the small time frame structure is going to switch it up. Now crude's back on the bid, bouncing off 91s. That just we're still doing the no touch challenge. So as much as I want to go to break even here, we're not going to do it.
Good for you. Good for you.
Yeah.
How's it been going so far with the no touch challenge?
Honestly, I think really good. Really good. I think that's kind of shown out in the P&L a little bit. Mental capital has been much higher. It's I would say a much less stressful way to trade than trying to actively manage your positions all the time. It does take a little bit of like conditioning to get used to it, and kind of just believing in your trade and letting it play out. But I think in the long run, it's the right way to do things. We don't get any smarter when we're in trades.
We think
if you
we
like
do.
your setup, let your setup play out. That's
we
don't have a lot of control once we ever trade on. You can always just flatten it if you want.
Yep. Yeah, give room to breathe. When you put that trade on, you've already assumed the risk. So let it play out.
We get over 600s in the NASDAQ.
Here we go.
It doesn't mean you never move your stop. I would be a little bit more interested in moving the stop if we can do something that's like structurally significant. So maybe, that would be, can we break 29,617s, right? We have a nice little collection of candlesticks. Can we make like a nice push over that? If we can, then yeah, maybe we do set our stop down to like a little bit above break even. Just something structural, just not based off of vibes or P&L. Like trying to get away from that. Let the market control where your stop is going, not your feelings or emotions.
Yeah. Market generated information.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. We had a little rippy happening here in the ES at least.
Yep. If we were a little bit more patient, we would have been in here with probably 2 or 3 contracts. Jumping the gun, trading that momentum, getting baited by momentum, JD.
Baited by momentum.
It's a lie.
Put that one on a t-shirt. Baited by momentum.
Yep. Okay, nice little push here.
Yep.
We can get above these 617s. Okay. We're just going to look for top of range. Yeah, we're just looking for like these 689s. Is kind of what we're looking for.
Oh, Diamond Head, someone says they like your hat. What's on your hat? What are you wearing?
Diamond trading.
Ooh, there we go.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. Is that
a personalized swag?
You? Yeah. All right.
Do you have a swag store, or you just buy a couple things for yourself?
Nah, it is for me. This is one of one.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice.
One of one.
Nice. Chat, do you have your own swag? Your own custom swag? Let us know.
Good question. Good question. Who makes their own swag out there? John Ross still preaching about these red candles. John Ross saying, buy every red candle. A few minutes ago, he said all the red candles are fake. No, I take that back. He didn't say all the red candles. He said that last red candle was fake.
All right. If we do close above here, I could probably take a trade.
All right. Scouting a trade. Diamond Hand scouting a trade. Let's do it. Poll up in the chat. What is your favorite type of market state to trade? This is a good one. You a breakout trader, directional. Range or K-minute?
18% is range trade? Oh my goodness. I've been a terrible advocate. I thought we'd get a lot more range traders.
39% directional. 39% say they're only trading the trend, the underlying trend. Only trying to trade one side of the market. Say again, Diamond Ends? What was the question?
What are they trading? What's their trading strategies? What are they doing? Momentum trading? All right, I'm going to get in.
Looks like it.
You're in.
Directional trading. Follow the trend. Follow the volume. Diamond Hand's getting in long. Dolby time is long.
Yep.
House count long. Diamond Hands.
Break even. Just about. Not because we want to be,
Right.
but because we got the structure that we wanted. Right, broke above that 5-minute range. We're actually tucked right underneath the 15-minute, this current 15-minute candle. So it's just happens to be there. If it was in the red, we'd be in the red too. Starting to get range over range here. We got diamond hands in the trade with us now. Gives me a lot more confidence. So what's your upside target here, Diamond Hands? You're in at a slightly higher price than I am, but what are you looking for?
I'm looking at the 700s.
Nice.
700s. We can even go to 0.5 if you guys like, 78, which is right there, that deviation.
Just wiggly.
Okay.
0.5, nice. It's a wiggly segment, JD. I can't remember the last time the
Real wiggly
segment had so many wiggles on the dome.
We're getting movement though. There's opportunity
Here
here.
we are. And we're gonna get. Come on, buyers, where are you at? It's like crude's back on the bid. Maybe we got to the midpoint of this range and we decided to sell off. Nope, not even close to the midpoint.
Ooh, guys, there it is. We've got a form in the chat, pinned to the chat right now. It's a prompt asking you to submit your questions for group coaching. We've got a great group coaching segment coming up in just a few minutes. We've got Emmanuel Hogan Hoop. That was it. Emmanuel Hogan Hoop. We got a question for one of the guys, one of the Topstep coaches. Now is your chance to ask it and have it answered live here on Topstep TV. Emmanuel Hogue and Hoop. The form is pinned to the top of the chat right now. Grab that link, fill it out, click submit, and they will do their best to answer your question live right here on Topstep TV. Now's your chance. Take advantage of it. Oh, Dave J, I'm going to show that comment in the chat. Elgo wanted to hide it, but I'll show it. $900 in the green. Just hit DLL. Come on, man.
Oh, buddy.
You got to do better.
You don't want
You gotta
that
be
to
better.
happen.
Disciplined.
Topstep X has
worst
features
feeling.
for you. Topstep X has features to prevent that from happening.
What's your DLL? If you were up $900 and then you revert and then did an about face to hit DLL, how deep was your DLL?
That could have been like theoretically a $3,900 swing, right?
Exactly. We need a little more context here. I bet it was $1,000 though. I bet he took a $1,900 swing. Trying to make another $100 and lost $2,000. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong.
1K. Yep. Now I got to think about that before I go to lunch. That's not what I want to think about. God, I got bad memories about trying to chase P&L, man. It is always trouble every time. Every time. So what? You made an extra $100. No one gives a shit. Don't they care about losing 1,000 to get there? That's a heartbreaker.
Plus 900 plus 1,000, 1,900.
Another range here in NASDAQ. I think I like this trade. I think we figured this out.
Yeah.
I think this is a good one. I think we got our range over range
still-
in NASDAQ.
It's still looking good.
Yep. We got like our zombie bid kind of back in the market. It's not wiggling all that much.
I'd like to see a little more volume enter this market. I see a nice pop on decent volume.
I don't want to talk too nicely about the NASDAQ. It's been known to do things. Or uncouth. Nazi, just behave yourself.
Yep.
Get over 631, that would be nice.
All right, guys. We got about a minute left. What's the exit strategy here? Diamond Hands. We going to hang on to this trade for a while? You've assumed the risk.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sounds good. Sounds good. Mr. Dolby Time, keep us posted on your progress on this trade in the chat if you would, please. All right, it's time for us to step aside. That's it for Power Players. We got group coaching coming up next. Coach Emmanuel, Coach Hoop, Coach Hogue. We're all going to be here answering your questions live on Topstep TV. Again, that form is pinned to the top of the chat right now. Grab that link, fill out the form, click submit, enter your question, get it answered live here on Topstep TV. If you've ever wanted to hear your name or your YouTube chat handle announced on Topstep TV, now is your chance. This is your call to arms. All right, folks, we are going to step aside. Group coaching coming up next. Mr. Diamond and George, thank you so much for joining us here on Topstep TV. We'll catch you again next Monday. Looking forward to it. All right, guys, we're out of here. Group coaching next. Topstep TV. Let's go.
Traders, welcome to group coaching. Just afternoon Central Time. Grab a sandwich. Manage your positions. Markets are moving. We got Emmanuel, Coach Emmanuel in the middle there. We got Coach Hoop on the other side. Emmanuel, how you doing today? Having a good trading day? Happy Monday.
Doing pretty good. Doing an XFA and then $3,000 on a combine, so cannot complain here.
Well done. Nice. Yeah, way to start the week. Way to start the week. Hoop, how about you?
I'm up about $500 in a combine. It's pretty much it's rollover. So I'm always cautious during rollover. And I've been watching the cattle. I'm kind of a little missed out on one this morning. Hogue, everybody was pretty bullish in that area because they actually did find a second case I was telling you in the green room of the screwworm there. But pretty much if you sold the open, all we've done is go lower since. So, that was an ORB waiting to happen this morning. So, and actually was up against the pivot up there. And it's pretty much been Katie bar the door on the way down. So, once again, cattle's been moving. Supposedly a lot of longs liquidated on Friday. So, could it be a market state change, Hogue? That's always the question, right?
Yeah. Buy the rumor, sell the news today, huh?
Yep, 100%. Yep.
And we've got the WASD report. What is that, tomorrow or Wednesday?
I believe it's Wednesday, if I remember right. Yep, Wednesday the 10th.
Okay. Ooh, hey, we got S&Ps up near session lows right now. NASDAQ holding up much better, but the S&Ps look like they're getting ready to extend below the initial balance low, which they did just now by one tick. See if this market continues to roll over. We've traded above the initial balance. We trade below the initial balance. The tendency is going to be to remain somewhat range bound. Not a lot of price action here in crude oil right now. We get market. Oh, it almost looks like the S&P is opened, looked above the initial balance high, and now trading at the initial balance low. Well, that is the ES. What am I looking at? But it does kind of look very similar. Market opened, looked above the initial balance, back to about the center of the range. You guys see any trades you're going to take? Make sure you call it out. But for now, we're going to check out some of the live leaders for today. Let's take a look. Holy goodness!
Oh,
Rosa V up 72,000 today. Unbelievable. Andrea P up 57, just about. Julian K up 30, up about 40. But man, these are some big numbers today. All of them. Big numbers for Julian again, up almost 40K. Ibrahim up 37.8, and Ciro up 27,274. Some big numbers from top to bottom there. Great trading. Pro ball trading, live markets. Great job, man. Keep those profits. I want to see those same 5 names up there tomorrow. Awesome job. All right. We got quite a few questions here. We got more coming in, and as always, we appreciate everybody sending these in. Misael is asking, do you guys have a morning routine? If so, can you let us know it? Well, if you watch the opening call, we have a daily checklist for Topstep, and it's, review the markets, get them in context, have your morning routine ready. If that's, of course, you're going to be looking at your charts and preparing yourself for the trading day, but you also want to prepare yourself, get some water, some coffee, get a walk in, walk the dog, whatever it is. Maybe a little nourishment would be good. And what about your trade entry checklist? What's going to get you into those trades? And do you write them down? Do you journal throughout the day? And the end of the day, of course, you want to review all of that stuff. But my morning routine is I get up at 5, I go for a little bit of a walk, have some coffee, sit down about 5:30, start doing my research and taking a look at the things we're going to be talking about during the opening call, any trades I'm thinking about taking, any context or context changes in the markets, and get myself just ready for the trading day. Emmanuel, do you have a system or a routine that you follow every morning before you sit down to trade? I know you're pretty quick to get started, but what's your routine?
About the same. Make myself a coffee, take a nice shower, kind of just wake up, and then it's immediately to the pre-market plan. Mark out, my highs, my lows, what I need from overnight session, and usually most of my work is done the night before, which kind of helps. But I'll take 5-10 minutes on the charts, see if I can see anything new, and then write my plan down. Right, I don't try to remember it or try to go off the top of my head. I definitely write it down, and I just try to follow exactly like that. So very, very simple, but I think simplicity is key.
Simplicity and consistency, right? Hoop, what's your morning routine like?
Very similar to yours. How do the dog walk early, especially now in the summer here, because the oven's about ready to go from preheat to bake. And I trade a fair amount in the overnight, so I'll look at those levels. This is why I love the new shading where I can see Asia, London, and the New York session kind of together and kind of shaded out. So I'll revisit those. And then, once again, I agree with Emmanuel. Sometimes, early in my career, I could overcomplicate the crap out of it walking into a trading day. And I just try and keep it, this is why I say if I get sloppy in the overnight, it tends to carry over into the day session, right? So for whatever reason, whether, you were doing something else or whatever. So, a little bit of that prep coming into your day session is important. And when I'm sloppy, I usually pay for it in bad trade location, things like that. So I always, when you guys say in the morning on opening call, kind of go through your checklist. I'm like, ooh, that kind of gives me one more shot. Hey, before you start pulling the trigger, if you were a little sloppy in the overnight, go check those levels and be ready. See if there's numbers coming, all those type of things, right? You guys are always there in the morning to remind me too. So
awesome. Yeah, it's pretty easy to overcomplicate things. There's a concept that I think Jim Dalton kind of introduced to me, and it's called chunking. There's a lot of information that you can kind of assimilate, prior to sitting down to trade. What's the market state? What's the market trying to tell you? What are the nuances? All of that stuff can get a little bit complicated, but in chunking, you take all that information and stream it down to as simple as you can. You might want to think about, Misael, start an outline as to, okay, what you're going to do in the morning, and just start with something simple and follow that, and it's going to be a kind of a living, breathing document, right? Things are going to change as you learn more about yourself and about your trading. But if you have that simple outline, you follow that outline every day with consistency, it can't hurt, and it can probably only help your consistency in trading. And thank you very much, Misael, for the great question. Some people don't really have to look at much, right? I mean, there are those that sit down to trade and they're very simple, very technically oriented. And they don't feel as though they have that much to do. I prefer to be much more, I think, prepared for the trading day. There are some things that I look at that not everybody looks at, and I have to chunk those down and put those in my mind as to what I think the market is trying to tell me. It's all market generated information from where I sit. Nick, I don't see any of the new Topstep indicators on my platform, and I've updated it this morning. What did I do something wrong? Do I need to download them? No, you don't need to download them. Maybe you're just looking in the wrong place. If you were to type in Topstep in the indicators, and all of those indicators are going to be listed right there for you. You should have access to them, especially if you've refreshed and updated your version of the platform. They should be there for you. You can always let us know if you are having an issue. So here's a quick question, guys. Nicholas is asking, is the initial balance for gold or crude the same time as it is for ES? What is the opening time for products besides the equities? So the opening range for the equities is, of course, 8:30 to 9:30 Central Time. Crude oil, however, the old pit hours, it opened at 8 a.m. Central. So that makes the initial balance 8 a.m. Central to 9 a.m. Central. Okay. Gold. Technically, the open was 7:20. You're not going to be able to do a 7:20 initial balance in gold. So do the 7:30 to 8:30. Currencies and treasuries would be the same way. So in essence, 7:20, 7:30, there's likely to be some differences there. But if you're going to use the Topstep indicators, you're going to have to start it at 7:30 to 8:30. And yes, sometimes there can be some slight differences between the 7:20 open to 8:20 close of the initial balance in all of those products. I'm trying to think of what else. What time's the pit open in cattle and hogs? Oop.
So you're looking at this. They open the same time as the equities. So you're looking at basically at 6:30 my time out here on the West Coast, and then they close at 10 after. Once again, that's a shortened day as any. They
Yes.
used to take a lot of crap for trading in the egg, so because I had a very short day. But once again, I did other things on the floor, so I didn't get to punch in at 9 and leave at 1, 10 after 1. So yeah, different. Hogan, the other thing I would ask you is, we always talk about initial balance, and would you say that first hour is most critical because typically it's the most, if you were going to attribute one thing to it, volume, most participation? I mean, if you go back and look at it, I know on the floor that typically that was definitely the first hour of trading was definitely typically in most markets the most active, minus any numbers. But yeah, I mean, once again, most of the volume you see in ES is on the open and on the close. But once again, it just seems like that's still all very structured back to when pits used to open and close. So once again, I just always amazed how much that first hour becomes a very, and some days it doesn't, right, Hogue?
Yeah.
But yeah, very important first hour.
Yeah, it's when the longer time frame institutional traders are choosing to do most of their business, right? It's during regular trading hours. Certain markets like gold, yeah, you do see some pretty decent volume in the overnight session. But looking at the ES here, I mean, this was Friday, this is overnight, and this is today. So the vast majority of the volume comes in during the regular trading hour session, which is why I deem that information a little bit more important, is because all of the participants that are available to affect the market are available during that period of time. Your longer time frame traders generally speaking, are not executing in the overnights. They're waiting for the regular trading hours to open, which that first hour, which usually typically has the most volume in it, makes it important because it's the early range. It's the initial balance. I mean, it comes from market profile information, and it's where the locals, where the retail traders are trying to find areas where two-sided trade can ensue early range, right? So that it offers sometimes some decent opportunities and most importantly, some decent opportunities to limit risk. All right. Emmanuel, how long is too long to be in a single combine? This is for our Mud-Eye. Our Mud-Eye is asking, how long is too long to be in a single combine? It's a good, interesting question. What do you think?
That is a very, very hard question. That is completely subjective to how people trade. But I would say obviously anything, towards the end of the month, towards the 30-day mark is definitely pushing it towards the end because you have resets and stuff like that. But I say, trading very slow is the way to go. It should take you, 2 to 3 weeks as a beginner trader to pass a combine. But anything over that, you should start looking at tweaking some things for sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of folks are trying to get through it in 2 days, and usually there's a little bit of YOLOing involved in that. A month, you're gonna have to pay another fee. So, I don't think that there's a right or wrong answer to this. It really just depends on the individual and their trading skills and how long they've been trading. There have been there have been people who've been in the trading combine for a long time before actually finding a degree of success in it. So to say how long is it to be in a single combine, again, that's a very difficult. You may hit the max drawdown on a couple of trading combines before you actually get into something and get yourself in the right direction for the markets to get to finally succeed in a trading combine. So again, it's a very difficult question.
Yeah.
Hoop, have you ever heard this question before in your coaching?
How length is usually we're arguing about passing it too damn fast. Length is never to me when you're trying to get through a combine. Once again, like Emmanuel said, your strategy, especially newer traders. I mean, you've seen it with guys like Enrico. You want the longevity, right, Hogue? You want to be able to, when you get to the XFA, is to keep it. So that's why if it takes you time, don't rush it. We always say it. Yeah, but that is not one that I hear is, what's too long. I think that's very dependent on the trader and their strategy, 100%. So never
Yeah.
opposed to someone taking their time.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as coaches, I mean, our goal is to get people to get through the trading combine, to get into an XFA, and to be able to maintain that XFA for a very long time. So, and in being able to maintain a combine for a little while, or even better, an XFA, you're buying time. You're getting better at understanding yourselves, and you're understanding markets better. So, is there too long? I wouldn't say that there is. Is there too fast? Depends on how you do it. The point is, I think, consistency is always going to be key. If you're doing things the same way every day and you're successful in getting through the trading combine, keep doing that in the XFA. And we look, of course, would be looking forward to your success. But I don't think that there is really a right answer for how long to be in a single combine. Really depends on the individual and their experience level. Edward has a question, and this is a good one. This was somebody on TV mentioned that uh, somewhere north of 50% of all XFAs are blown in the first day. I don't know that that statistic is correct, but would it be possible for you to expand on these? I think it would help me and other traders where they stand in our journey. Well, one thing that you kind of want to avoid doing is comparing yourself to other traders. Edward also says, thanks all love to Eddie. I saw Eddie over the weekend. Eddie is doing well. We know how difficult this is. I mean, trading is a very difficult thing to do, and it takes time to get your head wrapped around risk and learning how to be profitable. So let's assume that 50% is correct. It wouldn't necessarily surprise me because most people that try and trade futures lose. They either lose money or they run out of time before they're able to find their way to any real degree of success as far as financial success is concerned. How many last a week, how many last a month or 3 months? I don't have that statistics. I don't have those statistics. But Edward, don't worry about what everybody else is doing. You gotta worry about what Edward's doing. You know, whatever anybody else is doing is not going to have any effect on what you are doing. And I will definitely tell Eddie. Okay, that you said hello. All right. So take a look at this one. We got a questions popping in here as we sit here and chat. Let me see what this one. Well, I'm going to send this one to you guys. Emmanuel, what would you suggest is the best market to trade for beginners?
Well, I don't really have much experience with other markets. Obviously, a little bit with crude and gold, but I've mainly always stuck with ES and NQ. So I would definitely say if you're picking between the two, it would have to be ES 1,000,000% of the time. It is way easier to understand. I speak about this probably every time I go live, that NQ is just a different animal. Wiki, it goes crazy. You can lose a lot more money very, very quick. So in my standpoint, every trader that I help or teacher that comes to me, it's always ES first.
Yep.
Oop, how about you? Would you suggest cattle?
No. Another one that can be, it's directional and plotting, and shout out to Coach Jack. Corn, very directional markets. The ranges are, not huge. You are dealing a little bit different time. ES is MES, especially, is definitely, yeah, I agree with Emmanuel. I mean, NASDAQ will suck me in sometimes and then just tell me exactly why I stay away from it at times. It gets really wicky. And, once again, you think you've got it nailed and then it changes the whole narrative. So, yeah, I mean, I think ES, it tends to be a little smoother, a little cleaner. It's going to take a little longer until. So yeah, I'd be, ES or MES, and the other one would be the grains. It's a little, like I said, this time of year you're starting to get into weather and news, so it might get a little bit more dicey out there. But yeah, gold. I mean, I enjoy trading gold as a scalper. There's short, quick moves, that go $5 to $10. But it would also depend a little bit on your strategy. But as a beginner, yeah, MES all day long.
Okay, getting a little bit of news out here. Lebanese President Aoun, for the time being, we are negotiating a non-aggression agreement with Israel. I will not meet Netanyahu before reaching an agreement to end the war. Somewhat hopeful in that for the time being, they're negotiating a non-aggression agreement. Um, so thank you for those answers, gentlemen. There's a question here from Rod, and this is from today. Are successful failed and upside or downside auctions mechanical or more discretionary on where price closes inside or outside of the IB? It seems to me if price closes within 5 points outside of the IB high or low, that would be a technical successful auction. But most of the time, it seems as if the market is trying to rinse out a lot of the retail traders and starts to trade back in the initial balance. Not a problem. That's not a long-winded or convoluted question. It's an excellent question, Rod. And it kind of goes along with a question from Mohammed, how to use the dome to trading advance. Okay, please guide step by step, and I'll go as step by step as I can. What we're looking at here is, and we're in a situation where I would be focusing on the dome to see if we see continuation below the initial balance or a failure back above the initial balance. And this is discretionary. This is something that takes time to develop a feel for. But so we traded above the initial balance high earlier. The fact that we've traded below the initial balance low in the S&Ps, and this is a 30-minute chart, the initial balance high are these pink lines here. So we've got 74.29, even the low, 24.69 quarter the high. We looked above it, we closed above it, but we rejected it. Now the market has rotated back to the initial balance low. One thing about this is I already know that a good percentage of the time, if it trades both sides of the initial balance, it's going to remain range bound. Okay, so we just looked below the initial balance low. We're about to close back inside the initial balance low, which would create the view of a failed downside auction. I would call this more of an auction fade. What I would be looking at or looking for as we broke the initial balance low, we probably saw a bunch of stops pop off in the dome. What I look for after that is after those stops pop off, does the dome die? In other words, we've broken the initial balance low. We've taken out the stops. Does the dome indicate that there's people looking at it, or does it slow down to the point where I would say nobody really seems to care that the market is below this initial balance low? The probability would be then for the market to kind of finish the downside auction and start a new upside auction, which is exactly what has happened here. And unfortunately, we weren't able to watch this in real time. But if I'm watching this in real time and, we get the stops and the market just kind of goes quiet, it doesn't really move much. You can see the bids and offers aren't really changing that much as price moved into that new low for the session. Well, what is going to move price continue that price down lower is participation. And if you see that participation has fallen off below that initial balance low, as you build intuition or build recognition of what good participation looks like on the dome and the S&Ps or any market that you're actually trading, the more you're probably going to be able to recognize, okay, this doesn't look like there's anybody that cares that price is down here. More likely, we're probably going to return back inside the initial balance and maybe rotate back higher, which is exactly what's happening. This is not. There's nothing that I can tell you that is okay. We've looked below the initial balance and we've come back inside. Is there any guarantee that that is going to be a failed auction? There's never any guarantee. Okay. So a lot of it is being able to recognize price action in real time when those types of situations happen. Okay, we were long, coming up to this initial balance high earlier, but as price slowed in this area, we got out of those longs. We started getting short during fast markets. We had Dakota getting short. We got out of longs up here because the price action wasn't necessarily telling us that anybody actually cared that price was up here. So the market put in the high, rotated lower, all the way back through initial balance low. The dome died. There was very little participation down here, and the market rotated back into the initial balance, basically right back almost to the center of the range, which would be an initial target for longs off of that. Now, it doesn't mean that the market can't turn around, take out these lows, and continue this push to the downside. But at the time when we first broke that initial balance, participation died off. It didn't really do anything. We got a nice little tape bomb right there, looking like we may be looking at some news here. There's a whole bunch of truths coming out now, but it's the president talking about
I think that was
endorsing people, talking about great people, love the great state of South Carolina, all of that stuff. Not seeing necessarily anything that would move price, but we'll keep an eye out for that. So, Rod, I hope that helps. I hope that helps. And once in a while during fast markets, we'll put ourselves in a situation where we will see a range extension outside the initial balance, and we'll get the chance one of these days to watch the dome and say, okay, you know what? This dome is not saying that this market is likely to continue this move to the upside. We'll see if we pull back inside the initial balance high. A failed upside auction target is initial balance low. A failed downside auction below the initial balance low target is initial balance high. But again, the fact that we've traded outside of the initial balance and we haven't extended lends towards range bound activity for the rest of the session. Of course, anything can happen. ACH headlines can change everything. We've got a Iran top negotiator. Trump statements about MOU were against the agreed part of the deal. This shows the U.S. is neither seeking a ceasefire nor dialogue. Okay, so we're barking back and forth now with contrary information. You start to see the equities now start to roll over because of that. And we will see how this plays out. Thank you, gentlemen, for your patience while I tried to answer that question.
So, Hogue, one thing I want to. So, if you look once again, I watched the dome a lot. It's where the markets, once they left the floor, that's what you were looking at a lot, right? That's all you had.
Yep.
So there wasn't anything over a triple digit offer until all the way up, and it's still sitting there at 74.74. And as you were talking, and you can see once again when you look at the dome, because people ask about the dome. I know Shubham, from being one of my VIPs, used to pick my brain a lot about what I'm looking at in the dome. So as we crept up to this last range high in ES around 45, all of a sudden, right at the top of the range, all of a sudden, 100 lot comes in. And you can see it because, once again, the volume profile is there on the right. And you can see where it gets thicker up there. And then it kind of thins out. And once again, those are things like when we talk about single prints or things like that, that's kind of a little bit of a cheating way to look at it. But then all of a sudden, the news came out, and then you could see him just rip through the bids there. But once again, there is not a triple. That's your only triple digit. And this is telling you it's Monday. It's telling you rollover. And then now you're starting to get some things there. But that's how I look at it, Hogue. Like, especially this time of day, like we always say, is it getting thicker? Is it getting thinner? But that's how I think, I use it as saying, hey, we're going to get pushed around probably in this range a little bit here because there's just not a lot of volume there to stop us from moving right now. So I noticed that when you were talking about it. So, yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, Hogue. All right. We've got a little news I'm going to bring in here. Apple could be upping its AI game with an expected revelation about Siri. Hopefully, I didn't just turn on everybody's phone.
Hey Siri. I'm joking. I did it for you, Hope. All right, here we go. Apple is expected to reveal a new version of Siri at its Worldwide Developers Conference on Monday. It's trying to catch up to competitors in the AI marketplace. The announcement could mark the last big moment for Tim Cook before he steps down as Apple CEO. The company also is set to reveal software updates. Those could affect billions of iPhones, iPads, Macs, and Apple Watches. Here's your latest Apple update. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, GD. All right, how many people's phone get turned down? I don't know. Mine did not. Even with mine. All right.
That was a nice solid 45.
Where do you guys get your news from? We get our news from mostly financialjuice.com. Financial Juice. There is a free version, and you can also get news a little bit quicker by subscribing, but no sales here, so totally up to you where you get your news. But again, Financial Juice is one of them. All right. Wayne B is asking, as a beginner swing trader learning the ropes, I'm using paper trading. Question is, using trend lines for futures, a good way to learn trading on a long trend is using trend lines for futures. A good way to learn trading on a long trend. Also, which is better to use? Gold? Well, Tesla and Apple are not futures, but gold using the 4-hour time frame on the daily chart. Can you use the initial balance with a 4-hour time frame of something like a 20 SMA or something like that? Advice needed. Thank you. Well, Wayne, this is a very very loaded question, if you will. We're starting to see a little bit of price action here. Lebanon's president, we seek a good relationship with Iran based on non-interference. We got some news coming out here. Iran top negotiation, Galabaf. Our goal is the end of war and a stable security, and we have no trust towards the opposing party. So we're lobbing words back and forth again here now, folks. Difference in opinions. Earlier today, we saw that we are still in negotiations, not necessarily looking that way. From the other side here, we are seeing some price action here, and these headlines can certainly change things in a heartbeat. Let's take a look at crude oil. Not really moving all that much off of that. We are seeing some price action here in the S&Ps and in the Nasdaq. The S&Ps just traded down to that initial balance low. Once again, we just traded to initial balance low in the weekly kickoff high here, 29,475. Found some support there. We have not yet revisited the initial balance low in the Nasdaq. Nasdaq holding up much better, seeing some sellers coming into gold, 43s, 58, 59.30. Last in gold, 90, 96. S&P's 74.33 half, and the Nasdaq 29,557.75. All right. So back to Wayne's question. As a beginner trader, there's so much to know and there's so much to learn, and trend lines is really just one of them. A little confused by the question, but if you're talking about, trading gold or trading the ES, something like that, yes, trend lines can be useful for you using the 4-hour time frame on the or the daily chart. I mean, all of that is at times going to be useful information, but nothing works the same way twice, and nothing is always going to work. Nothing never works. Hoop, what would you say to Wayne? It's a little confusing, the question, but I'm just kind of focusing on his idea of using trend lines, and they can be helpful and useful. What do you think, Hoop?
Hogue, I think the biggest thing you've always said, as a technician is how many points are on a trend line, right? What time frame? I've seen some traders take 1 minute and just draw channels and just lock areas in, and I'm like, I've always tended to look, at least for me, at least hitting 3 points of contact, right? And then the other thing is trying to create channels inside them. I think like even if you take a look at like ES here on a 30 minute, you could take a trend line and kind of run it across here, and we've started to break through that in the last hour, right? So you would start to say, as we break lower, maybe if I like a short, I wait for a retest and maybe get us taking a move lower. It's also this type of day. I mean, you've heard Coach Jay and being in with them a lot at the buzzer is you'll hear Coach Jay say, "Hey, I just sometimes I don't like trend lines because they can just cause fake outs. They don't always work." So I think it just depends on your strategy. Once again, you just they can be areas to manage risk. Um, but there's no, once again, be careful of being, oh, it's got to stop here. Use it in context to me with other things, whether it's, sometimes now you can look at pivots, maybe a fib level, but just, I know it's a hard line, but be careful. Sometimes those trend lines won't always tell the truth either, like a lot of things with trading, right, Hope?
Yep. No, yeah, nothing works the same way. Nothing works every time. Emmanuel, you're a supply and demand trader. You're pretty much level to level. Are trend lines anything that you even consider in your strategies?
100%. I think Hoop hit the nail right on the head. The higher the time frame you go, I believe the more likely you're going to find success in a trend line. And that goes for any strategy whatsoever. Fib levels, supply and demand. I think the higher the time frame, the more eyes are going to be on it for sure, especially with the people who have bigger orders, the institutions. They're going to be looking at higher time frame stuff. And I think you'll find a lot more success the higher time frames you go, just like a 4 hour. So I would definitely add that to the arsenal for sure.
So you like the 4 hour. I think we've looked at that
Yes.
before on your screens.
Yes, I believe when I about a month ago or so, I was showing a 4 hour trend line on ES. I love to play the trend line, the inversion of the trend line. Anything on a big time frame like that definitely catches my eye. I do not draw 1 minute ones. Like Hoop said, you find a lot of fake outs. I used to, and then I found out after journaling that it was unsuccessful. I was losing money trading more like that. So threw that right out, and journaling will tell you everything.
Journaling. Emmanuel, are you a big journaler? Is this something that you just stick to and you do it every day no matter what?
Not as much as I should. I used to a lot, and that is what I guess helped me find the success. The pre-market plan and the journaling together gave me, if I didn't have that, I'd probably still be unsuccessful 100%. I think journaling is a very, very big thing for any beginner trader, even intermediate trader. You need to find out what's working for you, right? And little tweaks here and there will change you from unsuccessful to successful in possibly in a matter of weeks.
Do you what would say the most important three points of your journal has meant the most to you? I'm sure it's, reviewing technical analysis. Do you journal emotion? Do you keep track of that when you're trading and understanding how your emotions are affecting your decision making?
Yes, 100%. I think tracking your emotions pre, during, and post is a big, big thing for sure. Obviously, if you're getting anxiety in the middle of a trade and you just want to get out, you're using too much money, you're not trusting yourself. If you're anxious to get in, you probably have a bad entry. And obviously, afterwards, if you feel like it was a bad trade or you should have took more, you got to go back to the board and change some things around for sure. I think emotions are the part of journaling.
What do you think of folks that are always kind of denying or trying to suppress their emotions? Do you think that that is something that is possible, or do you feel like they're missing out on some good information that they'll be able to use?
I think you should suppress your emotions due through putting less money in the market. Like I would say that's the biggest thing. Sizing down will fix 80% of emotions, if not 90% of your emotions, right? Not caring about the money is definitely the thing that's going to make you follow your plan and trade the charts, not the money. And I think suppressing it through other ways is not a good idea, because if you're anxious about something, it means you're seeing something wrong with your trading. So doing so like that is definitely a no-go. But sizing down to minimize emotions is the way to go for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Some people really kind of feel as though they should be able to ignore, suppress, avoid whatever those emotions are. And there is information in there. I'm glad, Emmanuel, that you see that and that you agree with it, and that you do it sometimes. You know, after doing it for a while, you kind of feel like you kind of get a sense of who you are as a person, and it's like, you almost feel like you don't need to do it anymore. But that's all right for a while. But I think it's important to keep up that exercise, because there's always more to learn and always more to know about ourselves. Thanks, Emmanuel. Good job. Good stuff. Um, so there's a couple other older ones up here that we haven't necessarily addressed. I'm trying to
Writing
find
those
them.
down too, Hogue, right? In the journal,
What's that?
right? I mean, emotionally writing it down. We all have one of these, right, Hogue? The old legal pad.
Yep.
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 I mean, it's old school,
And
but the venom and all that, like you talk about, writing it down, and then you can log it in, into the backside of Topstep X and put it in. But I'll write in there like oversized or didn't wait for my setup, and I'll keep it pretty simple. And once again, I always told people in VIP and everything, it's just, man, saying it and admitting it in front of other traders is half the battle, because you're at least acknowledging what's going on. You just have to be careful of it. That's, to me, the venom is the man Hogue. You always say it, and we can always feel it as traders when it starts to build up, right? So, yeah, write it down.
this venom is probably never healthy. We keep trying to put in new lows here in the S&Ps. We keep getting denied below the initial balance low. Watching the dome, not seeing any real interest in participation or continuation to the downside at this time. We did have some news that pushed us back down there, but we are running into buyers down there, at least for now. All right, I think we've got enough time for one question. Emmanuel. Matthew is asking, what are things you do to manage your risk on a losing day? What do you do?
Personally, we spoke about it before. I really don't like to trade a lot, right? It's going to be 1 to 3, especially if I'm over leveraging. But managing risk starts from the first trade. It doesn't just get better as we go if we're doing good or bad. I try to really risk the same amount every trade. And if, for example, I'm looking for 50 points on NQ and on my next trade I'm looking for 100, I will size down to half the position that I originally took, or somewhere in there, just to try to keep my winners the same exact as my losers. So like trade one, I'm looking to make, if it's 50 points and I like to see, $1,000 or $200 stop loss, I'll take that trade like that with one con or something like that. And then if the next trade is half the size, half the stop loss, I will take it with two cons if it's the same, kind of setup or something along those lines. So I make sure that, two losing trades, I'll lose X amount as the same as if it was 3, 4. Every trade is, in theory, the same amount of take profit and stop loss, judged by how many contracts I take. So, like I said, 100 points will be the same thing as 200 points. 200 points, I'll take half the cons, judging that my stop loss is going to be around the same risk to reward ratio.
Yeah, I see it. Like, if you're 100 points away from your stop loss, you're only going to trade one. If you're 50 points away from your stop loss, you're going to take two. You're sizing according to.
Yeah, exactly. So if I was taking two trades like this, where it's somewhat double here, I'm looking for, two cons on this, for example, on NQ. And then this trade over here would be like one con or something like that, so that my risk to reward is in theory the same or close, and my loss of money if I lose is about the same. So generally speaking, every day if I take 3 losing trades, no matter what trades they are, it's going to be the same amount of loss at the end of the day.
Yep. Good risk management. Good risk management. Is there a point when you just say, I'm going to call it a day? Is it a number of trades or is it a financial decision? I'm down to $500. I'm done for the day. Or had 3 straight losses. I'm done for the day.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes even if I take one loss and I cannot read the market, there's certain days that you just can't read the market good, right? Certain days, all your levels pan out. If I can't read the market or I'm just not feeling it, I'll cut it at one trade. 2, maybe I'll try to take 3. Sometimes I'll take 4, but I, especially if I'm not really feeling it, if I'm not in the zone or market's chopping around, I'll cut it very, very early. I'll just come in later on in the day or the next day looking to go back at it, take another stab.
New day. A new day. Hoop, what do you do? How do you manage down days?
Well, the DLL's in place. 30 years of being around it, sometimes I'll just cut it. I mean, I just know if I'm not seeing it right, my levels are getting blown through. But I think it's just if I don't put the rails up, once again, we're human, right? We're not robots. And if you don't put the rails up, you have to trust in yourself to stop yourself. And sometimes, once again, like I said, we're all human. So more often than not, inside of trades, as a scalper, I'm a 1-to-1, 1-to-2er more often than not. So I will take, once again, Untitled takes less trades than I do throughout a day, scaling in and scaling out. So it's probably a little bit different. I might hit a couple scratches or maybe small losses and just say, hey, I don't got good trade location. I'm going to retry again. But yeah, I mean, have to put the rails up for me first. And the biggest two for me is the amount of trades and, obviously a quantity loss inside the day. Those are the two biggest for me. So.
Awesome. All right. Thank you. Well, we are just about out of time. I do want to mention to Miss Hogefire, aka Marty McTopstep. Robin's going to be with us tomorrow. Make sure that you hold on to this question. Shorten it a little bit if you can, but make sure you ask this question for Robin tomorrow. Yeah, don't forget, we're going to have Robin on tomorrow, but coming up next here on Topstep TV, we've got Trade with Topstep. Ben T is going to be back with us with JD and Coach Vince. Looking forward to seeing him. Emmanuel, thank you very much for being with us again here today. We'll see you later, folks. Stick around. There's still lots to do on Topstep TV today. We'll be right back. Let's go.
Oh, hello, hello, hello. You probably didn't expect to be seeing me right now, chat. You thought you were getting JD. You're not. You're getting Dolby Time and Coach Vince and Ben T. If you're a old school Topstep TV watcher, you actually might be familiar with Ben T. Welcome, sir. I think it's been almost, not even almost, it's been over a year since I've had you on, Ben. How's it been? It's not the same market, Ben. Not the
No.
same market. I'll tell you that.
No, it is not. It is far from it. And like I said, I was coming back on, and then we had the Friday, everything that happened. It made me a lot more nervous to come on today, but it's been
water's
not
warm.
as bad as it could be.
Water's warm. This is lukewarm price action we got going on. We got Coach Vince in the house. Vinny Two Ticks. I heard you were trading the Dow. Are you still in that trade?
Nah, I just got stopped out of it, Dolby.
Just got stopped out. It happens.
Yep.
Happens to the best of us. It's been a hell of a range today.
Yeah, I might get in again though.
Yeah, why not? Got a nice little bounce off the 500s and the NASDAQ. Now we're back up 100 points, just like that. Man, it sure looks easy in hindsight, doesn't it?
Oh yeah.
That is right. Yes, class is not optional for this segment. None of us can see a damn thing without them, Ollie. But here we are. So Ben, how'd you trade today? Did you trade at all?
Yeah. Well, I had two sets of combines going. The one did not go good. That one I was trying to pick some reversals in a range that didn't really have any direction it was going. But on the other set, I had a single micro overnight that I held until the open, and that got me 900 in profit. And then I took, I'd have to find it here. I took another long or a short after it decided to come back down and test VWAP. I got in the long there, and then I took another long off of that same VWAP to lock out the other accounts for the day.
Nice. So utilizing the VWAP, have you always been a VWAP trader? Were you a VWAP trader a year ago?
No, and I'm still kind of in the experimental phase. I've only been, I shouldn't say that. I guess probably a year ago I'd used it, but not as frequently. Like, obviously I know that there's a lot of power behind it, but not using. I had enough other lines on my charts that it was just more noise than anything. But now I've started to use it a lot more in terms of just anchoring it in different places. Usually it's like either, like most people, the beginning of the session, so you have the session VWAP, or all the way, like the VWAP that I was talking about, which ended up, I think, being similar to the session. But let me get this chart bigger here.
Was it VWAP George? Did he convince you?
He's not part of the reason.
Okay.
So like I said, I've had it in the background, but I kind of stopped using it. But yeah, see the VWAP, like I said, I guess it's ended up lining up with the open VWAP a little bit. But I originally was using it from back on Thursday about MOC. I have one from there that it came back and was tagging.
MOC VWAP. Nice. Vinny Two Ticks, you using the VWAP at all? You're muted.
Yeah, I use it here and there. I'm not like a huge VWAP trader, but I have been keeping an eye on it. They definitely think there's some significance behind it. And I've been on here with George a lot, VWAP George, and the markets do tend to gravitate towards it, right? So sometimes it could be a target, sometimes it could be an entry, sometimes it could chop you up, just like anything else, right? So it's just about managing your risk around whatever strategy you're using. That's the hardest part.
Yeah, most definitely. You haven't got me yet, VWAP, George. Still not on my screen. Reason being is that as a range trader, it typically just ends up kind of floating around the middle of the VWAP anyways, so it's not really a location we're trying to get into. Maybe one day, VWAP, George, maybe one day. So let's touch these markets real quick. Crude, that stuff's in a range right now. So we got crude oil kind of stuck between 91 and 92.40. We got NASDAQ kind of stuck between 29,500, 29,600. It's been kind of a choppy day. We've had some headlines coming out here and there. I would know because I was in a trade during one of them. Not the most fun. Ben, you were on over a year ago. We've been a completely different market state back then. I think we were maybe in that was like pre-NVIDIA AI days when you were on. How have you adjusted to trading these markets? Has your strategy been favorable, been unfavorable? Let us know.
It's kind of been hit or miss. Lately it's been more of a grind. Not red, not green, just kind of like sticking in trades, and sometimes it goes, sometimes it doesn't. Whereas before it was kind of you either won big or you lost big for a while there.
Yeah. No, most definitely.
Tough. But yeah, and like I said, it's Friday kind of changed the whole state of things again, so now it's on edge. Like you have to think that it'll just go back up because everyone just had their one day to sell, and now they're back to buying again by the looks of it. But
that is kind of what
Friday
it seems
was
like.
Interesting.
It was very interesting. Yeah, I mean, Vinny Tutek, how'd you trade on Friday? I mean, we were down almost 5%.
Good. Yeah, no, I was good. I was short gold and I was short the ES at some point. So yeah, I had a pretty decent day on Friday.
Nice. Okay, well, now with the reversal challenge,
on the right side of the
crazy. The reversal challenge, Antonio put up $34,800 in the reversal challenge.
Wow.
On a practice account, absolutely chopping it up in the zone. It was impressive stuff. That was his first time too doing the reversal challenge. It was quite impressive. So props to him. He'll be on Wednesday, so we'll see if he's still glowing from his victory or if he has already moved on from it. Maybe he's getting his crown fitted. I don't know. We'll see. Ben, any levels you're looking at? And I guess since it's been a while, what kind of trader would you say you are, Ben? Are you like a range trader, momentum, volume?
I would say I'm a reversal breakout momentum trader.
Okay. How does that work?
Well, the reversals have not been working as well lately. And my big thing that I've been trying to focus on, especially this past week, is not getting in early. Because that's when I've been getting burned, is trying to be like, oh, well, I see like my two moving averages are going to cross. So like, that's a good sign. Like, but then they don't cross and then the trade doesn't work out. Or, you could have gotten a better price because you could have waited. But more often than not, it's that the setup that you were thinking is going to set up doesn't set up. And then you take a loss.
No, I mean, it is tough. Have you had any, were you trading E-minis before? Were you trading micros? Have you experimented with
I was trading NQ before, but
NQ, okay.
But now I've switched to the micro NQs. Still similar size, but about a couple of weeks ago, I'd always wanted to try with the Topstep, the API, try to do something with that, but I'm not a coder. So it's like, I'm never going to be able to do that. I'm going to need to either pay someone to do that or what have you. But, now with all the AI stuff, I had somebody in the chat I had asked, because I was trying to use Google Gemini, and that was I had done some other project with it, and it had done a decent job. But someone suggested Codex, which is still Chat GPT, but Codex.
Yep.
Specifically for coding, and that thing had me up and going in like 5 minutes, and I was like, wow. This is wonderful. It's like I don't got to pay this guy no money, and he does exactly what I want him to.
Wow.
Nice.
Oh, that's impressive. Yeah, I mean, shout out to Coach Robert too. I mean, he has an astronomical amount of resources for getting into coding, and he has his own. He coded like a Chat GPT prompt just for the Topstep X API, and it will just spit out kind of whatever you want. Yeah, I mean, he is a smart cookie, you could say. Yeah, great resources in the Discord. There's also putting out classes as well for the Topstep X API. So if anyone in chat's ever interested in dipping their toes in the water, Robert's your lifeguard. So he is excellent here. So crude kind of selling off a little bit down to 91.14, stuck in a Dorito pattern for sure. Lower highs, higher lows, pretty chill. NASDAQ kind of doing the same thing. I mean, we're up 0.6%, Vince, but the market feels, I don't know, lackadaisical, maybe a little bit heavy. It feels like it's in weight.
I think it's still getting over Friday's action, I think a lot of people, may have gotten hurt on Friday. So
they're taking a break.
Might not be here today to trade. They may not be here to even trade,
Yeah, either
Sometimes
they made
that
too
happens,
much money and they don't have to.
Yeah, one or
they
the
lost
other.
too much and they can't.
Exactly. One or the other. But
Yeah, so
we're close to getting filled here.
Ooh, okay, what do you got?
Working a short here. We're going to short. Yep. All right, we're short. We're short 2 MES in my XFA. 74.40.50.
74.40 half. We got Vince in 2 MES. Fantastic.
Yeah. Let me see. All right. So
it's kind of your what's your game plan with this trade? What are you seeing?
I'm kind of counter to what I normally do, though. Today we have kind of a neutral center day here in the ES, so really I should be taking longs at the low. But I want to see if we can maybe test the low one more time. It's still earlier in the day, right? We still got a couple hours until the close. So, I think we're probably going to center towards the center of the range at some point today. And this is a dangerous trade to take because it's we're inside of value. But I feel like we might want to test the low here, and then I'll look to get out. Or maybe we'll break it. I don't know. We'll see.
Yes, we will. Don't know till you bet, Vince. Don't know till you bet.
Right, you don't know, right? ACH. ACH.
That's exactly
so Ben,
right.
What markets do you trade? Are you mainly NASDAQ or
Yeah, I'm exclusively NASDAQ. I guess I didn't quite fully answer that question. Kind of went off on a tangent there, but yeah, but I'm still trading similar size as what I was trading.
Okay.
But
what kind of size do you trade?
Well, what I had been doing was I would go in with minis based on the ATR. So like I always had the same dollar stop loss, and then I would just adjust my size based on what the ATR was. So it usually ranged between
based around the ATR. Okay.
Nice.
And then, but I also had it that it adjusted it. Like if I was having a good day, then I could get into more contracts, because more profit. Right. So I have, I'm always risking X amount, percent wise. And then when I was
have you tried commodity markets?
Sorry, what was that?
No, I was going to say, have you tried any commodity markets or just strictly just NASDAQ forever? Have you ever traded anything else or just when you say exclusive?
I traded ES is what I started trading.
Okay. Gotcha.
But no oil, no gold, no silver.
There was a brief moment in time where I tried gold more so for overnight, but now I've taught myself that used to always watch Dakota slow markets. I can't do it because then I want to trade. So, and it's usually, there's days where it goes good, but if it's not moving, I have a tendency of trying to see something when there's nothing. So I just, unfortunately, I don't get to see them as much anymore because I just don't watch it so that I don't I don't get in that mess. But
I do blame Dakota for having me place nighttime trades if I'm watching his show. I mean, he does make you kind of want to trade a little bit. It's like, yeah, this looks kind of fun. But he has the experience of trading the overnight. Whole different ball game. Whole different ball game.
Gold's been moving at night. Honestly, I mean, Gold's been having some really nice moves at night. But if you like to sleep,
I mean, it's a good opportunity. If you like to sleep.
Would sleep. We don't need to sleep.
That's
Gold's been great.
1 hour a night.
That's all you need. Hour a night. Ben, what were you saying?
I was saying sleeps for the weekends, and that's still a maybe.
Yeah, that's right. Ben, you do seem like a party animal. What'd you do this weekend?
I didn't do anything this weekend. I stayed around at home, sweated because the house we're getting AC in it today, finally.
Oh, nice.
There you go.
Which will be nice because we've been missing it.
Where you at? Are you you in Texas or Minnesota?
No, Minnesota.
Minnesota, okay. That's right the second time. All right, Vince, you're about break even here on this trade.
Yeah.
Market's just kind of bobbing up and down here.
Yeah, it's not looking good,
down. Maybe it's not looking good. Are you toast, Vinny?
Nope. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, we're going to let it happen. Whatever happens, happens here. Like I said, we have a neutral center day, so I should be looking at longs below value.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. We'll see. It's still early.
Yep, nice.
There's time left here.
Yep. Oh, we got plenty of time. We have 38 minutes. 38
You say
minutes and
you say
counting.
it's not looking good, but it's also not looking bad either. So
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's in between.
It's just
Maybe
there.
the worst state. It's maybe one of the
It's
worst
just there.
states. It's raising her cortisol levels. That's what it's doing right now.
Yeah. These are the ones that test your patience.
Uh-huh.
Do you stay in it? Do you bail? It tugs at your emotions.
You don't get the immediate price action that you want. You're also not getting stopped out and ripping the Band-Aid off. You're just absorbing whatever this market energy is. And not a lot of it currently, but that can always change. All it takes is one tweet. So Ben, it's been, I think, over a year since we've had you on. How would you say that you've changed as a trader since then?
Well, for one, I've definitely got a much more refined process and set of rules, and have sized down for sure as well, which again is partially due to going with the micros.
Mm-hmm.
I can't even say I've sized more consistently, I guess is probably the better way of putting it.
Nice. And is that helping you execute your trades better?
Well, for one, it's helping, because if you have the minis, my big thing was always like, get in, get out, and, call it good. Like I want all in, all out. And that's how I just kind of got used to it. But now I've switched over to the micros, and now I can have a little bit of that, I can actually leave runners if I want, or, I can use multiple different stop losses. I guess that's one thing about me that's, a lot of people they like to have profit targets. I usually don't have profit targets. I like to just trail it, and then when it's done, it's done.
Let the market reward you for whatever it's given. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely different variations, right, Vince? You can just, you could set a ratio, right? I'm going to risk 100 to make 200. You could do fixed profit targets. So if you're just trading off of levels or ranges, you're just going to go, range to range, or you just do the trailing as well. There's no wrong answer. I feel like the only wrong answer is switching it up mid trade. It's like, oh, I'm gonna become a trailing person in the middle of like a range trade, and all of a sudden you get stopped out, or vice versa. You just got to stay consistent with whatever you're doing. Little bit of a bid here in the ES and the NASDAQ.
Definitely need a consistent approach.
Yes. The market knows, doesn't it, Vince? If you're not following your strategy somehow.
Exactly. It seems like as soon as you do something out of the norm, it'll remind you why you don't switch up what you're doing.
Yep.
I know that all too well.
And this current market state, I mean, Ben, you said that you're not the same trader you were. I mean, the markets have changed over the past couple of months, so were you like a trend trader or more like a range bound trader?
Well, to be honest, I still have the, like I said, the big difference is that I've tried to actually quantify and define what it is I'm trying to do when I'm entering a trade. Whereas before it was, closer to, all right, looks like it's going up. Let's see if it keeps going up.
All right, so you were in the momentum at that point. So you were riding the momentum.
Which I still am, but now I've got
these are different
better,
markets.
Yeah.
Gotta say though, it looks like it's going up on buying it works pretty well in the Nasdaq's most of the time until it doesn't, and then it
minus Friday.
Minus Friday. Just doing the caveman trade is a pretty good strategy most of the time. There's a question here in chat for you, Ben, from Nicholas Asm 167. How many ticks do you usually trail by? So it's probably kind of contingent on your account, or sorry, on your trade size. But what's the answer to that question?
Let's see. I can go back to my old. I think it is around 20. I think it's about 26 ticks. No, 26. 26. I got to remember what the 26 is. I know 26 is the answer, but I don't remember if it's ticks or points. I think it's points.
Ticks or points? Ticks is pretty tight.
Tick, that's close. That's tight.
Yeah, that's
especially
very tight.
Nasdaq.
Probably points, if I had to guess.
I think it's 26 ticks when it's like right now. Like,
I mean, that would be great risk
I'll put
management.
the ATRs,
26
but-
ticks.
Yeah. I mean, I can see 20.
on a,
Yeah, 26 ticks right now. I mean, the market's not doing ish right now.
Yeah, and that's so I think it's so if it's on opening, it'd be 3 times that, so 78 ticks. So about 20 points is what I have if we're trading at the open.
Nice. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Okay.
That's pretty good. I think we're doing like 25 with most of the house account trades and the micros. Looks like the ES showed you a little bit of profit for a second right there, Vince, and just snatched it right back. Maybe a little bit of wiggliness coming into the ladder here. It seems like Nasdaq and ES are starting to just pick up in its pace, just in moving up and down the ladder a little bit. One of my favorite indicators. It's just a little wiggle on the dome. A couple more questions in here. One from Dan Emmons. Ben, earlier you described yourself as a reversal breakout momentum trader. Do you ever find yourself conflicted on direction? Those are conflicting strategies. Is that like a toolbox, Ben? Like you got like one setup for each?
Yeah, it's more of a toolbox. Like, I mean, the entries are usually at the same point, obviously, which I think is what he's kind of alluding to.
Mm-hmm.
But it kind of, like I said, it's kind of it's basically like right now I'm watching like this could easily be a reversal, this could easily be a breakout. So I'm waiting to see which one it might want to do. Right now I would lean towards break. If this breaks out, I would take that. If it's a reversal, I'm not going to take it because it's not set up for me to reverse right now, because normally I like this purple line to make a nice hump over it.
So you got your indicators and your strategies. You're waiting for like an if-then statement to kind of pan out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because like I said, it's like basically it's both of them are you're looking at the same point in time for a trade. It's just a matter of which way you're wanting the trade to go.
Right. If it's like a range, are you playing the breakout out of the range, or are you playing the trade for it to get back within the range?
Yeah. It's usually either breakout out of the range or reversal back to the other side of the range.
All right, we're out.
Vince is out.
All right, we're out of that trade.
That. Cool. Yep. I'll make a note and delete that line off my chart. So indices have picked up a little bit here. Nasdaq's now trading 29,608-ish. It's kind of been stuck in a 5-minute range since pretty much the beginning of the segment, top of the hour, 1 o'clock. So now we're trying to trade to the top of the 5-minute range here. Maybe we make a break for it back to the upside. ES kind of doing the same thing. Is crude selling off in tandem here? Yeah, it is trading at 91.09, but still stuck within its range, just kind of 50-cent range in crude oil. It's actually been a very, very quiet market in crude today. So we'll kind of see how this pans out. So, go ahead.
I have a question for him. So all those lines on your chart, are those all VWAPs or different like time frame VWAPs?
The yellow ones are VWAPs, yeah.
Okay.
Some of these I can probably delete now because they're from older, but I've been trying to work through looking at the chat. But I did want to actually, that's right. That's why I haven't deleted these. It was kind of interesting this morning when it finally broke out. I had an anchor right at where it kind of started to break, and it came back to that. So then I anchored that, came back and tested that, anchored that again, came back and tested, and then it was no good anymore. But like I said, it's more, I haven't used it too terribly much because like I said, I've only really been using it the past week and a half or so, but like there's definitely some power behind, I mean, in essence, it's kind of more just a 50% retracement, if you will, a lot of the times. So.
Oh, wow. I just got stopped up by a couple tickies.
Yeah, but
Vince, I've been getting stopped by a couple ticks for the last week. It's driving me absolutely insane. It means we're close, Vince. It means we're close.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
we're on the path.
That's it.
We're on the path.
We'll catch one though. We'll catch one.
That's exactly right. We just can't fumble it once we get it. Coach Hoop with some news in here from CNBC. Kalshi traders say Strait of Hormuz traffic won't return to normal before January. 2 weeks ago, traders on Kalshi saw a 60% chance that the Strait of Hormuz would open before August. So Kalshi is betting on prolonged closure of the Strait of Hormuz. That'd be another 6 months of this.
Wow.
Okay. All right. You can't play nice.
Kind of like the ground we've seen it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. So I think Ben, back when you were first on, I don't think we had risk settings like we do now built into Topstep X. Is that anything that you've utilized, whether it's like a personal daily loss limit, lockout button, trailing limits, anything like that you're using?
The lockout button I use, probably should use it more often, but that's definitely the most useful one because if you have the thought of like, I think this is good enough for the day, you got to execute on that because it probably is good enough for the day.
Yep.
I can't tell you how many times I've thought that and then I've had to, it goes down and then you go, okay, well now I got to try to make that back. And then you might waste another 2 hours. You might not get it back or you waste 2 hours just trying to get back to where you were. What good does that do you?
Yeah.
So if you're having the thought of like, I think it's like, I've done good. That's a good trade. Do I need to trade? You already know your answer. You just call it good.
Yeah, let's put some W's in chat if you can relate to that. I absolutely for sure can. And Vince, I actually think we had someone in chat. If JD was on, if you'd be calling this person out, I think they had a hidden comment. And JD's like, unhide that one. I think they were $100 away from being plus 1,000 and then traded it down to negative 900.
Yeah, I've been there.
Yeah, so, well, trigger warning on that one, right? Sorry, chat. Yeah, I've been there too. It makes your heart race.
That's about it. For me, the worst thing is if you have a profit goal, that is the worst possible thing because you're gonna just sit there and you're gonna drive yourself crazy trying to get it.
Yeah, I'll never forget my first trading combine at Topstep. So my first trading combine, we had a 2-step process at the time, right? You had to go through 1 step and another step before you got into funded. And so I opened up my first combine and I'm about 8 days into it. And my account balance, I'm over the 3,000. It was a 50K combine, the first one I did. And I was over the $3,000 mark. And instead of just hitting the sell all, flatten all button, I kept on trading, right? Instead of just selling it, closing the screen and wait. Little do you know, that day I was up like, I don't know, $800 or $900, and then pulling back, I was laying up like 300. And then it took me another whole week to recoup. And all I had to do was hit flatten all. And that would have been past it. and it cost me
Oh, my
another
goodness.
week of trading. Yeah, can you believe that?
Yeah, and you had to trade back
Crazy.
then too. There's no like 2-day passes or anything, so you were really just
Yeah.
sitting in that account
Yeah.
for a while. Yeah. Let's see, Michelle in chat. Liddy, where I'm at today, down 2680 from Friday, being 53,117 in the combine. Yeah. Trading is so unforgiving. Discipline just has to be there every single minute of the day. No, no undoing that.
That is
I do have some good news to announce here.
Oh, we'll take some good news.
Yeah, so
What do we got?
Yeah, so I got a message from one of my previous VIPs, Adjo, and he got his certified live funded trader certificate today. So shout out to Adjo for becoming a live funded trader. Good stuff, Adjo. Proud of you.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, shout out. I mean, hey, that's a big accomplishment getting into a live funded account. Means you're in the big leagues now. I do like that Topstep can get you into a live funded account pretty damn quick. Oh, hey, got Ajo right here. Hey, Coach Vince, I'm here. I'm still remember those days of VIP season 2. We'll join you soon live with the crew. Yes, you will. You will.
All
I mean,
right.
hey, Coach Vince, hope to have you on when
Let's
Ajo's
go.
on. We'll do a little
Yeah.
trip down memory lane.
Yeah,
Props to
that
Ajo
sounds
MR in
good.
chat. Yeah, why not? Well, Vince, do you get top ticked on that, Vince? Must have been damn close.
Yeah, well, yeah, 2 ticks.
Oh, God, really? Vinny 2 ticks gets stopped by
man.
2 ticks. Market's just
Yeah,
being
that's it.
poetic at this point. Yeah,
Yep.
so got up to about the point of control, it looks like, in the MES around 74.45
Yeah.
and promptly sold off about 10 points.
Mm-hmm.
And similar thing to the NASDAQ. Just when we thought NASDAQ was on the up and up, trying to get above these 29,620s, we have sold off 60 points. 60 point sell off in the NASDAQ, just like that. Man, frustrating markets to trade. Momentum traders got to be getting absolutely murdered today, trying to catch breakouts.
Yeah,
in this market.
it's hard. I mean, everything is just chopping around. It's just, they're running stops. They know where the stops are at. You know what I mean? It's it is what it is.
Yep, it is what it is.
We're in that market
Ben,
state right now.
Yeah. Ben, since we've seen you, have you had any like epic winning days? Anything of note you can let us know? Any big payouts? I know you've taken payouts.
Yeah, I've taken payouts. Since then, I was live back then. Lost it since then. But I have had part of that live experience was a very wild ride of, like I said, I was not prepared for everything that happened then, because like I said, I had a strategy, but I didn't realize I had a strategy, but I got real lucky in the sense that I was only in my LFAs, or sorry, the XFAs for 4 days, I think. And I was one of the people that they had expanded the parameters for, because they had experimented back in the day with letting a couple people like run up the XFAs a little bit higher.
Yeah.
And I had gotten that in 3 days to the 50,000 that I needed. And then the next day I did another 25 or 30,000. So then I got moved to live. Which, like I said, that was a crazy ride that I'll never forget. But like I said, it was like winning the lottery. And, a lot of people, when they win the lottery, then they don't know what to do with the money. And it ends up going and not working in their favor. And that's kind of what happened to me.
Yeah. So okay, I got a little bit of movement here in the NASDAQ. We were trading at 29,620s. Now we're down to 29,000, about 535. 530s are trading now. A little bit of wiggles entered into the dome here. So maybe there's some news that's going to come out soon. I'm checking crude oil. Crude oil is only trading like 91.05. So whatever this is, it's not kind of displaying itself in the crude market. So maybe this is just technical across the board, since we got across to like that midpoint of the range. Maybe we just sold off from there. But we will keep an eye on this. Quite the sell-off. Almost 100 casual 100-point sell-off practically. NASDAQ, never change, baby. Never change. 620s down to 530s. So Ben, you had those big, you got the 5-figure accounts, 5-figure winning days. What's the mindset now as a trader? You're almost a year removed from having, those big winning days. Is it tough trying not to get back there? Or did you struggle at all? Kind of going down to micros?
Yes and no. I guess the big mindset shift is, that you're not necessarily going to have those big days, but on the same token, I've started to realize now that while I'm not going to have those big days, I'm also not going to have the big blow up days. So,
yeah,
my losses are kept more in check. So it's not going to be a crazy arc like that again, but I can still make $1,000 a day, not terribly difficult. So it's
good living.
It definitely is a mindset shift though. Trying to look more longer term instead of right now short term.
Yeah.
Ben, did you start trading different markets before you found futures, or were you into options or stocks or anything like that?
I had done some stuff on Robinhood, just trading stocks. At that point, it wasn't like I was day trading stocks. I was just like, Amazon's gonna go up, so buy some Amazon. And then at one point, I had Robinhood, they had the options. So I was like, well, let's see once, why wouldn't I want to make money if I think it's going to go up? Why not make money that way? And I did exactly one set of options, and I will say they had pretty good support. I assume it's still the same, but they had pretty good support. I called and I was like, all right, I'm in an option. I probably shouldn't be. Why is this not going up when, the price is going up? Why am I not making money on this? That sort of a situation. So I was over my head there, and I was like, well, this is dumb. And then right about that time, that's how I found out about futures. Because I was like, well, why is it that I can't just say, well, I think it's going to go up, or I know it's going to go up? Why can't it just be that simple? And then lo and behold, there's the futures, which is basically that.
Yeah, I don't know who's doing the marketing for the options, but they've been crushing it. They got the newest of new traders trading one of the most complex instruments in the financial space. Meanwhile, you have futures, which literally could not be any easier. And everyone's like,
I feel like that's kind of the funny. That's the funny part is I feel like there's more people that end up finding out about options and then finding futures, which really should be the other way around. You should find futures and then go, okay, now my next step is options.
100%. Yeah, I don't know how that got all twisted up. But hey, it is what it is. It does seem like
maybe it'll be different now too.
The options world.
It might be different now too, since Robinhood has futures now. So now that's kind of prevalent. Options were the only option before.
Yeah. Well, hey, speaking of options, we got Michael Yoshida joins us with tips on how to stand out in today's job market, where artificial intelligence is playing a bigger part of the hiring process. Let's see what Michael Yoshida has to say.
Job hunting in a world of artificial intelligence.
There's a lot of different ways employers are using AI, but essentially they're using it in the first stage of hiring.
Before your application ever gets to a human, it might need to pass a first-round screening by AI. Indeed's Priya Rathod says that's why job seekers should also be using the technology. One key way to help is with what she calls keywording.
What does the job posting say? And how does your skills and experience match that? Make sure the wording corresponds, right? Because that's what the AI is looking for to pass you on to the next level.
But to keep you from getting lost in a flood of cut and paste AI applications, remember this.
In this world of everyone using AI to optimize their resume and cover letter, we're losing some of that individuality and that uniqueness. And you want to make sure you're highlighting that.
That could be laying out specific examples of impacts you've had, such as how you made a certain project more successful, what the goal was, and how you achieved that for your employer. And while AI tools make it easier for you to mass apply to lots of different openings, Rathod says you'll have more success by being targeted and applying only to positions that truly make sense for your skills and experiences.
You can't just keyword match and have the wrong experience. Eventually, you are going to get to a human, and they're going to want to see that what you put on that resume and cover letter and profile matches what you're saying in person.
I'm Michael Yoshida reporting.
Thank you, Michael Yoshida. Man, I miss the good old days where you would just go sit in the lobby of some like corporate office for, a week until they hired you as an intern. Okay, I mean, just bring that back. This shows you really want the job. This is the time we live in. Are you full-time trader, Ben? Or no?
Yes and no. I'd say half-time.
Half-time. Part-time trader. Great. Excellent. It's probably healthier anyways. Full-time trader just means you're staring in front of your screen the whole time. You only need like a good 2 hours. How long's like your trading session typically?
It depends. It probably should be shorter, but right now I'm usually trying to sit most of the New York. Like I said, unless I'm hitting my profit targets or daily loss limits, then it's shorter. But like I said, lately it's been more of a consistent grind, which I have been taking off like kind of the 11 to 1-ish time frame, or for sure the 12 to 1, because that, I don't know what it is, but it's something about that. It never is a good hour for me. So
it's typically a chop fest. It's a tough time to trade. As a range trader, it's pretty fun, but you just gotta basically sleep in, so you don't get tempted to trade the open.
Long two MES.
There we go. What do we
74.35. Long two MES,
Hey.
74.35. Gonna see if we get some rotation to value high.
That probably lines up a little bit more with the trade you probably wanted to take, if I had to guess, knowing you, Vince.
Yeah.
A little bit more of a discount.
Yeah, let's see.
I am long NQ 11 micros. Also,
all right.
Okay, we got it. You say NQ 11 micros?
Yeah, or sorry, MNQ.
MNQ. That's all good. What's your price?
66.75.
66 3/4 long.
All right.
11.
Let's get long.
Let's go.
Might
See
be a
what the
short.
market can give us here. Still kind of stuck in this Dorito, but I see the vision for this. At bottom of the range. Why not get back up to the top of the range? It's classic range trade.
That's what we're going to try for.
Brandon B33 in chat says, anything after London close is a waste of time unless there is news. I don't think so. Depends what your market state is. There's always a good time. I mean, we got Ted on. Ted has a trade set up in the last minute of the day. At 2:59, he has a trade set up. There's always some money to be made or lost.
That's for sure.
So,
I'm out of mine. Just
okay.
FYI.
You're already done.
This is probably
You're
where I
done.
should have gotten in, to be honest, but
Yeah, it's fair. Totally fair.
part of my thing too that I have on my my API is if I'm in drawdown for 30 seconds, then it just moves it to the lowest price that it's seen, and if it hits that, then I'm out.
Interesting. Okay, so it's a timestamp then.
That's interesting. Yeah, 30 seconds. That's fast.
Yeah, wait, can you say that again, how that system works?
If I have it so that it tracks if I'm in profit, if I'm in drawdown. If I'm in drawdown for 30 seconds, it moves my stop loss from wherever it was normally set at to the lowest price that it's seen while I've had the trade active, and then obviously closes it.
Interesting. I kind of like that. Did you backtest that?
Not well. I looked back at my trade data and looked at, okay, well, which ones hit the stop loss and which ones did I not have to worry about? And there was more often than not, especially my good trade, because there's a lot of them that I could re-enter, because most of the time I'm, like I said, doing momentum. So you're like, if it doesn't go now, it's better to just get out at a smaller loss. So that's kind of where that
Makes
came
sense.
to be, because all of my best trades are, obviously the really good ones don't have any drawdown, but they're usually under 30 seconds. And I also looked at a couple of them that went over 30 seconds, and those ones, like the low of the trade was within that first 30 seconds, so those good trades wouldn't have gotten hit either.
Okay.
So
cool.
That's some good
A little bit of
stats.
back testing there. Yeah, I like that. I like that take. I don't think I've ever heard about that one yet on Topstep TV, but that's why it's so lovely having so many different traders on. You get to learn a thing or two about each person's strategy, add it to your toolbox, and maybe it works for you. So I like that.
And like I said,
Yeah,
I wouldn't have
Kind
known
of like when we
anything
look at
about it,
breakout
but-
trades.
Yeah, 100%.
The
It's not
breakout
breaking out
trades want
right
to go
away.
now.
Yeah, it's a trade that has to go right
Mhm.
now. Oh, that makes sense. And sometimes too, Vince, we get into a trade and it's like, yeah, this one doesn't feel right. And that's like typically within like the first 30 seconds, you kind of get that emotion, and then after the 30 seconds, you're like,
Right.
man, why am I
That's
still on this
exactly
trade?
it. It's basically the API does that for me. It's like
Yep.
it executes exactly what I'm feeling.
Yeah, hey,
And that's kind of how
perfect.
I like a lot of people, like when they're doing their, they're trying to like automate the trade. Mine isn't that. Mine's more of an assistant in the sense that like I hit the buy button and it gets in the amount of contracts that I want to be in based on the ATR and my profit and loss. And then it also, like I said, determines my stop loss for me, again, based on ATR and my profit and loss. And then, like I said, now I've added that 30-second thing so that it gets me out and it's not going my way. And like I said, had I not
is your
built this,
stop
I would
loss-
have not known anything about that 30 seconds thing that seems to be prevalent in my trade. So
Is your stop loss based on like a max dollar amount?
yes, it's if I'm starting with my 3,000 daily loss limit, then it's at about 450. It starts at somewhere around there per trade.
Nice.
So your daily loss is 3,000 daily loss limit.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's a 150K account, I'm assuming then?
Yes.
Nice. So that answers Trade NQ's question. Is there any current? No, not sorry, a different one. Randall Paul Trader, question for Ben. When you were trading 1 to 2 minis, what combine size did you have? I'm assuming it was the 100.
Yep, 150. I've always been the 150. Although I do see a lot of appeal with the 50. The 100, I don't know. There's probably a specific breed of people where they just want a few more or something. I'm not sure, but I mean, I think your best bets are either the 50 or the 150.
50 or 150, yeah. And if you're following us on X or following MP, starting to see some rumors of a 25K trading combine. So even smaller than the 50K. But hey, it might be the right price for you. And if it's when I was doing trading combines, I actually like the smallest one because it really makes you kind of respect your loss limits. There's not a lot of room to mess up. You maybe get 1 to 2 trades, and you're pretty much done for the day. I think it's really good at teaching risk management and kind of like that ratio between winners and losers. And the way back time, they had a 10K account. And I think you could only trade 1 E-mini contract with like a $300 daily loss limit. That was the best account I ever traded on. Because I knew I could make more than 300. And I couldn't lose more than 300.
I'm jealous of people that can do the 50K because, like I said, obviously I could, but which I'm still trying to work myself backwards from. Like I said, I'm too used to trading bigger size. So like, with some of the numbers, you have to readjust. Like, okay, 400 now is 200 on the 50K. So like,
right.
But I will say that for anybody that hasn't and is trying to decide, 50K is always the way to go.
Yep, start small, then work your way up. Well, Ben, they put us to a 3-up, which can only mean one thing. The segment is over.
It's time
Ben, it's
to
like
go.
riding a bike. Yep, like riding a bike, man. It was great seeing you. Crazy market state, but it was very much fun to catch up with you. And Coach Vince, I haven't been on with you in a while, so it's great to see you again.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, coming up next, though, it's going to be Power Hour with myself, Andre, and Ted, who was in the Reversal Challenge on Friday. I'm sure we'll talk about that. But Andre and I are going to swap seats. So, Andre, I got the seat warm for you. Coming up next, Power Hour with Andre, Ted, and myself. See ya.
All right, let's get it. The final hour of the New York session. It is Power Hour here on Topstep TV. Who do we got? The man in the middle, Mr. Ted in the house. To the right, my partner in crime is Dolby Time. What is up, Ted? Let's break it down. Markets have perhaps woken up. A little sell side action here in the ES and NQ. Welcome aboard, Ted. Let's do it.
Thank you. Implied move coming into today based on Friday, which was one of the craziest days I've ever seen. The implied move in the S&P was 85 points. So the band on the upper end is if we're up 85. The band on the lower end is if we're down 85. Does it snap back or does it break? And I think we're plus 44 right now. I'm thinking we close in 74.57 in the ES, kind of a non-event close. I'm hoping for more so we can find a good trade, but I can't force anything, right? So you got to wait for the right setup so you can get really hurt, even on micros. That's my story. I'm sticking to it.
Sticking to it. Sounds good.
Nice.
Dolby Time. I'm seeing some ranges. Looking at the 5 minute in the NQ. Last trade 29,533 ES. Holding steady for now. Gold caught a little bit of a bid there. Crude not doing much. 10-year did see some downside action. Dolby Time. Let's break it down. What are we seeing here in the NQ?
Yeah, let's cover some ranges because actually the ranges have been pretty clean today, even though the market's kind of been a chop fest. We can start with the kind of the range over range situation we had in the overnight session. This is a 30-minute chart, so we collected probably like 7 or 8 30-minute candlesticks, broke out of that at 29,283. Had a lot of volatility on the open per usual, but formed another nice 30-minute range. Just draw a line right through it, hit a bunch of candlesticks. Then we broke out of that range. So now we're kind of living in like this third range world. So we got range over range and potentially over range. Kind of question mark. We'll see because we're kind of at like a do or die spot right now. So if we like specifics, the 1 hour range low is going to be, let's say, right around 29,500, give or take 10 ticks. That 1 hour range high is going to put us at about 29,700. So it's about 200 points for that big range. I am intrigued on hopping in longs around 29,500. If I was going to make a case for the opposite, I would say that we have not done a good job making a higher high today. And so maybe buyers are a little bit fatigued or just, they're not that ambitious in pushing price higher when it gets to like a point of contention. But if I see a 1 hour range low, I kind of got to just dip my toe in the water, at least with the micro, and see if that ends up being the move that the Nasdaq's been looking for. It is a wide range. I mean, we're talking a casual 100 points here. I mean, we were on with Ben for the last segment. That was actually a 100-point range. We were considering this a tired and sleepy market. Well, the range is saying that maybe it's not that sleepy. Maybe it's moving slow, but it is moving. 100 points is nothing to sneeze at.
Sure isn't. It's been that kind of day. Good stuff. Dolby Time. All right. And Power Hour. For those that are new, first of all, welcome aboard. We like to play a game around here called Above Below. Above Below. How do you play? Well, I'm going to ask Ted what he thinks the price in the NQ will be on the close. We're going to put it to a poll. Will it be above or below said price? Last trade in the NQ, Ted, 29,539. What will the price be on the close, Ted?
Above here, 30 points. So 522. I mean, I'm not going to be aggressive. 580. Yeah, 580. I think we're above 580 in the close.
All right, above below 580. 580.
I'm looking for upside in the ES.
All right, 580 is about
580 above below.
55 points higher in the NQ right now. What's going on in ES? 74.31. I got a Delta update as well. ES minus 3,100. NQ right around 0. Also, lower right-hand corner. You see the countdown clock? It means we got 53 minutes till the closing bell. 43 minutes till MOC. Let's see what we got in store here. We're seeing a little more selling in the NQ.
I'm liking these 485s. It feels like NASDAQ is looking for some adventure, and maybe it needs to sweep some lows beneath the 1 hour range. maybe
Right.
go back and test the old the midpoint of the previous range we were in. That'd be 29,467. And kind of with how NASDAQ is moving, it certainly feels like it's looking for some buyers to come in and maybe mess this thing up. It looks
This
like
might be
the
it.
this might be it, Dre. So we're
Yeah, it
gonna get some
is.
bids in actually. We're gonna look at 488s and 467s for potential trade. So we're gonna trade the bottom of the 1 hour range, and maybe this is the bounce that we're gonna need to get this thing back up to Ted's above below 580s.
I'm watching that 1 hour with you, by the way. I think it's important to look at those longer term time frames, 1 and 4, especially at 3 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
They're very helpful. And that 1 hour candle, we're at the base of it, the big green one. It took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours to get to the base of that candle from 9 o'clock this morning. Am I right?
You are correct.
9 o'clock this morning, 74.32 in the ES, and that's where we are right now, 29.
Yep.
Also, I'm looking at the SOX, which is the semiconductor sector index fund. It also is not making a higher high, but it does have a potential area of support at right around 572. If I'm glancing at the NASDAQ, it feels like those two things might kind of line up. So only about $1 away from that potential support area. So maybe it catches a bounce here at the same time. Wait, a little wiggle on the ladder there, Dre?
Yep, 498s did just print. We are down, selling off about 30, 40 points here in the NQ, pulling back 29,506. Yes, pulling back as well. Poll is up. Get those votes in. Will the NQ close above 29,580? 580. We continue to sell this off. Delta update. Well, minus 600. Minus 600 in the NQ.
So
getting close. You know, NASDAQ has to go down to go up.
Where do we take it? Crude not doing too much. Trading $91.09. Gold pulling back a little bit here to 43.57. He's going to hammer this.
There's got to be a lot of stops sitting right down here.
Is this still
Until they
around
don't.
the range?
They've been snapping it back.
I
I wasn't trying to be a smart aleck. I'm just saying they've been snapping it back. When you think you're getting momentum, they've been just ripping it in your face. So
we're going to dip a toe in the water here. All right, so the SOX sector ETF is at the 572s, and it's pretty damn close to where I thought it would be in the NASDAQ. All right, we're in one. 29,486. We're buying the bottom of the 1 hour range.
486. 486.
Also bidding 468.
Okay, we are picking up steam to the downside.
Heavy.
Get out of this long. Yes, we are. ES selling off now.
In 2, there's the midpoint, and we are flat.
Yeah, wow.
Just like that. SOX is selling off.
We are. This is new session. Yeah, new session lows ES. 74.18 would be that price. Yep.
Below 74.40, your next level down is 74.10 in ES. And below 10, you have gap room down to 73.75.
Nothing else is really moving. Gold's continuing to sell off. Gold down about only like $8 here since power hour began, but the ES continuing to sell off. NQ following.
I just want to sell one now at this point. I
know.
One. This is feeling pretty heavy here. Broke the 1 hour range low. I mean, I've tried longs multiple times today. None of them have worked out, so maybe we should just take the hint.
10. Wait for 10 in the ES. You might get a bounce in your NQ.
I don't know if I'm looking for bounces anymore. You kind of bounced out.
I know.
I tried. You know, something I would like to start doing a little bit more is paying attention to these, lower highs at highs or higher lows at lows. Can that range itself actually make a higher high, or is it just not getting the follow through? And that might have been something that could have helped us get aligned with the trade. What's with the trend?
All right, NQ down 100 points since Power Hour began.
Just like that.
ES down almost 20 points. New session lows ES 74. 16 and a quarter would be that price. Do we just play the momentum?
I'm waiting. 7:30. 7:10. 74.10 is where I wake up.
74.10. All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Make a
It
note.
was going into Friday's close. Our first major support level down was 74.10 coming into today. And there is talk, about Europe's meeting this week. They're going to raise rates.
They are.
Blah, blah, blah.
Ooh.
There are some bearish headwinds out there for sure going into Thursday. I do own some puts into not in financial
Look
advice,
at
but I
you.
do own some puts.
All right, I'm in.
Short.
Yep.
Makes sense to me.
Could be all she wrote. Gold did turn around. Gold turned around. Well, came back about $3 higher. What's the ES
That
doing?
would be
ES?
a nasty stop run if that was the case.
It could.
ES is 19. I wake up at 10 for a long, maybe.
What we got on the ladder here? Let's take a look at the ladder. ES has gotten thinner. Yeah, 20 on the bid, 20 in the S in the ES. Last trade, 74.20, 74.20. 16 minutes to the bottom of the hour. Get those votes in. We're light on the votes.
I wonder
Can
how
we get
many
back
people
to initial balance low.
What price is that?
29,331, about another 130 points from here.
Okay.
How many people survived Friday? Do you know? I mean, has anybody written in like I got killed? Or we do know one person absolutely crushed it. Not a reversal challenge, but Kiara. Wow.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Stay tuned for the updated leaderboard. I'm told there has been some movement with the P&Ls. So, all right.
I'm kind of liking these shorts, Dre.
I'm trying to get another one.
Another one.
Another one.
Another one.
You're from 19, 74.19.
Wrong market.
Gold continuing to sell off. Dow down ticking as well. There goes the ES. New session lows ES.
We put an order into the ES. We're going to keep it here.
What are you doing?
We're short 74.17 in the ES. It's not the best price location, but this might sell off here.
More selling ES.
Opening range low in the NQ is 400, by the way.
Look at this NASDAQ. Keep on selling here.
What's going on in the Dow? Dow selling off.
Here, why did she trade the YM, bud? You just quote it. You don't want to trade it.
Just quote it. Yeah, you poser. Why don't you actually trade it, Trey?
Get it. Get that YM up there, buddy.
You trade it. Let's see if there's more push lower here. There might be.
You trade it. I swear to God,
can't put the YM on the same data feed as all the other indices. Ed, what's the deal? You got to pay an extra.
All right, here we go.
$200 to trade the YM.
Yeah, it's not I don't know if it's a Chicago product, right? It's New York.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah.
By the way, that sounded when Andre was like, "Why don't you trade it?" Sounded a lot like the movie Step Brothers.
We just become best friends. We have a headline here. Missile and drone attack on the headquarters of terrorist groups affiliated with the U.S. in Iraq. So, violence. Yeah, crude popped a little bit.
That would move the markets for sure.
The short's going to run out of steam. Indeed. Never a doubt.
Where did we get to the low on the ES? 11.
11 hooks.
Yep. 411s. Making it sound like I should cover this trade here, Ted. That's what it sounds like.
Toby, what price did you get?
We got 74.17 quarter. So not the worst. I mean, it's been in the green more than it's been in the red. We're just looking, it's kind of a momentum trade, so we're just looking for this to sell off. We kind of broke the 30-minute range to the downside on a pretty good candlestick. So we're just kind of making the assumption that we're going to take that momentum to the downside. I would like to see at least maybe 73.89s just based off the structure, but maybe that's a little bit too much.
Below 10, you got 94, then 75. So in between, split hairs.
These shorts going to run out of
94 and 75. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, its price action is not the same price action that we had
It's
about
different,
5 minutes
man.
ago.
It's changing. Yep, it
Feels
continues
like
to
buyers are
change.
back in the house.
Uh-huh.
I do have a limit buy order, and it's 74.10 and 09.50.
Nice. What is the
I'd be leaning
session
long.
lows?
What do we got?
11.50.
50-50 tilt.
50-50 tilt.
Yeah.
Okay.
From 17.
I mean, settlement's not a bad target.
Settlement's always a magnet, for sure.
Always.
Watching gold here. Downtick in gold. Again, gold sold off about $10-12 since power hour began. NQ selling off. Look at this, 130 points. Might not be done.
Yeah, it's moving. I feel a little bit better about this trade. Got a little microstructure in our favor, range under range on the 1 minute. See if we can keep that up here. I'm going to lower the stop.
Ted, you working anything?
Yep, working 74.10, 50, 09.50. To buy, MES, MES is the combine.
Okay.
I'm going to work it. I'm also working at my cash.
Let's go. 10 minutes bottom of the hour. 10 minutes bottom of the hour.
A wiggle there.
Uh-huh.
I've got the hourly chart up. I haven't taken it off, and that candle has not created a wick really to show any absorption.
Feels like something's about to happen, Dre.
Keeps
my spidey sense is going off right now.
Taking a peek, that's for sure. Gold continuing to downtick here. 43.52.
It'd be like that truck carrying fireworks blew up, went off already on the highway this morning.
Really?
Yeah, there was every time around 4th of July, there's always a semi truck that just seems to have some bad luck, and his load in the back just starts going total chaos.
Best show you ever seen.
All right, this is new 5 minutes. Here we go. We got 9 minutes to the bottom of the hour. In the chat, 50-50 tilt. What can you please explain? What do you mean by that? Tilt, the bottom of the screen. Oh, here we go.
Dre, we
50% are
these shorts.
50% are long, 50% are short. Yeah, I'm out.
Tick. I'm sorry to be boring, but my bids at
tilt down here.
1050 were just sitting there. Got nothing.
NQ. Crude and gold, right around 50-50 on both sides, long and short. So when it gets heavy one way or another, it's interesting to see what may or may not happen with that particular market. But currently 50-50. Nothing on the wire for now. We got nice to the bottom of the hour.
Not a lot. I mean, we got the Iran news in Israel, but other than that, it's been relatively quiet.
What was that?
Seems like buyers are coming back in. What are they trying to do right now?
Man. They are lurking. 10-year not doing too much. Rates are higher, though.
I'm going to respect the chart here.
Watch gold.
74.40 is a potential close in the SPX cash. And the spread between the two is about 17-ish. That's 74.57 in the ES. That's the potential pin in the ES as of right now into the close, which is up 40 points from here in the ES. That's my call is we're going to go up to 74.50.
I'm getting flat. We got pretty close to break even on that. Yeah, we're gonna get flat here. This Dre, the dome doesn't feel the same anymore.
It's thinner.
I don't know how to
in
explain it,
ES.
but that sell-off happened, and then we got down here, and it feels like
I might jump back in.
short or long.
Short. I'm watching
Short.
gold. Yeah,
they're inverse for sure.
See, I'd be looking for longs now. I don't know why I would want longs, but just I guess structurally it's starting to make sense because it's the Nasdaq and that's what it
to find buyers. Okay,
come on 10.
Looking for 10s. Like it.
I want
man, look at this.
74.10.
Gold just got sold. Gold 5-minute candle went from green to red. Green to red there.
My vibes were dead wrong. Looks like we just sold off there.
You can always get back in Dolby time.
You can.
It wasn't a great trade to begin with. Wasn't the most technically sound. Well, a little bit of patience goes a long way. I say momentum's a lie. There it is. Momentum's a lie. Once again.
When it stops, though. When it stops quick.
Yep.
One more selling here in the NQ. NQ now trading 29,403. 402 hook.
Are we going from initial balance high to low? Kind of feels like it.
They might slam on the brakes. A little uptick in crude. A little down tick in. What we got? The Dow here. Okay, we're now beneath 400s.
Well, this thing's cruising, man. Nice short.
Yeah.
Nice short. Good patient trade.
Dow just jumped on the sell-off now as well. So we got gold, we got ES, we got NQ, we got the Dow selling off.
Man, just gave up 10 points. Just gave up 10 points.
It's just gonna.
Well, I'd for sure be looking for longs then. They're like 30-minute range low, 29,333. It's an initial balance low as well.
Damn, more selling. Oh.
If we reclaim 10 and go to 13, 14, I'm going to add to my long.
Okay.
Nice.
It might be it's a short covering or longs jumping in. What do we got for Delta? Minus 3,300 in the ES, minus 400 in the NQ. We are down.
Nvidia's down. Sox is down.
200 here.
Tesla's down, but still up like 4%.
Mm-hmm.
NSTR's up 5.7. Intel's up 10, almost 11%. AMD up 4%.
What's the 5-minute going to do? Opening up green. I'm going to flip it red. And
no reason we can't go back to 20.
Continue to keep it off. Here we go. More selling down now.
Maybe bottom of the hour. It decides to flip.
Is crude. Crude's catching a bit of a bid also. $91.29.
Yep, it is. Good call.
More selling gold now. 43.50 last trade. NQ down about, what are we looking at here? Almost 200 points. 200 points. We are selling off. More selling in the ES now. Wow.
Come on,
man. Should have just kept those shorts. Staying put.
73.94.
Put.
Wow. Okay.
73.94. We got room to the downside. Gap room. Below that is 75. But
did they just slam on the brakes of this sell-off, or is this just a little short covering?
Still range under range. Not a new trend yet.
Crude just popped a little bit more. Nothing on the headlines for now. We got 3 minutes to the bottom of the hour. Will things change? Still 50-50 on the tilt. Anything? Chat, that 500 lot in the ES, was it on the offer or the bid? Last trade, yeah, 74.09.
All right, we're short 406 half.
Okay.
See if we can get to bottom of the 30-minute range, about 29,330s. It's like initial balance low, give or take a couple. Kind of just gonna ride the stair step pattern. Range, under range, under range.
Yep, I'm looking to perhaps sell into this as well. Keeping an eye on gold. Again, why gold? Because gold started selling off before any of these equities really picked up momentum to the downside. Could be a dollar play. Let's take a look at the 10-year. Again, rates are up. 10-year. There's the 10-year selling off. Yep, 10 years continue to sell off here. In the Jets, they are letting us know that it's a bad short. What is the scary
That
trade?
is.
Long short.
Doesn't feel great already.
I'm short also.
Wow, buyers just came in. Today might not be my day. Not gonna lie.
This could be some covering.
74.10 was
50
called out.
cents.
All right, we're done there too.
We
We're
called
just
out
stacking out.
74.10 in this trade.
Yeah, you did. That was a hell of a call.
The longs. You sure did. Dolby time. Wow.
Not much drawdown. It was 2 points. All right, I got out of that. I'd like another crack at it.
Okay.
Yeah, nice.
I don't need to bet on the first green candle. That doesn't give me enough conviction buyers are back in the market.
Agree. 90 seconds, bottom of the hour.
90 seconds, bottom of the hour.
10-year continuing to push lower. Again, prices go down, rates go up.
You know, I always sound like a broken record when I come on your show, but
why?
We do see VIX selling its, I swear, at 330 almost every day. When you sell VIX, that means ES goes higher. So between 329 and 331, I bet we go up these next 2 minutes in the ES.
Oh, nice.
We're betting, toothpicks.
Holding the bid here. Are you still in, Dolby? Did you cut?
No, we got tagged out right about here. We got one more trade. I think we're gonna try to get long. Maybe at like 408s and see if we can hold this 1 minute range.
Sounds zero.
Okay.
We bottomed out. NQ bottomed out at 29,377. When Power Hour began, again, we were trading about 200 points higher. I'm gonna sell this so bad.
You want to sell it? I mean, it's
short from
tempting.
406. Short from 406. Not great. Not great when we are trading. 29,425. Now 27s print. Now 30s
He's back.
print.
He's at retirement.
Just buy it. Here comes some bids. Look at the ladder.
Out of retirement on the shorts. All right. I like that. A break above the previous candle.
Short.
5 minute.
Nice.
Close.
Wow.
We go back to 20.
Yep.
Dirty moves.
Longs. I am out. Here come the buyers. Markets are moving though.
Bottom of the hour.
You guys are going to give me a complex, man. We talked how this trade would play out if we got down to 10.
It's doing it.
First
Ted.
shot at the balance. We were smooth.
Yeah, sure were. Ted was on the money with that call. Indeed. So click like, click subscribe, and click notify. Oh wow.
That was Antonio smooth. That's going to be like a new way of like describe the way Antonio traded. That was an Antonio trade. That was so smooth. Buy 10, buy 9, sell 17, Antonio style.
Yeah, just crushed the reversal challenge.
He was sick. Guy was just ice in his veins. Caught every
One
turn.
of the most composed.
And the
that
rally
was cool.
continues.
That was so cool, man.
100-point rally. 100-point rally.
Nazzy.
In the end,
Antonio rally.
Yup.
Nazzy, you dog you.
10-year.
Oh, God. So I told you 74.50 is where I think the ES closes. I'm looking for a pullback to get back in.
Nice.
We're right at the EMAs.
Nice shout, Ted.
24.
Good job.
I'm trying, buddy. I'm trying to give you guys some good information.
Always.
But I really do think 50, and if we can get a pullback, it would be 15.50. That's the top of the two candle bodies. I would like to buy it there if possible. Otherwise, spectator. And we got the bounce at 29 to 31, 330.
Those 500s.
I mean, maybe
Yes,
we
on
can
the
get a
bid.
little rejection here to get long.
Hard. Damn, I wish I'd bought the NQ on that trade. Oh,
And I've been trying to buy this damn thing all day. And it's literally as soon as I went short once, it decides to rally 100 points.
Sure did. Sure
did.
Continuing.
We love trading.
Continuing to
Love
see the
trading.
buyers step in 29,500 incoming. This is a
Wanna move.
casual, about 130 point rally in the last 4 minutes or so in the NQES. About 20 point rally. Here we go.
Talk nicely to it, W. It'll treat you well.
That's right. We love trading, Ted. We love trading.
I have to look in the mirror and remind ourselves. I love trading, right?
We're
I
like-
love trading. More buying.
How do we get
Trader J in the chat. Up 670 on the day. Let's go.
Love it.
Good job.
There we go.
Maybe we get a little rejection off these 485s for a chance to get long.
They just
the 1 hour
smashed
range
through-
low.
Or yeah. All right. If you guys do get in a trade, let us know on the other side of this. Again, we got inflation data coming out this week. The jobs coming out last week. So let's get some Americans' thoughts on finances getting worse because of inflation. Quick news break here. You guys get into a trade. What do we got?
Hitting 451s.
A new survey shows a greater number of Americans are worried about their finances. The Federal Reserve Bank of New York finds that more respondents felt somewhat or much worse off in May compared to a year earlier. The share of people feeling that way is the largest it's been since January 2023. The flip side of the question indicates feeling better off is at a multi-year low. While the May jobs report indicates the labor market is strong, the Iran war is driving up some consumer costs.
Indeed. Thank you for that, James. Something that we have to always keep an eye on. Sentiment.
I jumped ahead. I bought 17s. I'm bidding 15, and I will bid
17s.
Yeah, I'm gonna bid. I should bid 14. Be smart. Don't be stupid.
15 minutes MOC.
Oopsie.
Oh my gosh.
I got it. Put some stops in just in case we get a headline down 30 ticks. No problem. No problem.
Let's see if we can get 430s here. For a long.
Long?
488s are a really good location for a short, but I'm hoping that was just a pullback to get long here.
So you got the previous candle body. You got a big wick on the upside. I don't like that. That to me is selling.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm still sticking to my 74.40 S&P, which is 74.57. This long's working. I almost want to
Yeah, it
take
is.
that.
Ted Long from what? 17. 74, 17.
16. Now I'm going to get it. I should have taken that off and bought it again. But whatever.
It's a tricky area right here.
Mm-hmm.
Dolby, what do you got your eye on?
Looking for longs at 430. So we have like this pretty
Yeah.
consistent kind of like range under range forming after we made highs. So I'm hoping that we get like a rejection off the 488s and then buyers come back in and then push us back up into the old range that we were in. So that this rejection is just like a temporary sort of situation.
Hey,
Trying to get a line
NVIDIA
with the volume profile.
NVIDIA CEO is speaking right now.
All right, we're in.
Happy to host the Warren talk.
We got 430 3/4.
What is
start
it?
looking.
Warren?
Yeah, we got
invitation
filled at
or
433
Nice
quarters.
long, nice long. Okay.
Check around it yet.
the
Let me get
headline's a
back
little
up.
screwy. The first headline is he declines Warren's invitation to testify,
Yeah.
but he's happy to talk to. And he just wants to chat it out.
Just chat it out. We'll just go to the bar, couple pints. Talk some politics.
Long from 4:30 in the orders.
433 quarters for the tick.
Yeah. Game of ticks, Dre.
Certainly is.
Still 50-50 tilt. We got
Looking
12 minutes till
for-
MOC.
We gotta find some targets.
Well,
All right, I'm putting my
Maybe
stop
we
above
can
my.
hit-
I can always buy it back. Come on, Papa.
Nothing.
Maybe we can hit
just yet.
616s.
Go.
Yeah.
Out of one.
Nice.
What's your average price, Ted?
I'm out. That was a
you're
quick
out.
65 bucks.
You said you added one. Did you not? I thought you said you
I
added
did.
one.
I added. It bounced. Look at the green candle. It bounced.
Oh, I can't.
I still think 50's the number. I want to be in
You
this
can't
game more
even
time.
question out, Dre. You can't even
Yeah, I
ask him
know.
fast enough. Not even,
I'm out.
not even close.
And for that reason, I am out. We are watching this thing turn around to the upside.
Oh, I love it. Ted, I love how you trade, man.
He's the best.
Love
man.
it.
Absolute
Profit,
best.
take profit.
That's
Make
it.
Mandy look slow.
Come on.
No, Mandy's she's awesome.
30s. All right. So we're long 29,430 3 quarters. Pretty much a
Mhm.
perfect entry. We're going to see if we can get back above 485 and maybe make a push back up into this range here. So looking for these 29,560s. Maybe we can hit 600s. I'm just looking at like the 4-hour chart. Maybe we can get back up to the top and just settle into that range, which would be pretty clean.
What was that? We're buying here in the ES, upticking ES on the move in the last 10 minutes or so, up almost 20 points.
By the way, when I traded on for the floor broker, I was trading 100,000 spies and Qs for 2 to 4 cents. 4 cents was like a forever. So
Yeah, back then it wasn't moving like it is now, huh?
no, they were moving. I was
They were? Okay.
literally buy them on the bids and sell them on the offer and get paid for liquidity. Remember that when you used to get paid for liquidity?
Yeah, the rebates.
Yep, rebates. I rebate on 8 million spies a day.
That pays
It's
nice.
a pretty nice rebate.
We're gonna bid one
So
more.
I'm trading my personality. I'm trading my personality. Basically, I'm not telling
Heads
anybody
up,
this
heads
is
up. Gold has found some more room to the downside
Sellers?
here. Yeah.
Oh, that's not good for this trade.
good for equities.
Not good for
It is good.
Golden.
They're kind of moving together a little bit, Ted.
Are they?
Shit.
They're buddies now. They've never been
know,
buddies.
I buy another one.
All right, we got 2 at 443 quarters. This looks
yeah. When gold runs, it runs. Jeez, out of these longs.
Dre, I'm buying gold when you can go to Illuminati's and pay for a pizza with it. That's when I'll buy it.
Yeah.
Illuminati's. Well,
right. We're done. This is terrible. This is a rough trading session.
Is that? Oh, shit.
Just didn't get the continuation above the 45. Sellers just came right back in again.
Turn around, didn't it?
It's going to be
Smashed it, man.
They
have an objective today.
What's that?
Shit lower, I guess. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
Certainly not buying it, that's for sure. All right, hands on butts.
There is a lot of conflicting shit going on right now.
Yeah, there is. I mean, that momentum looks so good getting up into the 485s that second time, and they just put the brakes on that.
And when gold starts taking off, it runs. It didn't. They just put the brakes on the sellers right there. It's almost like ES and NQ are paralyzed right now.
Yeah.
Waiting maybe for MOC. What was our MOC Friday? 4 billion for sale?
Billions, right?
4 billion. It was some big number.
Come on.
I stayed long, and Antonio was short like a world-class champion. Absorption at 10 again.
Yes, there
That
is.
wick. That wick hit 11 and bounced right up to 15 in the ES. 17. That's a big move. 7 points in the ES is big.
This market is head faking upside and the downside. Talking about the equities.
We talking about equities?
We're talking about practice. I want to
practice. Oh, that you dog, you nasty. You gonna run here?
It went till 11, one tick above 10, and it bounced 8 points. 10's been the money level. But if you keep hitting it, it gets weak. So look out below if we break it.
That's what I'm thinking here. Got 7 minutes till MOC.
I'm waiting for MOC.
All right. I'm in the short. Godspeed.
It's been sell side recently.
Short from 447.
So, Dolby, if you pull up your SPX, my little 2-minute close trade, I'm going to call 74.40 SPX cash.
Okay.
That's where they close it. I'm calling it way 17. Well, no, you need the last minute to figure it out. So 17-point difference, 74.57 ES. I would like a shot at a long in the last 2 minutes.
Now, there's people in chat saying that there's no point in trading after the New York session.
Really?
You got an entire strategy for the last minute of the day. Yeah.
100%.
That is New York. That is the closing of the options.
Clock.
That is the closing of the options. Come on. They are right.
So are we gonna bid back up here?
Thank you, Dave.
You're gonna bid back up. 425's held. We got wicked a little bit on that one.
You sure did. You know what we got to do? All right, let's take a look at those live leaders. We saw some major numbers getting put up. Rosa has put, these numbers have grown. Rosa now up $72,000. Look at this leaderboard. Andrea up 54. Julian up almost 40. Ibrahim up almost 38,000. And Cairo up almost $25,000. My goodness. These are major numbers today, taking advantage of the opportunity from the markets today. Back-to-back days. Again, Friday, we saw $162,000 day. Live funded trader. And now, big numbers all across the board. We have 5 minutes till MOC.
I got to say, that 74K is on par with that 165 because this is not the same price action. I don't know how you found 75K in this.
Where did you do it? Tell us your secrets.
Yeah. Let us know.
All right. Ted?
I wonder if it's in ES and NQ. I wonder if it's like crude or.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Crude, the CL. I mean, the CL moves.
Yeah.
You can't trade CL in the combine. You can blow it. 2 minutes.
Okay, they just
not make higher highs.
Buyers did try to.
Why is it so hard to switch it up and not make higher highs?
I know.
Which 74.11, 74.10. I buy it.
Yeah, Game Boy Tommy, we up 1,000 points today, huh? What you mean, man? It does not feel like we are up 1,000 points today.
The velocity is different.
Yeah, you start your trading session at like 10:30. It does not feel like 1,000 points. Feels like we're down.
Catching a bid. This market is behaving differently from hour to hour, minute to minute.
It really is.
Different volatility, different velocity, different volume. There is a major tug of war going on here in the ES and NQ.
Can't make higher highs. Can't do it.
Well, I didn't see.
And this short has turned into a coin flip. I will get out. This market cannot figure out which way it wants to go at the moment. We got crude pulling back just a bit. Gold catching a bid. Well, 74.19 now last trade in the
ES. ES saw 16 points off the session lows.
74.
God, the range has gotten tight, Dre. It's almost like a 20, 25 point range right now.
MOC. Let's go.
Yeah. Let's get the MOC.
Little headline here. Israel Iran appear to pause strikes after trading fire for first time since ceasefire.
Bullish.
You would think.
Bullish.
It's a nice little ball of chaos that can happen at any point in time during your trading session.
I don't know which way they take it here. We got
how many years have they been shooting
almost...
these guys? Hundreds, thousands.
Yeah.
Man, rates are up today too.
Right.
Higher rates is what got the market selling off on Friday, and the rates are even higher now, and no sell-off. Are we trusting this rally? Are we trusting this rally? Yeah,
I don't know, Dre. Above 485 with some volume and some oomph, I would say yes.
We're at IB low right now. We're at initial balance low. Scratch that. We're not. We were, and we got through it.
I want an MOC to give me a shot at buying it. I still believe 74.57 is close. Yes.
That'd be an incredible rally, Ted. I love it.
I have no feel one way or another.
It's not what it's really not what it's not what I think or feel. I'm doing it just based on math. And I could be wrong, but I'm not. You're not calling me on the phone saying, "Hey, where do you think it's going to be?" I'm not doing that. I'm just basing
we actually do that for above below, Ted. We ask you, where do you think the NQ is going to be at the close?
Exactly.
In about 11 minutes, but here in 60 seconds we have MOC, market on close and balance. What is that? It's simply the dollar amount of shares to be bought or sold on the close, in the ES and the NQ and the YM. Those numbers can and will change. Sometimes it matters, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes they don't. We don't get those values till the very last second. I have no lean one way or another. How this is going to come
if
out.
you're a breakout trader, you're probably licking your chops over at 460s, and now you just sold off 20 points right in your face. Very tough.
40 seconds.
Let's do it. Give me a number.
There is a lot of volume accumulating right around these prices, and the NQES just turn around. My goodness.
The market gets like a hint of momentum, Dre, to the upside.
And they 100%. Yes,
and we all get excited. We all get excited. Like, this is the big one. And then it just rolls right over again.
10 seconds.
Red Fox. This is the big one.
ES.
Maybe we run the initial balance low.
Here we go.
Get held along.
What do we got? Buy side NQ 700 million, ES 900 million, Dow 187 million. Those numbers can and will change. Again, NQ 700 million buy side, ES almost $1 billion buy side.
It's a lot.
We've seen. I have no idea.
Look at those wicks. Look at that wick.
Both ways, man. Both ways.
35 to
both
40-point wick in 10 seconds.
How do you trade that? How do you manage your stops? How do you
wide
down?
Small stops and wide.
Come on.
Wow. Yes.
Yeah, no. ES saw some downside. Now selling off as well. Are we trusting it?
Come on. Go to 10.
Gold finding some buyers. 50-50. Tilt right now. ES looks like it's.
I think this wants to run stops,
peaking
man.
Lower. Buy side growing though. Over $1 billion buy side ES. 900 million buy side NQ. This is tricky right now.
I got a little. I'm adding a 10. Long.
Ten's nice.
What price, Ted?
74.11. I'm trying to buy more at 10. I'm going to put a stop down 30 ticks on
Let's go,
on
Ted.
2 in
Chat's
case
loving
there's a headline. But I do think we go to 74.40 in the S&P.
74.40. That's 30 points higher.
Yeah. Which is same here.
Buy side lighting up, cut it in half pretty much. 500 million buy side, NQ 700 million buy side.
Turn it off. Good.
Yes.
Tear it off. At the options trade.
I'm getting long. Give me that, Phil. Damn it. I'm trying to get
It is
long.
long.
I'm trying to.
Let's see
Never
if
got
we can get
Phil.
short. See if we can get short.
You like shorts? Okay.
I mean, if I'm just trying to like get rid of my bias and just look at the chart, then yeah, it'd have to be short. We're range under range on the 15. We just can't get above any major long time frame area.
Uh-oh. Buy side, continue to lighten up. Continue to lighten up here. 300 million buy side NQ. Again, it did open at right around 700 million mile buy side, growing. Gold catching a bid. What's up, Ted? You loving this or what? This one for this.
I love it. I love it.
So,
you know. I was exhausted Friday. I'll tell you what. I got a phone call from a buddy, and he wanted to talk Saturday. I said, I'm not talking about it. I'm done. If it's not talking about a cheese steak or sushi, you talk to me one more minute about markets, I'm hanging up.
Ted, we're hanging up here. We got 6.5 minutes. 6.5 minutes till the close.
Let's
All
make some
right,
money.
on Fast Markets, we asked
74.10
you
helps.
all to hit us up at Topstep TV on the X using the hashtag Power, using the hashtag Fast Markets. Let's see if they brought their heats. Let's see what they produced. James, come on in. How'd they do today on the Monday?
What's up, guys? We talking about cheesesteaks? Well, like Andre said, we asked you to go to X and tag us with your trader wins, and here's what you brought to the table today. Let's go ahead and start with our good friend AJ. AJ, we survived the NQ Chop Fest and took some profits at 2900s. The shorts printed early on, and the longs printed later after a bias was established. Nice job, AJ. You made the market yours today, and you are taking home a pretty penny. So good on ya. Moving on up. Next up, from Alex Lee, we have from winning the Topstep contest to passing that free combine. Big thanks, and I'll do my best to snag some payouts. If you're wondering what Alex is talking about, Alex must have been a winner of our 213K subscriber extravaganza we had a couple weeks ago. So Alex, good on you, putting in the work. We hope to see you have success in the XFA and beyond. Be sure to keep us updated. Moving on, from Faith Trades. Why don't we go on tilt, guys? Because there's always a tomorrow. Never forget that. One bad day means nothing, and one good day doesn't make you a king either. Just keep showing up and trading your plan. And he had a W today, but he's going to build further tomorrow. Don't get trapped in the chop. That's right. If you remember our tip of the week, always stick to your trading plan. Even if it doesn't go your way, don't change a thing. Consistency is key. So Faith Trades, shout out to you. Next up from Cameron, I'm taking these accounts to the big leagues. I'm up 11,500 on NQ longs, and I just locked in a 10K payout. And Michael Talk, I'm waiting for that big pop card for the all-time payout. So I'll keep waiting because we've got big things coming. But for now, take a look at each of those pop cards for each of those accounts you have, and be sure to blast them all over social media. And keep checking back. You never know when we one day may have a all-time ranking pop card. Wouldn't that be cool? And last, most certainly not least, from Mac, negative 1K first day on the Topstep funded. AM volatility destroyed me. I was up 400 at one point, and instead of locking out, I got greedy and tilted in the chop. I had the right bias, but was oversized and kept getting stopped out. Mistakes were made. Still have about 1,000 in the daily drawdown to work with. Back at it tomorrow. Mac, half the battle is knowing what went wrong, and it seems like you got a good idea on how to tackle and how to always trade for tomorrow. Those are your hashtag Power Hour and Fast Market submissions for today. Let's get you guys back for the end of Power Hour.
Okay, good stuff. Thank you for that, James. NQ buy side, almost a billion buy side. And ES, 1.2 billion buy side. We are selling off though.
Yeah, we missed a short by 2 ticks. We were looking at a 74 quarter. Missed that one. Trying to trade this range up a little bit.
Are bad. Gold has completely turn around and pushing lower.
I mean, maybe longs at 420 just to trade that range. That's all I'm really
they're
seeing
just
right now.
Lots of wicks.
I am
Lots
out
of
this
wicks,
one.
Ted.
Yeah, there. Man, oh man. Do we have a
There's no
buzzer
candle
bigger?
body.
We got 3 minutes. 3 minutes till the close. I think we go lower. All right, short. Okay. Even though it's buy side. Gold continues to sell off. Which way do they want to take this thing? 50-50 on the tilt. 2.5 minutes till the closing bell. And wicks indeed, Dolby. Wicks indeed.
Game of ticks, Dre.
Stop trading with the wicks.
Just a wick. I mean, literally the last 5 minutes in the 5-minute candles in the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Last 6 5-minute candles are mostly wick. Very little candle body.
I mean, the ES looks
It's
way
a-
worse.
It's an even tug of war. Tug of war.
Yep. Volume here accumulating. All right, buy side growing now. Look at that. 1.2 billion just flashed. And we cannot go higher. What is going on? This market is. It's got a real tug of war going on here. Ooh. This MOC continues to change. I can't. Now it's got cut in half. What are we looking at? Do we have?
I'm a happy place here.
Yes, it is. This market is stalled out, and
how much time we have? 2 minutes
and 90 seconds.
Yeah,
the shorts are garbage.
Long.
You're long? Lucky.
I am. I'm long from 15.
74.15. Okay.
30.
What's your? Oh, is this your 2-minute play right here? Is that what we're watching?
Yeah.
All right. These.
I'd like to see it break above 22 for sure.
Yep.
I would sell them above. I would sell them at 22 or 23.
Longs. Shorts. Let's go, Ted. Let's see if we can pop this thing. 50 seconds till the closing bell. Ted is long.
Nice.
And crude selling off here. What is crude doing? Crude, this market is wild. It cannot pick a direction. We got gold turning around. Gold found some buyers. ES is head faking one way, head faking another. Don't forget, we got inflation numbers coming out Wednesday and Thursday. We got the SpaceX IPO on Friday. We'll be bringing coverage of that throughout. Should be a good one. Dolby time. Today was an interesting day.
It was.
Can't really put my finger on what
personalities.
What did the market want to accomplish today besides get discount value here? Again, Friday, we were down 5% on Friday. Buyers came in, probably half of it back. There's your closing bell. Wow. Great power hour, guys. Ted, Dolby time, good job. That market is interesting. Remember what happened here? Again, shout out to all the bell-to-bellers. Keep grinding this thing and keep just hammering away at this thing. Love you. Click like, click subscribe. One more time. With that being said, Dolby time. Ted, fantastic stuff. Now I throw it to my main man,
guys.
James. James, take us out of here into At the Buzzer.
Oh, absolutely, Andre. And guys, hey, in the chat, give it up one more time for Andre, Dolby, and Ted for a wonderful power hour. And give it up for yourselves as well, because I know a lot of you have been here all day long. You guys are true bellers. We see you in the chat every day. I see you putting in that work, and it is very much appreciated. So thanks for hanging with us day to day, bell to bell. But don't go anywhere just yet. We may be going off air, but At the Buzzer is coming on next right after this. At the Buzzer, it's got Coach Jay and Coach Paul. And if you missed any of today's trading action, then you're definitely going to want to stick around and catch At the Buzzer to make sure that you're feeling ready for when the markets reopen today at 5 p.m. Central Time. And when the markets do reopen, there is only one place to be for night trading, and that is right here on Topstep TV.
Most people won't see it. Not the wake-ups, not the weight of repetition. Not the days that start cold and quiet. They'll see the win, the 1 second that worked, not the hundreds that didn't. This isn't about hype, it's about habits. I write it down. Every run, every trade. Not to remember, to refine. I've missed, I've fallen, I've lost, but I've always come back sharper. I don't train for motivation. I train for execution, over and over. Whether I'm in the pipe or in the market, I'm chasing the same thing.